All right. There we go. I have no clue why that was off. Can y'all hear me now? It's working now. Good. I have no clue why that was doing that. My apologies, y'all. That the mic should have been on. It was turned off for some reason. I'm glad that happened at the beginning of the stream, right? Yo. Okay, so what I was saying was somebody asked about Goku Black, and I was just pointing them to this video where we, went through Bandai Namco Germany. Basically said there's not going to be Super, and you can watch this video here where I give even more proof, where they even confirm that Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue were taken from the Z movies, not from the anime. My day so far is going good. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So there's no Goku Black. I mean, if they were to come, though, that would be so bad if they were to come out and, oh, Goku Black. No, they said no Super. And the way that everything is set up, and also, like I answered somebody's question from earlier. I am going to be going over the new screenshots, going to be going over, which the screenshots are from the V Jump anyway. So we'll be going over that stuff as well. I'm also going to be giving my speculation on the in-game boss and how they could potentially do this. Because y'all know me. I really like the Dabura idea. However, there are some conflicting interests in that. Even, you know what I'm saying? Even without me. You lagging? I don't think I'm lagging. Let me check and see if I'm lagging on my end. I hope it's not my end that's lagging. It shouldn't be. I got good internet. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't be it shouldn't be DM gaming that's lagging. But we'll let's anybody else lagging? I'm not lagging. Okay. Also, guys, like I told y'all, criticism, man, like dissect me, man. If it's something that I'm not doing good enough or something that you feel like I could do better, let me know. Now, we will be doing other content on this channel. We have been doing other content on the channel, but like anytime, something Kakarot comes up, it's gonna take the cake. You see what I'm saying? So for those of y'all who's wanting other content, go check out some of these videos. I really enjoy doing these like kind of Dragon Ball motivational type videos. I got one here with Vegeta. I had a funny one here with Yamcha. Had one here with Trunks. One here with Gohan, and then Vegeta, and just a pure Saiyan motivational video. Go check those out, man. I don't mind people asking about, extra content and stuff, but when I make extra content and it doesn't get the amount of views that some of the other videos would get, I'll be like, come on, man, y'all ask for extra content, I give it to you, you got to watch it. But go check out these videos. Now, I know as far as the design, how I did some of these older videos like this one here, I am going to get back to doing that, guys. It takes a lot of time to do that, and it's just tough to do it like with school and stuff like that. But we are nearing the end of track season. We have 2 middle school track meets left, and then like maybe 3 high school track meets. And after that, like, man, I'll be getting out of school at regular time. So I'll be having plenty more time to do more of those types of videos. I'd like to know your thoughts on the new Xenoverse DLC. I had to re-download Xenoverse too. If for those of y'all who know me, I'm not the biggest Xenoverse fan. I loved Xenoverse 1 because it was new, it was unique, it was special. Xenoverse 2 did bring about some much needed changes, but the story for me was literally the exact same as Xenoverse 1, and that threw me off. Like, if Xenoverse 2, the way that Xenoverse 2 is right now, if it had have started that way, it would have been a lot different. But I still played through the entire story and stuff like that. But, my hang up with Xenoverse 2 is I love the cutscene, ultimate, and super attacks that we get in like Kakarot and like some of the Budokai games and things like that. I don't like the whole 6 people on one screen fighting together and stuff. I don't like that. That's not my cup of tea. I play it, I'll get down with it, but what do you say, DM? How they'll make it 8 to 12 hours long. I'll talk about that today as well. How they'll make it 8 to 12 hours long. Do I know what the update was for 1.51? I told y'all in 1.51, I posted on Twitter a long time ago That's all it is. It's the same thing as 1.41. Like they're not adding anything to the game. It's just more quality of life fixes and stuff like that. Am I going to review Falcon and Winter Soldier? I don't know, man. You have to be real careful reviewing movies and shows and things like that because the copyright stuff is really, really strict. And it's not a financial thing. Like, I don't care about the video being monetized and stuff like that. Even if the video isn't monetized, you can still get a copyright strike and they can still take your channel down. So I have to be real careful about that. Plus, the content that I cover, I really want to be really passionate about. Like, if I'm not passionate about it, so let me check out the first episode, and if I'm feeling it, then we'll toss it in there, man. We'll toss it in there. I'm trying to stay up with the comments before we got one dislike. Bro, I always get one dislike. Like, I could post a video right now, and there's going to be a dislike. I don't care. This is what people don't understand about likes and dislikes. First of all, YouTube doesn't care. YouTube does not care. So let's look at the past video here. My bad, y'all. The 7 dislikes, like YouTube does not care the difference between like and dislike. That's a consumer thing. So whenever you go and look at the videos, for example, here, y'all can see this percentage is my like to dislike ratio. Okay. we're always in the green, man. We're always in the green. This is for y'all. This is for the consumer. YouTube doesn't care. If a video has 50,000 dislikes, YouTube doesn't care. They only look at it as a engagement. So for people who go to videos and hit dislike just to be a douche, like, you're not hurting that content creator. You're helping them because, number one, you give them a view. Number two, you just gave them a dislike, which is an engagement, which is positive for the video. And if you leave a comment talking trash or trolling, you're helping even more. So that's why I very, very, very rarely delete comments. Very rarely. Because it's engagement. You know what I'm saying? DM, I know you a coach. I have a strength and conditioning question. What's up, man? I used to be a personal trainer too, so. But looking at the health, not the health. You said I said that because of the personal trainer stuff, man. Looking at the history, they didn't add anything here. We do have this, which is, they're just combining. This is just them combining assets from 1.51 to 1.50. And that's how it's just a quality of life type of thing. It's nothing major. It's just stuff like certain bugs or something that may come up once the Cards Warrior stuff was released and things like that. But they haven't added anything or taken anything away on that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Jake the dog, let's not talk like that. It's not going to show your comment and you say stuff like that. Well, I do agree with you on what you said. I can't show that, man. It might be kids in here. So when it dropped, by the way, DLC is supposed to come out early summer. And yes, do I still play Cyberpunk 2077? I actually stopped playing it. I stopped playing it because I'm waiting for it to come out on PS5 so I could play through it like that. But I may re-download it and play it. GeoVic, what's up, man? GeoVic, the legendary subscriber in the building. All right, guys, let's jump into some of these scans if that's cool with y'all, okay? So these are some of the scans of the actual in-game renders from the game. Now, this is something that's important that I want to talk about, and that is I'm a truck driver. I need some exercise help with my lower back pain. Planks, man. Start out planks. If your lower back is hurting, could be because you're sitting down so much. If you're a truck driver and stuff like that, you got to get active, got to get a stronger core, and get you a seat cushion. That would probably help. I don't think it's a fitness issue. It may be more just you sitting down all the time. Gohan right here. The V-Jump scan says he is a playable character. Now, I know y'all remember. Man, I would have to go back so far. Matter of fact, let's go to YouTube Studio. And yeah, I'm probably gonna see some of my stuff, and that's fine. I don't care. There ain't nothing to hide here. That's just like channel analytics type stuff right there. We've been doing very well. Let's look at my Vegito video. This video right here, these two videos, okay? I had two videos back to back, as you can see. This one at the bottom was the first one. Vegito, playable character. And then Vegito playable concerns me. This video is old, first of all. Look at that, dude. Look at the hair, bro. I was in school when I recorded this video, man. In recent V-Jump leaks, it has been stated that Vegito will be playable for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. So what does this mean and how do I feel about it? In this video, man, let's go to this video, dude. Because this is like a little 3-minute video, guys, because I was in school, like I said. And, oh, look at the ads still popping up on that. October 7th of 2019. This video concerned me because in this video, I was like, it doesn't make sense for Vegito to be playable. I'm gonna let this ad roll. Let's listen to this video, guys, because by the way, go check this out. If you have HBO Max, go check out Justice League. The Snyder Cut is 4 hours long, yo, but that junk is dope, man. It's dope. I'm gonna rewatch it again today. First of all, look at the hair, yo. My hair, oh my gosh, man. This was 2 years ago, man. That is crazy. I don't know if y'all can hear that though. No, y'all can't. Let me get y'all some audio on this really fast. Hang on a second. Let's get some audio in here so y'all can hear what I'm saying in the video. Hang on a second, man. I'm just trying to get y'all some audio. Don't shoot the messenger. You feel what I'm saying? Let's turn this up. That's too low. All right, let's back up some.
Actually made him a playable character, which, like I said, I don't feel like they should have done that because being a playable character thing for Dragon Ball and in some of the other rooms. So I apologize for that.
See, in this video, I even admit that I was wrong. I admitted that I was wrong. Looking at the comments, bro, I did not bash President Rose. We can get into that later. I don't mind talking about it. I don't care about talking about anything. But anyway, there was no bashing, bro. Some people just can't take criticism. But anyway, this is, 2019 was when I did this video. I said that they wouldn't make Vegito a playable character, and they did. And I later explained about this, and this was before they released how he would be playable. All this was before the game came out.
I wanted to touch on the Vegito being a playable character thing for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Now, I was wrong, man. I was wrong because they actually made him a playable character, which, like I said, I don't feel like they should have done that because of the way that he is as a character. I feel like they should have went the route to where he's only playable with that fusion in that particular mission.
Yo, see what I'm talking about, man? Because we have followed this game for so long, I know how the structure of the game is. So, and I did a previous video of this where I was like, yo, he shouldn't be playable. People saying Vegito's going to be playable. And I told people in that video, Vegito was not going to be playable because it doesn't make sense for the game. You know what I'm saying? And this is before the game came out. Okay, the game came out. Look at the date, October 17th, 2019. The game came out January 16th of 2020, yo. We just had the 1-year anniversary this past January. So this was all before the game ever came out and we ever saw how Vegito was going to be used. And I'm telling y'all right here that how Vegito should have been used, that would line up with the story.
However, they decided to make him playable, which I understand why they did it, is because with the playable characters, you have to level them up. And so that allows you to.
See, back then, they said that Vegito was playable. And I bring that up to talk about Gohan, guys, because Gohan is said to also be a playable character. The issue with that is that with Gohan being a playable character, people have to realize it could be the same thing as the Vegito thing where he's only playable. Wasim, stop spamming. Hey, Giovic, if he keeps spamming that, block him, bro. We ain't got time for the spam, dude. Ask once. I can see your questions, bro. DLC 3 is early summer, man. Stop asking the question. Early summer. I've already said that. You need to follow the channel more, dude. Anyway, Uh, everybody, Gohan is. It says he is a playable character, but they also said that, bro. Okay, I'm done doing this, dude. I'm not. Y'all want to get in here and spam, bro? You getting blocked. I'm just start blocking people, man. I ain't got time for spam. Stop doing that. Other people got comments they want to say. Lonnie, since you in here, I'm gonna make you a moderator too, you and Giovic, so that y'all can control that while I talk, so I'm not distracted. But anyway, appreciate that, man. So them saying that future Gohan is playable, it's kind of the same thing as the Vegito issue. I'm not saying that he's not going to be a fully playable character even after the DLC is done. What I'm saying is take this stuff with a grain of salt. It could be the same way with Trunks. Teen Trunks saying that Teen Trunks is playable. This is his end game render. They could potentially only be playable for the DLC. We need to prepare ourselves for that, okay? These two are playable characters, but we don't know if we'll be able to carry them into the main game. The issue is this. Currently in the main game, we have a version of Trunks. I find it rather interesting that if this Trunks was to be playable after we beat the campaign in DLC 3, can you specify what do you mean by it doesn't fit in the game? That's what I'm talking about right now. Like, we have future Trunks already unlocked, okay? I don't see them doing two different versions of future Trunks, because everybody would play with this one, right? Because he's going to have different movesets. He's going to have the Masenko and stuff like that. The only way I see this Trunks being an actual playable character in the main game is that they combine his skill tree with the Trunks, the future Trunks that we unlocked already in the game skill tree. You see what I'm saying? And people have to understand that. That's something that's very interesting about it is that. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with Gohan. Like, I could see him be. The issue with Gohan is that he dies in the story. And people say, well, maybe he's not going to die. I don't see him not dying, because that is such an iconic scene that sent Trunks into the Super Saiyan transformation in the history of Trunks. However, guys, in the manga, Trunks, this version of Trunks was already a Super Saiyan. The manga is much less detailed than the anime version of this was. And in the manga, it starts out with this Trunks training with future Gohan, and he's already able to go Super Saiyan. Now, the speculative reason for this is that whenever he is able to go Super Saiyan, it's based off of the Trunks and Goku's timeline, wherever he can already go Super Saiyan as a youth and stuff like that. Which I'm going to cover that about the sword thing too, because people have asked about that, and some people have challenged my speculation. So we're gonna break it down some more. But be mindful when they say that these guys are playable characters. Okay. I agree, Trey. They're not the same Trunks. Actually, they are the same Trunks. The way that I see them doing future Trunks, the reason why I think they did him as a unlockable character is because he's more of a preview character, if that makes sense. So the future Trunks that's in the game right now, that we unlocked at the end of the main game, we unlocked at the end of DLC 1, and we unlocked at the end of DLC 2, I personally think that, people think that, oh, they put him in the game, for a reason. And they now History of Trunks is out, and it's like, oh, I think it's for that. I think us unlocking him is more of a preview. It's a way for us not to forget about this character named Trunks. Now they're going to tell his story. But all I'm saying is right now, keep a close eye on what happens with these two characters. Because now I would love to have both of them, be able to play with both of them in the main game. However, I don't think that's going to happen, guys. I don't. And what I think may end up happening is, like I told y'all in a previous video, I think that this whole third DLC, because the way that they set it up, if you look at the way that the trailer was set up here, how it came to that main screen the same way the main game does, I think this third DLC is going to basically be like a mini version of Kakarot, only with Trunks and future Gohan. And so in order to play with them, you would have to go into that DLC. But within that DLC, it'll be just like playing the main game, just without everybody else. That's possible. Or they could just make it, hey, bro, if they keep spamming Lonnie and Geovic, just put them in a timeout, and if they don't fix it, just block them from the channel, man. But so keep this close to the belt, guys. Keep this close to the belt, because I could, I don't even know how they would translate this to the main game. They could, at the end of the DLC, they could simply say future Gohan and Trunks are now available to play in the main game. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's going to want to play with them in the main game, and I'm right there with y'all. All I'm telling you is to keep your eyes, like we say in football, keep your head on a swivel, okay? Because it might turn out to where we're not able to play with them in the main game. Because the issue with us being able to play with them in the main game is that they're from a different timeline. However, we already have a future Trunks that we're able to play with in the main game. So there's really no reason why we shouldn't be able to. But you also have to consider, like with future Gohan, he does die in the story. But also, I mean, them putting him in the main game doesn't make sense, because he never comes to that timeline. He dies in future Trunks' timeline. And what would be the wording? Because remember, whenever they put future Trunks in the main game, there was a reason for him to be there. You get what I'm saying? They told us that Bulma brought him back in the time machine just because she missed him. She wanted to talk to him, spend some time with him. But there was a reason for him being there, which he even discussed with, like, Mom, why did you bring me back? Oh, is there something wrong? And she was like, no, there's nothing wrong. I just wanted to see you. I thought you would like it more here, whatever the case may be. There was still a reason for that future Trunks being in the game. And with this Gohan, the game would have to make a reason for him to be there. You see what I'm saying? Why do I feel like they chose the future Trunks arc? I'm going to get into that, okay? But what would be the reason for him being in the main game? There is not a reason. You see what I'm saying? It makes sense that they brought the other Trunks into the main game, which, like I said, with him already being unlocked in the main game, how do you bring this Trunks into the main game? You're going to have a reason to. Either that, or you're going to have to merge the characters. And they could easily do that, guys. All they have to do is update his skill tree. You get what I'm saying? After you beat DLC 3, it'll say Future Trunks is unlocked for the main game, or updated skill tree. All they have to do is update his skill tree. Because we know he's more than likely going to change clothing whenever it's time for him to go back into the past to give Goku the heart virus. You see what I'm saying? And with that being said, I mean, we don't know how this DLC is going to end. It could end the same way History of Trunks did, with us going back into the present timeline. That could be the end of the DLC, which would really suck. That would really suck. You know what I'm saying? I would really hope that they would add those scenes that they took out of the Z, with him going back into his timeline, defeating the androids in Cell, which they showed at the end of the Dragon Ball Z anime. And they didn't put that in Kakarot. So I'm really hoping that they do that. You see what I'm saying? Considering things, future Trunks from the DLC is the same Trunks as the main game. If anything, they'll give us access to new. Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. That future Trunks, the one that we unlock, is more of a preview character for this guy. We get to see kind of the end result, if you will. Now, with this DLC, I'm sure they'll add some more attacks and things like that. But we're gonna get his backstory. And I told y'all that future Trunks, is an unlockable character. Is not to say that the DLCs were going to continue with him, because we see that we're basically taking a step back and we're looking at his story of who he is. So us being able to play with him in the DLCs, him being in the Super Saiyan God ritual, is just a way to keep him relevant so people don't forget about him. You get what I'm saying? Because this game was made for the new people. This game was not made with us in mind, the hardcore fans. It was made for the fans that came into the Dragon Ball universe through Dragon Ball Super, who had probably not yet watched Dragon Ball Z and definitely hadn't had a video game on current gen consoles based on Z to tell that story. And I got a video coming up where I'm going to show you where the producer said that. I would look it up now, but I don't have it saved on this computer. I have it on my laptop. I'm definitely going to look that up. But basically, guys, keep this in mind. Gohan being playable doesn't mean he's going to be like playable in the main game and all throughout the DLC. They could do the same thing that they did right here in this video with Vegito, because remember they said Vegito was a playable character. But like I said, even here,
to level Vegito up as a character, and they could.
He was only playable in the sense of he was only playable during a particular mission or throughout a certain part in the game. And Future Trunks was the same way, guys. Remember, we played with him. Future Trunks playable. We played with him throughout the series in the Android saga and stuff like that. But we didn't play with him after that. You know what I'm saying? He had to be unlocked once he went back to his timeline, you see. Now, as far as wishes go, because I do want to address that really fast, guys. One thing somebody brought up to me that I forgot really, is that there's no Dragon Balls in this Trunks' timeline. Like, it would be, excuse my language, it would be an ass pull for them to have us be able to collect Dragon Balls, because there's no Piccolo. And because there's no Piccolo, there's no Kami. Dende isn't there, so there's no Namek there to have Dragon Balls with, which explains also why Gohan wasn't able to be revived. Now, they could do a little retcon kind of thing where when we go back to the past, Trunks could also wish for this version of Gohan to be revived as well. But that doesn't make sense, because if we go back into the present timeline in the main game, adult Gohan is already there. You see what I'm saying? So that doesn't make sense. But I'm really, guys, I'm thinking that the way that this DLC is going to be set up is going to be just like the main game. It's going to have its own start menu and things like that. And I think it's going to be I look at this more like an expansion of sorts. You know what I'm saying? Like, where Kakarot is the main game. Regular Kakarot is the main game, okay? This is just like Kakarot, but without basically Goku, and that's exactly how they advertise it. So when we go into DLC 3, I mean, I think it's going to be enormous. Now, will there be more than one location? I don't know. It doesn't need to be, because Trunks never went to more than one location. He stayed here. That doesn't mean they can't fill it in the void, though. Do you think we'll get more DLC content? I don't know. They said this was the last DLC. I don't know if they mean last DLC as far as the season or last DLC as far as Kakarot. The way that they've been talking about Kakarot, or lack thereof, because Bandai hadn't even said anything about the anniversary or anything, it leads me to believe that this could be it, guys. Somebody said something about Tapion. Wait, what come first between Tapion movie? Okay, let me discuss that really fast, because I got that pulled up. Because in my previous video here, not that one, let's go back to the channel. I'll be looking at my analytics. I see y'all peeking. Let me go back to this, okay? Because in this video, okay, I talked about the sword. And first of all, y'all, when I do a video, people got to listen. Because some people was like, it's not going to be the same sword that Gohan had. You can't tell, there's two different swords. I clearly said in this video that it's not the same sword. I know it's not going to be the same sword. That wasn't even a point of the video. So please listen to the videos. But several people commented that Trunks got his sword from Tapion. Guys, that is bogus. The Tapion movie, Wrath of the Dragon, doesn't occur in this Trunks' timeline. I don't see how people could think that. The reason why is because Goku and the Z Fighters die when this kid, Trunks, is still a freaking baby. Okay? Yet you had, in the movie, you had Videl, Great Saiyaman, Goku. Like, you had, everybody was there. And that's not right. It doesn't occur in the same timeline. Therefore, in the current timeline, Kid Trunks may very well have gotten his sword from Tapion, but future Trunks did not get his sword from Tapion. Or rather, it doesn't say. We're led to believe that he got it from Gohan. And that was the whole reason for me doing this video. Because I talked about that as well. But even in this video, I'm hoping that they explore how he got his sword. Because if you go and watch the history of Trunks, after Gohan dies, there is a 3-year time skip. And then the next scene is where Trunks is Bulma's working on a time machine. Trunks goes into the closet and comes out with a sword. We don't know where the sword came from. It was just in the closet. So they could fill that up, because remember, Kakarot has been doing that. They have been fulfilling unexplored lore, and that could very well be one. We could find out, what did he do in those 3 years? We know he was training. Who was he training with? And then all of a sudden he has a sword. I know people say, well, maybe Tapion did show up. Guys, if Tapion shows up, Hirudegan shows up too. You see what I'm saying? And who the heck is going to defeat Hirudegan? Trunks dang sure ain't strong enough. You get what I'm saying? So we have to consider those things, whenever we're looking at that. I'm trying to read this stuff and stay on par with the comments. I'm sorry. Jay, appreciate you for coming in, man. Quick question. Did you give me access? No, I didn't give you access to remove comments. I gave that to Jay Lonnie and the legendary subscriber Geovic. I don't pass that around lightly. Those guys have been here forever. Looking at some of the comments before I go to the next thing. Strong's presence of Trunks for each DLC foreshadow the DLC for Trunks. I have to disagree with that. It wasn't a strong presence for Trunks. In the story, it was the general presence of Trunks. In the first DLC, the only time we see Trunks is in a little screenshot where they said he was in the Super Saiyan God ritual. And in DLC 2, he was non-existent. So I'm not going to say there was a strong presence for him, but they did keep him around because you unlock him at the end of the main game. And yeah, I agree. It's to keep him relevant in that sense for the history of Trunks thing. Will the female researcher Banyu training be included? This is interesting because I don't know. I don't know, because the reason we have training with Banyu is because we have the female researcher who's working with Boma. Now, a question that some people have asked me is it still possible for Android 21 to make an appearance? I don't see that because she would have to be in Trunks' timeline. And I don't see a reason for her being in Trunks' timeline. You get what I'm saying? Like, to me, that would be another ass pull. If they, I made plenty of videos on the Android 21 stuff, and y'all know because y'all was there. Y'all seen a bunch of them. You know what I'm saying? The whole Android 21 stuff, but I don't think that she'll be there. You have to also consider that the city is destroyed, and Boma barely has any resources at her disposal, which is why it takes her so long to develop stuff, because everything is so scarce. You see what I'm saying? While she does have more knowledge because time has gone on, she has more availability of certain technologies. In the grand scheme of things, everything is so scarce. So I don't see us having that training room with Banyu. Kakarot update 1.5 is live now. Yes, it's nothing but adjustments. I just want a gold aura when change. At this point, it don't even matter about the aura. So maybe this DLC will tell us how Trunks become a time patroller. No, it won't. The reason why this DLC won't tell us how Trunks becomes a time patroller is because it's a different timeline. The Xenoverse timeline is different than this Trunks' timeline. We know from the anime and the manga that this Trunks' timeline leads to the Goku Black stuff. And the time patroller stuff actually starts in a different timeline with this same Trunks, but a different timeline of this Trunks, which leads to that Xeno Trunks. It's not the same with the Goku Black stuff and all. That's a completely different timeline. That's a Xenoverse timeline, Dragon Ball Online timeline. It's not the same timeline as the Trunks that we're going to be playing Season 3 with. And I know people are going to try to incorporate that because of Toa and Mira and stuff like that, which is another thing people are asking. Is Toa and Mira going to make an appearance? I don't think they will. I really think Toa and Mira and the villainous enemies were simply something for the main game and an in-game boss-like kind of thing to hold us over for DLCs. Now, because of Toa and Mira's ties with time travel and Trunks, but like I said, it's not the same Trunks. If that were the case, we would have had the Trunks in the game do somewhat kind of mention about them, but they don't. Okay. I don't even know if do we even have soul emblems for Toa and Mira in the game? I don't think we do. I don't even think we have soul emblems for them. We don't have soul emblems for the female researcher as well, though. Do you think DLC 3 will have trophies? No, none of the DLCs so far have had trophies. I'd be surprised if they added some. Then it showed Trunks fighting them, so I'm pretty sure they are going to be the last battle if we are going to have character cutscenes and slideshows of Cell Saga. I'm not surprised at all. They eventually did DLC 4 involving Android 21 or Banyu. I don't know. Like I said, they said it was the last DLC, so we have to go with that. Now, going on to some more scans. I know it's small, but that's Trunks using the Masenko, which the current Trunks in the game doesn't have. Like, that's a big topic. I'm gonna have to do a breakdown video of that, guys. Of the fact of these two being playable and will we see them in the main game. So, because as far as his clothing, I mean, you can obviously tell he's younger, he's shorter and stuff like that. They could put this version playable, but I don't see. Only reason they would do that is just so you can play with them. But like I said, the way that I believe that the DLC will be set up is basically this will be a mini version of Kakarot. But I know people are gonna want to play with him in the main game. But I digress. He's doing the Masenko. I wonder what the original scenarios are. Exactly what I've been talking about this whole time. I think some of the original content will be like us getting to find out how Trunks got his sword. I think original means not just like the regular. So, for example, when I'm talking about how in Dragon Ball Z timeline, right, they took out in the main game, we don't see Trunks go back to his timeline and defeat the androids and defeat Cell. Okay, so therefore, by them taking, if they were to put that into the DLC 3, that by itself would make it original content because it doesn't play along with the regular history of Trunks manga and anime, which really those two don't even line up perfectly. You know what I'm saying? So that alone could make it original. Don't think that there's going to be some amazing stuff. But also, guys, remember in the main game how it said that Boma brought this Trunks back to their timeline? That could be the catalyst for this Trunks being in the main game. But I digress. Let's continue. So Trunks having the Masenko, there you go. You see it, you looking at it. He's had it. Future Trunks normally has always had it. I was actually quite surprised when he didn't have it in the main game because we know that Gohan trained him. You got the androids blowing stuff up there. I should have got a bigger screenshot than that, but it is what it is. There's nothing zoomed in that you're not going to be able to see. Android 18 is in her rage mode. This was the screenshot that, President Rose was talking, which he did correct himself on in his comments on his video, a pinned comment. He actually pinned a comment correcting himself on it. But he also corrected himself in a video, in a live stream, I think he did yesterday, about this. This is simply their rage mode. This is, he said it was a villainous enemy. His reasoning for that was that it was 3 o'clock in the morning, but my video that I uploaded right here, more proof, this one was done at 3 o'clock in the morning. Though my V-Jump video was at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Like that's, that just comes with time, man. Like with YouTube, guys, let me tell you something. You can't be in such a hurry to upload content without analyzing the content first. Otherwise, you are going to make mistakes. And I say that because I was the same way. Xenotrunks does not make sense. I'm sorry. I just seen that comment. Xenotrunks doesn't make sense. I just literally told you it's two different timelines. Xenotrunks is not this Trunks. Xenotrunks doesn't occur from this Trunks' timeline. This Trunks' timeline leads to Goku Black. If you look at the timeline of things, Xenotrunks and the Goku Black stuff, they all occur around the same time. They're in different timelines. It's a different timeline. But Xenotrunks doesn't make sense. Y'all trying to merge this game with Xenoverse way too much. But anyway, so if you doing videos, that's why I don't be in such a hurry to get them out. Or rather, now I know how to analyze them quick enough. I know what to look for in the scans and stuff like that. So take your time, man, and you don't make those kinds of mistakes. But they happen. I've been there. I've made them, and I may make them again in the future. But I knew that this was a barrier because I translated it to scans before I did the video. But Android 17 using his barrier, it looks like he threw it out. It's not like he surrounds himself with it, and if you attack him, you get froze. Now, that would be pretty cool. But no, Chi-Chi is dead. That hasn't been confirmed because in the history of Trunks, Chi-Chi isn't dead. She's alive in the history of Trunks. If you go watch the anime, I don't know in the manga, but in the anime version, history of Trunks, Chi-Chi is not dead. Okay, so that's that screenshot there. Right here, we have Android 18's like blast attack. She just emits ki from her body. And you can see both of these are all showing Gohan fighting. None of these are showing them fighting Kid Trunks. This is all them showing Gohan fighting. And then you have Kid Trunks here with the destroyed city. But what's interesting is you see the Z orbs around and stuff like that. So there you go. We're going to have to train him. We're going to have to level him up. We're going to have to train Gohan, level him up. So the D medals are going to play a part. I don't know how they're going to do training in this DLC. That's going to be something that's going to be very interesting to see how they do training. Are they, or is Chi-Chi going to be alive? Because if Chi-Chi isn't alive, who's going to prepare us food? It's kind of one of the things like we did in DLC 1 where we had to go back to the main game to get meals. Like, I thought that's a real cop-out. But that made sense because DLC 1 was kind of connected to the main game in that sense because, Goku traveled back and forth to Earth. But I don't know how they do that in the history of Trunks. I don't think we'll be able to go to the main game with these two guys and eat. I don't see us being able to do that. You get what I'm saying? Also, like in this one, I don't think we're able to go back to the main game and eat as well. Whatever we did for our characters in the main game, it carried over into the DLC because it even told you that it would, that these characters, their stats and stuff like that, in DLC 1, they started out with level 1. We started out base level, and what happened with them, we started out at level 1, or you could start the game over with them at level 1. When we played these two DLCs, it brought the Goku and Vegeta from the main game into these DLCs. So whatever level you were at the end of the main game, that's what level you went into the DLCs with. However, with this, that's one thing people were asking was, are we going to be at the same level? Is our Trunks going to be at the same level? I don't see us being at the same level simply because it's two different Trunks, okay? The Trunks we have in the main game, let me say, I don't know if they have the characters. I mean, they have the characters. I don't know if they have Future Trunks on here. Yeah, they do have him on here. See, right here. We got Future Trunks right here, which, like I said, he's a main character and he's also a support character. This version of Trunks, guys, is completely different than this version of Trunks because this version is so much younger. When this starts, there is not only a 3-year time skip, there's several years that happen before this Trunks ends up being this Trunks here. So I really hope they don't let us carry our character level into the DLC. I hope they make us start from scratch because it doesn't make sense to have a level 250 or level 300 version of this Trunks in the game and be able to play with him in the DLC. That's going to make it extremely easy, or a lot easier. I'm not going to say it's going to make it extremely easy, but it's going to make it a lot easier. But keep your head on the swivel because it definitely it definitely is possible. DLC 3, it definitely not be that long. DLC 3 will be at least 6 hours, bro. It's not, that ain't stretching it at all. The producer even said it's on par with the story arc, and the story arcs were about 8 to 12 hours long in the main game. So it's going to be at least like 6 hours. I mean, you could probably speed run it or something, but y'all are confused with thinking that it's just going to be based on History of Trunks. They've already said, I think there's going to be a little bit more added to it. They're going to stretch this story. We're going to get a fleshed out story. It's not going to play out just like the movie did. If that's the case, they could have did it as a boss battle episode. They didn't do that, guys. They didn't do that as a boss battle episode. It doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Going back to this, these two were boss battle episodes. These movies were both more than 40 minutes long. They were like over an hour long, okay? So why in the heck would they do these two as boss battle episodes and then do this as a story arc? Guys, use common sense. They're obviously this is going to be, and these two DLCs were roughly, now, if you were already max level, you got through that first DLC pretty quick. And the second DLC did last a little bit longer simply because of stuff we had to do. But both of them, I would say about 2 hours worth of gameplay. This one is going to be double that easy. You see what I'm saying? And if it's based off of a History of Trunks, the manga was shorter than the anime. And if the anime version was only less than an hour, it wasn't even 50 minutes long, okay? These movies were both over an hour, yet these are boss battle episodes, and this is on par with an arc. You should already know that it's going to be at least 6 hours long. You see what I'm saying? The DLC release, guys, they have said that it is early summer. It even says it here, early summer. We don't have an official release date. When I get that, I promise you I'm going to be letting y'all know that. But I don't even know where I was getting this Future Trunks here. No, I'm on the wrong page. I'm going to get to that in a little bit. That's the Trunks stuff. But you see they have Trunks playable here, okay? And it's weird. These are the playable characters, okay? And they have Future Trunks here. He's playable. Guys, I'm telling you, it's tough. I don't see how they make this Trunks version playable unless they merge him. Only way I can see they make him playable is if they merge his skill tree with this Trunks here. And they could easily do that because remember, Goku and Vegeta got new skill trees along with the DLCs. So I'm gonna do that for a separate video. I don't want to take this live stream up talking about that, but I mean, for those of y'all who are here, you're getting a preview of that. Can you get a refund for the season pass? No. They're gonna let us use our main game level 300 trucks after we age up. I mean, you don't know that though, Leo. That's, I mean, with speculation, and that's what I be talking about, bro. You speculating, you don't know that. They're gonna let us use our main game level 300 trunks after we age up. What do you mean by age up? That doesn't even make sense. But anyway, we don't know that. They could, like I said, they could simply take this Trunks and update his skill tree. They could, whatever level your future Trunks is at currently in the game, carry that over into DLC 3. But I'm telling y'all right now, you do not want them to do that. You don't want them to do that. I don't stream on Twitch anymore. I haven't had time to really stream like that. That's why. And I wanted to focus more on the YouTube channel, but I will get back to Twitch. But anyway, you don't want them to carry that. First of all, that makes zero sense because this is clearly an older version of this Trunks. So why in the heck would his character level carry over to this Trunks' level right here? Man, y'all, I swear you do not want that to happen. That's another ass pull, guys. That would be such an ass pull. I really hope they don't do that. The reason it made sense to do it with Goku and Vegeta was because DLC 2 was going forward in time. So their character level carrying over made perfect sense. You see what I'm saying? And the same thing for Gohan. Now, I will say this. If in the event they do have it to where whatever level this Trunks is at, whatever level this Gohan is at, carries over into the main DLC, in the DLC 3, then that just shows even more that this DLC is going to be pretty difficult. They're going to make the androids very hard to beat. I think after we finish DLC 3, we will be level 300 again. Well, that's what I'm saying. My issue is, how do you, like I said, I don't see them bringing future Gohan into the main game. I don't see them making him a playable character in the main game. A lot of people may be pissed off about that, but like I said in this video, it was the same thing for Vegito. People was like, in your face, DM, you don't know what you talk about. Told you Vegito was going to be playable. And like I said, Vegito's going to be playable, but it's going to be in a role where you're only able to play with him during that particular mission. And people knocked me for it. I wonder if his comments in here. Let me see. I'm gonna go see. Let me go see if I can pull up that video, man. Cause I'm gonna show y'all some of the comments where people was trashing me. I spelled Vegeta wrong. Take that P off. There we go. A very simple explanation of Vegito and his role and lack thereof in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. How to make Vegito playable in Kakarot. Oh, that's Vegito Blue. That's what I was. I'm trying to find the later one. Playable concerns me. I don't know. V-Jump leaks have stated that Vegito. Okay, let's peep this video. I think this is the one. V-Jump Leagues has stated that Vegeta will be a playable character in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. This isn't all bad news. However, I have some concerns depending on how they implement this amazing character into the game. Bro, I'm not going to play this 12-minute video. But look at the 14 dislikes. I wonder how those people feel being wrong. Like, that tickles me, man. It's probably in-game content once the story is all over, all locations. Nope, that didn't happen. Mind you guys, this video was October 18th. I think the other was on the 19th. Because I made this video and then it came out that he was playable, so that's when I updated the other one. Let's see. I think Vegito will be playable just during the fight. That's the same thing I said. Only thing I see possible can happen if they have Vegito chase Boo before. Yeah, man, I'll be excited. I think Perfect World, you could play with him during his fight with Boo, and he'll be playable character after you end the game. Nope, that didn't work out. Fusion skills last an hour in game, not original Z Patora. I'd rather have Vegito, not access, free roam. I may have deleted the comment. This was back then, guys, where when people was trolling and saying bad stuff, I would delete that comment. Vegeta's space pod will be made into Trunks' sword. That don't even make sense. Trunks was level 37 when we fought Mecha Frieza, so we're gonna be below that from the start. Oh, so you're not always wrong. What does that even mean? No, who is always wrong? Nobody's always wrong and no one's always right. I don't know which. If you're trying to say I'm not always right, I was right about the Vegito stuff, and that's what I'm discussing right now. But no, I'm not always right. I never claim to be. I even admit when I'm wrong. Maybe they'll make Boo's Fury what I think they need to do. There's a lot of comments. I'm not finna scroll through all these comments, guys. But I remember I did get some pretty distasteful comments. You mentioned the time limit, power limit, the greatest, most powerful. Look at this one right here. This dude right here. He's been around for a while. Bro, you're nitpicking at this point, or you don't like being wrong. But if you want to be logically speak about things, then we shouldn't even be fighting the random AI enemies in the game. This was one person that was, yeah, this didn't go over well. I openly said I was wrong, so I'm not getting. And actually, guys, I said I was wrong, but I wasn't wrong. I ended up being right. So, yeah. Also, I've talked about the random enemies before when it was still Project Z. I've explained the formula behind playable characters, and in doing that, my point is that Vegito doesn't fit that formula. This is crazy because, okay, so the way that this happened is that they, you know, I explained that Vegito shouldn't be, like, I don't see Vegito being a play. Like, they said Vegito was playable, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. Or before they even said that, people was asking about Vegito, and I was like, the way that this game is structured, I don't see how Vegito becomes a playable character because what the hell is he going to do in the game? You know what I'm saying? And then they made the announcement in the V-Jump that Vegito was playable. And after that, that's when people like Sun Goten right here, and it was some other people too, was like, oh, you know, now in your face, you were wrong. I even made a video. Y'all saw the video just before this one where I was saying I was wrong. You know, he's playable. However, I ended up being right. I ended up being 100% right. You see what I'm saying? So reading this, I was actually right, but I'll explain the formula behind that. Blase. My point is that Vegito doesn't fit that formula. If that's the case, why not make Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu playable? They fought more times than Vegito did. See what I'm saying? And I'm not nitpicking. Since covering this game, we have talked about every single detail. I'm merely stating how I feel about something in the game, as do we all. I have zero issue being wrong, especially considering we've been right about so much more. And for those of y'all who you know, some people still kind of question my, what's the word I'm looking for? Validity. Like, yeah. All right, man. But if it's not any of that, then you were just overthinking. I've heard that so many times on this because it's not really important to be really sitting here having a discussion about, yet he's commenting. Vegito is a fan favorite character that I'm sure 99% of DBZ fandom going to get this game will be extremely happy to play. As in, yeah, you said you have no problem with playing with him, but your small concerns about him is kind of nitpicking. And it wasn't nitpicking. It was me being realistic, setting realistic expectations, because unlike a lot of other people at this time, I have been following the game to a T. I read every interview. I watched every interview. I saw everything about it like that would tell you, like, that same information y'all had that would tell you about this game. And I was like, yo, this isn't fitting right. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure CC2 will handle him well because we barely see him in the anime. And I respect your opinion. Doesn't mean I have to agree with it. And he's 100% right on that. That's what people, this is one thing that people fail to understand about that. Just because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying? You can respect somebody's opinion, disagree with it or whatever. I'm just as hype and passionate for this game as you and want this game to succeed. Vegito is my boy. And see, this right here, this is why I get attacked so much. Like, I got attacked from the Vegito fan base when I said that he wouldn't be playable the way people think. Or he wouldn't be playable. And I even explained what I meant by playable characters. I'm going to get to y'all comments here in a second. Let me get through this segment here. And the same thing happened with Goku Black. When I told people I don't think Goku Black would be in the game and I reported the news that he wouldn't be, the Goku Black fanboys came out the closet on me, man, you know. But Also, I really want to play with free roam and all. And I told y'all that was not going to happen, man. Try picking a topic that DM hasn't covered already, Tom Tom. It's one thing to express your opinion, but to try to put yourself in his shoes right now. At least he's coming up with great material still daily. Oh, and DM, thanks for the discount on that chair, bro. Yeah, that was for the gaming chairs that I had. And that I don't know what Tom Tom said. He's obviously one comment that I probably deleted because he kept spamming a bunch of nonsense. Why shouldn't he though? From what I understand with his comment, he just said, "Do not overthink too much about this Vegito situation." I pretty much doubt he meant I don't want you to discuss about. Okay, yeah, no, that guy was really saying that though. But and I replied to all. There's like 30 some comments on this, man. I haven't paid too much attention to his first comment either. I'm just referring to what he wrote in the second comment about it not being important enough to discuss. Blase, blase. But yeah, so the same way that Vegito wasn't playable is the same way that we could potentially see that happen with Gohan. So let me go back here to the comments. Try to read some of these. Do I think DLC 3 will start with the death of Goku? In the trailer, it says that the story starts 13 years after the death of Goku and the Z Warriors. Some people were asking, would we be able to play that part, or would we be able to play through like Gohan finding out how he became a Super Saiyan and stuff like that? I'm just going off of what evidence we have and what information we've been giving. If they say that the story is starting 13 at that 13-year time point, and this is where they come to this point right here, then that's where the story is going to start. I don't think they're going to show us like we're not going to fight against the androids with the Z Warriors and stuff like that, because the whole premise of this is a world without Goku. You see what I'm saying? Man, you've proved your validity. No need to hyper focus on the Vegito things or previous disagreements with people in general. Garrett, only reason I was doing that is to show correlation between this Gohan being a play, like in the V Jump when they're talking about these two guys being playable, and how they said the same thing about Vegito and he was only playable for a certain particular point in the game. I don't know if you missed that part or not, but it was not me proving my validity. It's me stating that we've been told that these characters will be playable before, and it didn't work out the same way people think. Because right now people are thinking Gohan, future Gohan's playable. We'll be able to play with him in the main game. And the big issue is he dies in the story. And so some people are like, how is this going to work? Because people are wanting to play with him in the main game. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that happens. And I'm just literally explaining contrasting things. Like, for example, if y'all read the Bible, Jesus explains stuff in multiple ways. He explains the same thing in multiple ways so that people are able to gain understanding from it. That's just simply what I'm doing, man. You would be dang if you would have eats lots of meals to be stronger. I bet Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 Legendary Pack is too easy. I hadn't played it yet. The way I see it, if they don't like nor agree with what you say, then just agree to disagree or disagree. Yeah, but you got some immature people, man, that, they don't want to. It's not like they want to disagree with what I'm saying. It's like they trash you about it. You know what I'm saying? Or try to anyway. Credibility. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Yeah, credible. We are the most credible Dragon Ball Kakarot channel. Nobody has more credibility than this channel. And that ain't even a cap. That's a fact. That's fact. I can prove that easy. But yeah. Reading these comments. Appreciate that $10 donation, man. You didn't have to do that. I really appreciate that. I'm going backwards, guys. So if you comment new stuff, I'm trying to go back and read some of the old ones because I like to engage with y'all and share information as well. I'm excited for this Trunks DLC. Can't wait to fight One Arm Gohan. I hope Ratchet and Clank in the Nexus remake and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. The Ratchet and Clank's gonna be nice on PS5. The Future Trunks arc from DBS would have way more content to cover in a DLC. That's actually not true, Legion. I know you just probably feel that way because you would rather have it, but they have a lot of content they can cover with this. Because like I said, and I guess I'll go ahead and get into like the future Dabura stuff, guys. Here's my premises on this, because I did a video way back a couple of weeks ago, last week actually, talking about Goku Black's possibility, and I said that Goku Black can't happen unless you have the Dabura stuff, because the whole thing with Dabura was that in Trunks' timeline is that he killed the Supreme Kai, which then automatically kills off the God of Destruction. It's a very similar situation like between Piccolo and Kami kind of thing. But people were wanting Goku Black, but weren't looking at the fight with Dabura as a catalyst for the Goku Black stuff. Okay. Now, the Goku Black stuff actually happened in Super. The Dabura stuff, on the other hand, was a flashback. And people don't understand that you got Brown. Appreciate that. You said, do you believe CC will make a Super game like Kakarot? Love your work and keep doing you. They could. And I'll get into that after I talk about the Dabura stuff. How many episodes do you think the DLC will have? Main game stories have like 7 to 10 episodes. They could have several. Okay, but anyway, the Dabura thing, in this video, I talked about how Dabura, you couldn't have the Goku Black stuff without Dabura, because Dabura in the story, you read it in the manga. Now, we saw the flashback of this in Dragon Ball Super whenever Trunks was fighting against Goku and Vegeta, training or whatever they was doing. It was a flashback, so we never know when this truly occurred. Now, we know that Goku Black showed up after the fight with Dabura, but we don't know how long after that fight. It could have been immediately after, and it could have been a little bit before. We don't know. But one thing y'all have to understand is that future Trunks is in a future timeline, okay? So can the Dabura stuff still happen? It could. A flashback in Super makes no difference. That's your opinion. You're saying that because now you understand, because it's a flashback, that they could potentially cover it still in Dragon Ball Z. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Because the Goku Super stuff wasn't a flashback. It actually played out in the game. That is Super. However, the Dabura fight was told as a flashback. They never talk about when it happened. It was purely flashback. You see what I'm saying? So it does make a difference. You see what I'm saying? It is still, now I'm going to say it's very slightly possible. I mean, you know, I hope Dabura comes. I would love to see his step up. And I'm going to tell y'all something. You want Dabura in this DLC. The reason why is because canonically or storyly, the way it was in the anime and the manga, and like I said, canon is a fan term, but I'm using it for the sake of the video to relate to y'all. Okay. This is when Trunks gets Super Saiyan 2. And also, as far as content, I talked about it in this video as well. This, if they did Dabura, that would add more content. It also goes along with the main story of the game, because the main story ends with who? Majin Buu. And who's already in the game? Dabura, Babidi. In the Dabura saga, in this part, Future Trunks also fights Pui Pui. He fights Yakon. Supreme Kai's already in the game. Hey, guess what else is in the game? Elder Kai's planet. Yes. The Kai, land of the Kais. Where Trunks in the manga goes to train. You see what I'm saying? But this is why I don't see it happening. Because see this right here? This even appeared in the Dragon Ball Super manga. But like I said, even in the manga, it was a flashback. In the manga, Future Dabura plays a much larger role. He is accompanied by Future Babidi to resurrect Majin Buu. Having spent 10 years to amass enough energy for the resurrection. See this right here? 10 years, guys. That puts it in the Z timeline. Okay. Babidi was around. This is what I'm saying. And I was going to save this for a video, but, you know, Babidi was around during the time of Dragon Ball Z. Even in Trunks' timeline. He was around gathering energy. They just didn't encounter him until after that 10 years was up. You see what I'm saying? He engages in battle with Super Saiyan Future Trunks, Future Supreme Kai, and Kibito, and manages to beat all three of them. He fires his stone spit at Future Trunks' sword, who blocks it with the Z sword. See, because Future Trunks had trained with Supreme Kai. Okay, and he got the Z sword. Now, right before he was gonna break the Z sword that would have released Elder Kai, they got a signal that Dabura was on the move, that Babidi was on the move. So he never got to break open the Z sword, but Trunks went into battle with the Z sword. However, it was turned to stone and shattered when it fell to the ground. Future Dabura then destroys its remnants. When Future Supreme Kai prepared to attack Future Babidi, Future Dabura knocked him to the ground and proceeds to kill Future Kibito with a point-blank ki blast to the face, the same way he killed Kibito in the present world. This sparked Future Trunks' Super Saiyan 2 transformation, and he is beat down by the Saiyan. As he prepares to attack once more, his movements are frozen by Future Supreme Kai, and they're talking about Dabura right there. In the anime, Dabura and Babidi went to Earth to revive Majin Buu. However, Future Trunks has become much stronger, having been instructed by Future Supreme Kai. He faced Dabura and destroys him along with Future Babidi, preventing Future Majin Buu from awakening in his world. But this story is also told in this video game here, Shin Budokai Another Road. Let's see. Let's see when this game came out. $5 donation. I appreciate that, man. What do you think the level cap will be in DLC 3 since we're starting fresh? I don't see them even having to raise the level cap. There's no reason to raise it. One thing people don't realize with a level cap is that with the level cap increase, there's no need, okay? The character skill stats are way more important than the level cap. Okay, so here's the thing again, okay? This is why I believe that Dabura can happen. A flashback in Super means it's super. Not necessarily, Felipe. Y'all see, this is the thing. Y'all mad because if they do put Dabura into the game, y'all gonna be like, oh, that was Dragon Ball Super. No, it wasn't. This story was told in Shin Budokai Another Road, which came out, where was it at? In 2007 in the US. Okay. 2007. Okay. And let's look at the story because it's already pulled up here. Future Dabura appears at the World Martial Arts Tournament with Future Babidi and stole the energy from the tournament fighters to resurrect Future Majin Buu. Future Trunks has his energy stolen by Future Dabura and fights him, but it's defeated by the demon. Future Dabura begins destroying the city after he failed. Future Trunks' time machine and asked the Dragon Team of the past to help him. See, so this came out in Dabura fighting Trunks. Now, it is a different setup because this was during a World Martial Arts Tournament in which Trunks was there. Okay, okay. But what happened in this story with Trunks fighting Dabura is that he gets the time machine and goes back in time to get Piccolo's and them help with Dabura. It's not the same story as it was told in Z with him training with Supreme Kai and stuff. But the fact that Future Trunks did fight Dabura this is way before Super ever came out, guys. That game was not canon. No video game is canon, bro. There is no such video game that is canon. Canon is a fan-made term. Toriyama doesn't use the term canon. They're all renditions of different things. The game still had Future Boot. No, don't try to back up out of now that I'm presenting the evidence that it's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. This is purely speculation. I'm just showing you that there is evidence that predates Dragon Ball Super that shows that Trunks still had a fight with Dabura. Okay. So yeah, as you were. After Piccolo is saved from Babidi's mind control, Vegeta lets himself fall into Future Babidi's spell again. See, because now Trunks has gone back into the past again. Okay. This is after the stuff with Majin Buu happened in the regular Z timeline. See what I'm saying? So the whole thing with Future Dabura, yeah, Dragon Ball Super had a flashback that told about it. They told about it in the manga as well. Future Trunks encountering Dabura actually played out, like we said, back in 2005 when this game was released. All right. This game was released in 2007 in the United States, actually. Y'all seen it. Let me go to it again so y'all can see it again. See? Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai. As a matter of fact, let's go to that wiki. The Dragon Ball wiki. It was on the PSP, bro. And this was a very important storyline. And I actually even talked about some of the storyline in this when I was bringing up the Deborah stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's not possible. Man, your comments kind of sound like it. Y'all trying to say that, oh, if they put Deborah in the game, then they have to put Goku Black in the game because that's Super. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is that Trunks and Deborah have had an encounter in and yes, it was a video game. It was a video game. You're 100% correct. But the producers of this game have even said that they have taken stuff or inspiration from other Dragon Ball games, and they're trying to do something that hadn't been done before. Okay. So Deborah being in that timeline, you don't think they know about this game? Wasn't this made by Bandai? This game is still made by Bandai Namco. So you don't think they have those same resources? Was Shin Budokai produced by Bandai Namco? Let me see if I can pull up the screen art. No, it was an Atari game. Yet and still, they still have those resources. They know that this game exists. See what I'm saying? It's still possible. Let me get to some of these comments real quick. Will we start at level 1 in DLC 3, Gabe? I don't know. That's just me speculating. I hope that we do, because if we start at a high level with the same stats we got with the Trunks in the main game right now, then this DLC won't be very difficult. Like, I mean, it'll be difficult. I'm not going to say it's not going to be difficult. Let me rephrase that. Because one thing we have to realize is that there are going to be times when we're fighting, if not every time, when we're fighting against both androids at the same time. You see what I'm saying? That's very well possible. I mean, they were always together, even though here you don't see Android 18, but here you see 18. You see them attacking individually, but you also see them with a partner attack here. So can you imagine fighting 2 Friezas or 2 Beeruses at the same time as far as aggressiveness and power scale? They're not as strong as those guys, but you got to think Trunks and Gohan they're not strong either. So people are talking about, man, this game, it isn't going to be a challenge because the androids were weak. But you have to think who you're fighting the androids with. You see what I'm saying? They're going to make these androids extremely aggressive and extremely strong. Okay. I don't think we're getting World Flight. No, guys, World Flight was simply for Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour. That's like all it was for. Let it be known that Trunks originally had Super Saiyan 2 transformation in past Budokai video games due to the lack of incorporating grade 2 and grade 3. That is fact. You are right about that. Trunks in previous games did have that. He did have the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, but like he's just saying, that was for something different because they didn't they did have Ultra Trunks. It was one game that did have his Super Saiyan Ascended transformation and still had Super Saiyan 2, but here it tells how he got Super Saiyan 2. I think it covers how he did here. Future Majin Buu refuses to listen to Future Babidi, so Future Babidi leaves him in Future Deborah's care and goes off to New Namek when Deborah sees Buu playing. I talked about this whenever I talked about the Android 21 stuff in the New Namek, but it's very interesting. See, look at that. Battles. Pre-Future Trunks saga. Future Deborah versus Future Trunks. Super Saiyan, that's an anime. Future Deborah, Future Babidi, that's in the manga. And that was played out in Super. But like I said, even with Super, it was a flashback. You know what I'm saying? But the people that's saying, oh, it's a flashback, is still Super. Okay, Super Saiyan God Vegeta is kind of the same situation because we didn't see this until the Dragon Ball Super manga. However, like I explained in many videos, the fact that in Dragon Ball Z, he was able to go Super Saiyan Blue means that he had the ability to go Super Saiyan God. Because in order to go Super Saiyan Blue, you have to be able to go Super Saiyan God. So even though they didn't show it until Super, it's understood that he was, it's obvious, it's clear as day that he was still able to do that. So, World Flight, y'all talking about World Flight there. Canon means what's from the manga. That's not true. Canon doesn't mean it's from the manga. The way that the community is described by Canon is that the same events that happen in the manga happen in the anime. That makes that particular event canon because it happens in both the anime and the manga. Even Geekdom talked about that, and I highly doubt any of us knows more about Dragon Ball than Geekdom. So, he's literally talked to the people that make the stuff. Deborah showing up is part of my theory why I would say it's not possible. That doesn't make sense, but okay. Let me back up some more. Gabe says, will we start at level 1? I already talked about that. I don't know. Canon is fan-made. Yes, canon is a fan-made term, guys. DM, what's your personal thoughts on the upcoming DLC 3, if you would like it, and how would you change the DLC? I like it so far. Like, the whole idea, I would have loved for them to do the Android 21 stuff. They didn't do that. I mean, the door was wide open for them to do it. Like, I did the videos. The evidence is there, but they're not going that route, and that's completely fine. I'm excited about the history of Trunks because I'm interested to see, you know, Trunks is like, we've never got to play the story of his stuff. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, guys, I would have been happy with it going into Super, even though I would prefer Super to be a separate game. I really don't care what route they would have went with the DLC. The fact that it's going to be longer than the first 2 DLCs, that excites me. Now, as far as what I would like to change about it, I don't really know because they haven't really released details about what's going to be in the DLC as far as like how the training and all that's going to be. I imagine it's going to be the same. But if they could change it, I hope they change to where, like, if Chi-Chi is dead in this and you can't eat meals, I hope they change it to where you could train with Gohan and actually increase your stats. Now, if they do that, I wish that they would put that same element in the main game. You see what I'm saying? But other than that, I don't know. What was the message that was retracted on it? He took it off. Don't worry about it. I see a pic of Gohan as Gohan Black. When Gohan died, Toei Mirror raised him up and he felt his evil powers collected within him. You can have the fight Trunks boss battle. So and I've heard this theory as well, Free, where people are saying, I think President Rose was talking about this theory too, where Gohan possibly dies and Toei Mirror does what they did with Gotenks and Vegito and make him a villainous enemy, and that could be the end game boss. I think that there's some different route. Like me personally, bro, I would much rather see like the boss fight be Dabura, simply because, like I said, in the anime, like, you know, in the flashback, that's where he got Super Saiyan 2 from. And we know that he trains with Kibito Kai. And I know people are saying the flashback was in, but I've already shown you that Dabura and Trunks have a history that precedes Dragon Ball Super. You know what I'm saying? It's already understood. It was understood well before that Trunks and Dabura had a history. Even though that was in a video game, you have to understand this is a video game as well. And they are pulling inspiration from those games, from different various games and stuff like that. But the fact that this was a flashback means that it could still happen because right here, Babidi and Dabura was in Trunks' timeline for 10 years. Okay? 10 years. So he didn't just show up. They fought him and then Goku Black showed up. While Black did happen after the Dabura fight, it doesn't specify how long. But the fact that Bunim was around for 10 years means that in that 10 years, Dabura's Babidi started gathering energy after the androids. Or while the androids were still there. You see what I'm saying? So that does open that door for possibility for that. But, you know, I don't think that Toei Mirror make an appearance in this. I would be surprised if they did. It doesn't make sense for him to, in my opinion. Super Saiyan 2 is still possible for future Trunks. He had it in previous games prior to Super officially making it a part of Dragon Ball's story. I'm not even going to say officially making it a part of the story. You know what I'm saying? Because that goes back to the whole canon stuff, man. The way that Toriyama does his writings is in storyboards is he basically gives them an outline. And guys, I did a video with Kenzaru where he even explained this same thing that I'm explaining to you now. Toriyama is not heavily involved with Super or the manga or the anime like you think. He's not writing everything out. You know, Toritaro is and stuff like that. And then Shueisha is doing the anime. 2 different writers. Toriyama basically says this, he gives them something and they basically do their own renditions of it. And Kakarot is the same way kind of thing. But will be dope though. You know, it's not going to happen. I get what you're saying. And hey, if they did it, hey, I'd play it. I'd be cool with it. I really wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? My issue with the whole end game boss is we know that the history of Trunks ends with them going back into the present time, into the Goku's timeline. And we know that in Z, he goes back to that time, his timeline, and he easily defeats the androids and easily defeats Cell. So I don't see how they make them an end game boss. Like they would have to lie and say that, if they made that fight a struggle, that is not true to the events that we know of with this, because this is based off of this. It's based off of the history of Trunks anime and manga. But I know I feel like they're gonna do more with it. But like that just bothers me. Like it would suck if you go back in your timeline and they make like Imperfect Cell the final fight and they make it a difficult fight, like, because it wasn't difficult. So in order to stay true to that, like they've done with every part of the game so far, Frieza was a difficult fight. Beerus was a difficult fight, in the main game, not so much so, but I think they learned from their mistakes in the main game and made those other enemies more difficult because of the stuff that we were talking about and stuff. They even gave Beerus a boost with the Frieza DLC and stuff like that. So it's possible that they could, make Imperfect Cell more powerful. I mean, I don't, or they could incorporate Toa and Mira and make it to where they possess Imperfect Cell or something like that. That's possible. Would it suck? Is it an ass pull? Yeah, because like I said, the Dabura route is a wide open door because, like I said, Babidi was there for 10 years gathering energy. They don't have to play it out the same way it played out in Super. They don't have to play it out the same way it played out in Shin Budokai. They can, but the fact that Dabura and them were there, you see what I'm saying? That leaves that door open. Super won't work as Kakarot style game. It won't. That's why I said Super needs to be its own separate game, because with Dragon Ball Super, especially getting into like the tournaments, you got three tournaments in Dragon Ball Super. You got the Universe 6 and 7 tournament. You have the exhibition tournament where like Goku fought Toppo and stuff. And then you have the Tournament of Power, all of which they were fighting on the ground. Like, bro, Super needs to be its own separate game. Remember that Kakarot does not cover Super. Repeat that for the people in the back. Yes. Kakarot does not cover Super. Why didn't they fix the levels in the time machine? What do you mean by fix? They never stated that the levels in the time machine were supposed to be anything. They never stated that. So there's nothing to fix because there's nothing broken. You see what I'm saying? The fact that they didn't fix the levels because you're going back in time. It doesn't make sense for them to make, if Raditz wasn't a level 300 guy as powerful as that would make him, the reason they didn't fix it in the time machine is because you have villainous enemies in the main game. Okay? So if anything, instead of fixing it in the time machine, like, I don't understand why people complain about the time machine still, because I've said this many times. Just go fight villainous enemy Raditz. He's at a higher level. Now, one thing that I would say that they could do instead of fixing a time or boosting the level of the time machine, guys, is number one, just create a completely new game plus thing where the enemies are buffed the same way that they buffed Beerus, made him more powerful, gave him different attacks. They can do that to the main characters in the game, the main villains in the game, is through a new game plus, boost their strength and power level, make them more powerful, or they could just simply give a boost to the villainous enemies that are already in the game, if that makes sense. What we mean is the only reason Dabura and Trunks fight is known is because it was in the Goku Black arc. That is not true. I just showed you. People knew that Dabura and Trunks fought before back into, if you played this game, you were aware of Trunks and Dabura fighting. That's happened in the video game. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying from like a manga anime standpoint. I get that. But yet and still, it was a flashback. And because it is a flashback, it wasn't played out. Same way, Vegeta going Super Saiyan God didn't happen until the manga. You see what I'm saying? In the Goku Black mangas, when they first saw Vegeta go Super Saiyan God, it still was attainable and it still pretty much happened in Z, even though it wasn't shown. So I get what y'all are saying, but because this was a flashback, Now, like I said, if they were to do this story, people would be pissed off because it's like, oh, wait, that was in Super. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you a loophole that they can use to make it happen is that it was a flashback. And you can't argue against that because nothing shows, when that happened. It doesn't even give a age. It's death date. It's 795. Let me show y'all. It's 795. Future Trunks trains with Future Shin. Future Dabura kills Future Kibito. Future Old Kai. Future Shin, leading to the Future Beerus death. Future Trunks kills Dabura and Future Bobbity, having Future Boo's resurrection. Goku Black threatens Future Trunks' world. That occurred in that same time frame. But what you have to understand is that this is when he encountered Future Dabura. But not Future Dabura. Future Dabura and Bobbity was in Trunks' timeline 10 years prior to this. And so in age 895. So let's see if we can search age. What happened in age 895? Let's go look in Trunks' timeline. They don't even give anything for that. Oh, this is in the regular timeline in age 895. They're not going to Future Trunks' timeline. They're looking at 895 as the present timeline, and that's where you get into GT. So even with that being said, you know, in Trunks' timeline, 695. Okay, that's probably why they didn't. Let's look at that age 695. Okay. And we still can't look at age 695. Come on, man. Oh, let's look Future Trunks and androids. Future Trunks androids. Do they have a wiki for this? The fandom, there it goes. I mean, that's just Future Trunks' timeline stuff. See, you got the anime and the manga slides there. See, age 766 is when they got him being born. You got some asterisks there. Trunks is born in the present timeline. And of course, it would be the same age as the previous timeline. Future Goku dies of a heart virus around November. Okay, let's go to age 6. Next timeline age. I don't think they show the alternate timeline. Dr. Zoro is killed by Future Android 18. Future Pilaf, Shin gather Earth's Dragon Ball, summon Future Shinran to wish for their youth to be restored. Piccolo is killed by Future 18 right after Future Pilaf gang wish is made, resulting in the death of Future Kami. The androids kill all the Dragon Ball team except for Future Gohan and Future Trunks. Okay. And this is age 767. Okay. The other stuff, this isn't even, bro, I'm tripping, dude. I'm tripping bad. Like, I'm went back 100 years. I was supposed to only go back 10 years. Bro, why y'all didn't tell me that, man? I'm tripping. Okay, so 795, we need to be in age 785, bro. I'm so sorry, y'all. Let me look at that. Age 785, right? What happened in age 785? In the alternate timeline, Future Trunks returns and kills Future Android 17 and Future Android 18. In this year, or shortly before, Future Bobbity began collecting energy for Future Majin Buu. So there you go, right there. Right after the androids were defeated, when Trunks goes back to the present time, Bobbity begins collecting energy for Majin Buu. So it is very possible still that they could run into Dabura, because in age 785, in Trunks' timeline, that's not in the Super yet. Super Goku Black doesn't show up until 795, until 10 years later. So for those of y'all who's saying that it couldn't happen, bro, it can still happen. Let me scroll back and look at some of these comments that's been made. If 21 is an android, wouldn't she survive in Trunks' future? Couldn't she make an appearance in DLC 3? She would have time to unlock her Majin power. I don't see that happening though, because the whole reason for Android 21 being in the timeline she was in was she was gathering energy as well. Like, I mean, it would be a butt pull to put her in Trunks' timeline. There's no reason for her to be there. And if she was there in the future, I mean, if they look at it as a future sense, I can understand what you're saying. Like in Kakarot in the main game, you're going in the future Trunks' timeline and they're incorporating her with the androids. I mean, if it happened, I'd be surprised. I'd be interested to see that story. And I'd end up being right about Android 21 being in the game. But I don't, even though it would make me right with them putting her story in the game, I wouldn't want to see it that way. I wouldn't want to see it that way because I mean, what is she gonna do in future Trunks' timeline, bro? You know, you got Trunks and Gohan. I mean, is she gonna rule the world, or it? And Kakarot could use some stuff from the main game. Like, I mean, they could make it to where because Jiro's still talking about creating the super android. You got Bobbity still talking about his plans. He could contact his future self or something like that in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And I mean, you just never know, but that stuff is extremely rare to happen. I don't see them using Android 21 in DLC 3. If they did, I'd be surprised. And like I said, it'd make me right because they would use Android 21. We would see her story. It wouldn't happen the same way I said, but it would still potentially happen. But I don't see that. I mean, that would be I would rather them go the Deborah route. It makes sense for that story's timeline. Doesn't make sense to go back in time at all. I would have been excited with anything they put in DLC 3. Still can't wait to play it. I'm with you on that. It already covered Super. SS God Vegeta is only from Super. No, he is not only from Super. Guys, if you still saying that Super Saiyan God Vegeta is only from Super, you are an idiot. And if that offends you, so what? Stop being stupid. The fact that Vegeta is able to go Super Saiyan Blue, I showed that in the last video, bro. The fact that he can go Super Saiyan Blue, he has to first have been able to go Super Saiyan God. It's not like he just immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. It doesn't work that way. That's why they even had Goku explain it. Yes, we didn't actually see him use the red form till the manga version of Goku Black. He was still able to do it, man. Just like right now, there's somebody doing something right now. You can't see them doing it. Don't mean they're not able to do it. Like, if y'all got kids and you hear your kids say a cuss word, that doesn't mean that's their first time saying it. If they know how to say it, more than likely they've said it before. So, dude, stop saying that. DM Gaming, you have any interest in playing Outriders? Yes, I've been playing the beta. I'm excited for that game to come out at the end of the month. Why Broly exists in Datamine? I explained that, Wazim, and you follow the channel. You should know. I explained that. Broly and PyCon are in the data mine because they are in the cards that are in Cards Warriors. Broly was in Vidal's card. It was just a commentary where I showed that before. I've done a video on that as well. They were in the Card Warriors where if you go into the cards in the encyclopedia, they have like quotes and stuff like that. On one of Vidal's cards is where the Broly one was at. Another one was on another card where they was talking about PyCon. Yeah, sticking to the anime. I don't know why they added Time Machine as a thing to replay missions. Should have done New Game Plus. They added Time Machine so that because the way the game works, you can't go back and play previous subquests. And so if you missed the subquest, you weren't able to go back and do it. Now, I would have been happy if they would have left the Time Machine with simply just you being able to go back and play those subquests. But the fact that they made it to where you can replay main missions, that's the part that was dumb to me because you literally one-shot everything. And then on top of that, once Super Saiyan God came out, they gave Goku and Vegeta the ability to transform. And not only that, but they advertised you going back. Remember the V-jumps? They showed Super Saiyan God Vegeta fighting, who was it? Dodoria. That was so stupid because they made it look like it was an actual fight when we all know even if you didn't play the main game and you unlocked Super Saiyan God Vegeta, you were still going to like one-shot Dodoria. That's how strong you'd have to be. You had to be at least, you know what I'm saying? So that stuff didn't make any sense, bro. That was crazy. Super Saiyan God Vegeta is implied in Resurrection of F. How do you not get that? He get it, man. Dude just trolling, man. He just doesn't want to be wrong. What about the idea of us playing our parts in the main game from Trunks' angle when he time travels? I've talked about that, dude. I've talked about that in the video. Where's that video at? Right here. When I'm talking about 8 to 12 hours, I literally talk about that scenario where we potentially go back in time. Like whenever we get to the part in the history of Trunks where he goes back into the present timeline, they let us play like it. For example, the fight with Trunks and Cell was monumental in the anime, but we didn't play that in the main game. Perhaps they let us play that. You know, we get to experience it from Trunks' point of view going back in time. Possibly, you know, I'm not saying that they will, but you know. Ty White, and y'all, I'm behind on the comments. I'm just trying to catch up on some stuff. The day that happens, it'll be that for share gamers and anime fans alike, if they are more like developers of Dying Light. Okay. DM, do you think we'll be able to play as Kid Gohan in a world without Goku? I don't. Reason why is because the trailer tells us that the story takes place. The story takes place whenever Trunks, or it takes place 13 years after. You know, they show the trailer with them dying, like this trailer here and all that. And it says that the story takes place 13 years after. I would show it, but they're going to strike my channel if I do that because they struck this video down. I mean, it's there, but I'm not, you know, they claimed it. And you can only get so many strikes before YouTube like deletes your channel and all that. I ain't trying to do all that. See, I'm just not getting to the comments where y'all were correcting me on the age. I appreciate that, y'all. We have never played a faithful Dragon Ball game made off the entire game, as in just Z, no Android 21, no Mirror, no Tora, just Z and Super. You haven't. I have. There's a game called Dragon Ball Z, Legend of the Super Saiyan. It was on Super Nintendo, and it literally followed the anime and manga up until the Frieza saga. And after that, they didn't go past that, but still, you know. Have you read the Granola? Yes, I have. What's up? Final question, when the next upload? Probably tomorrow. Since I'm doing a live stream today, I don't tend to do videos, but I may do a video today talking about playable Gohan and playable Trunks. I may go ahead and put that in a video today. The release date, Paul, they said late summer. They haven't given us an official release date. All I'm saying is if they use stuff from Super, because his Super Saiyan God attack is from the Super Broly movie. But it's, oh my gosh. I get what you're saying, man, but I get what you're saying, but that they said they're not doing Super, bro. They're not doing storylines from Super, so they're not. Goku Black isn't happening. He's not happening, man. That's just, it's a video game. Like, okay, he's Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Like, they got to give him some attacks. So, you know. I mean, like Goku, his Kamehameha, that wasn't in, he didn't use that in anime or manga, you know, so. And then it was in Xenoverse first, so, you know, I don't know. It doesn't make it Super content, though. That doesn't make it Super. That's just a video game creating a move for a character. It doesn't. Dragon Ball Z extends to Resurrection F. We've been trying to tell him that, dude. He won't listen. DM Gaming, do you think Mirror and Tora will intervene in Trunks' timeline? That's a very difficult question. The reason why is because the whole point of Toa and Mirror going to different timelines is to gain power. Mirror fights powerful warriors and gains power. My issue with them going to Trunks' timeline is that they've already been into the main timeline where there's far stronger fighters. Like even Gohan and Goku in that timeline, Gohan and Trunks in that timeline, they're stronger than the future Trunks' timeline. I don't see a reason for them going to Trunks' timeline because there's no strong fighters there. You know, and when they take over an enemy, like say they went to that timeline and they possess the androids, which they could do that in the game. For all we know, Tora and Mirror could show up, possess the androids, possess Imperfect Cell, and that be the boss battle. Like I said, that would suck. But they could do that because those assets are already in the game. Tora and Mirror's already in the game. We know they left to a different timeline, you know, and it hasn't been stated, so they could very well have gone to. Let's look that up. Tora and Mirror, DBZ Kakarot. Let's look up a video. I want to see exactly what they say at the end of the boss fight Xander Anesthetics. That's his channel. See where I'm getting the video feed from. I just want to see that final cut scene. We've done all. Get out of the way. They say here, we've done all we can do here, but that doesn't mean the fun has to end. I'll leave you with some of my creations. They should provide enough entertainment for you until we meet again. See, so they never said anything about going to a different timeline. Where did they say? I don't know where people have gotten that from. Okay, here it goes. I'm sorry. We'll move to another timeline. We should be able to procure more energy there. So Toa does say that they went to another timeline. Now that timeline, I don't see it being Future Trunks' timeline. I don't see it being Future Trunks' timeline. Because she says we'll procure more energy there. But how? Because Trunks and Gohan are weaker than the Goku that they just fought against. Like this Goku that we just fought against, because this is at the end of the game, mind you. This Goku is far stronger. Look, he's even Super Saiyan 3. See what I'm saying? He is way stronger than the androids at this point. So them going back into a timeline with weaker characters, it doesn't make sense to me. But I'm not saying they won't do it. They could do it. Technically, they could. They could do whatever they want with the game. But I don't see them doing that. That part doesn't make sense. Like if that part was in the game, I would be like, okay, y'all just doing stuff for the sake of doing stuff at this point, because that makes no sense to the game for them to go to Future Trunks' timeline when Trunks is clearly not that strong. You see what I'm saying? This is Toa, Mira at level 100. Now I don't know if any commentary happened at the Did any commentary happen after the level 250 Mira fight? I don't know if it did. I want to see if there was any commentary after that, because that's what's gonna lend more information. I don't think it did. He just shows up and he's level 250. They just bumped his level. The story, there was no story element to it, was it? No, there wasn't. So going back, and this is why I say I think Toa and Mira were just simply for the main game. Because we know in their timeline, they went to, at Xenoverse, they did go to that timeline with Gohan, but with Future Gohan. They did it in Xenoverse. So they could do it here too. Just keep your head on the swivel. Let me see. They said here, the source of villainous enemies is gone, but the enemies themselves have shown up again in all areas. If you defeat them again, they'll come back, making the perfect. See, and that's why I said I think Toa and Mira were just a catalyst to put this in here. But let's see. Toa, Mira, Future, Gohan, Xenoverse 2. Let's see. I hadn't played Xenoverse 2 in so long. But we do know that they were there. Toa and Mira shows up, but look, Future Gohan's there, but he dies in the fight with the android. So Toa and Mira showing up with Future Gohan, that's the new stuff. I don't want to look at that. You see what I'm saying? If Toa and Mira shows up in this timeline, that doesn't make sense, because that would mean they would have to show up before Future Gohan even died. But you see here, are they possessed? They're not possessed by Toa and Mira. Trunks, at this point in Xenoverse, Trunks simply goes back in time to save Gohan. But Toa and Mira didn't show up in this particular timeline. See, that's the thing. Trunks just trying to save him. See, they're not possessed by Toa and Mira. I don't think they ever get possessed. Do they ever get possessed by Toa and Mira? Somebody let me know in the comments. "17 got stronger through training and was the same level as Goku." He wasn't the same level as Goku Blue. That's not, no. 17 was not the same power level as Goku at Super Saiyan Blue. One thing y'all have to understand, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, But the whole premise of Super Saiyan Blue, okay, you have to understand this. Super Saiyan God, I'm gonna do a video on this. Super Saiyan God is God Ki. That's all there is. It's just them using God Ki. Super Saiyan Blue is them transforming into Super Saiyan while maintaining God Ki. Super Saiyan Blue is mastery of God Ki in a sense. So yeah, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, but here's the thing. Super Saiyan Blue gives him way more control of his ki than base Super Saiyan does. So yeah, he was fighting against 17 at Super Saiyan Blue, but I mean, it doesn't mean that Android 17 was that strong. You see what I'm saying? It just means that, because he even fought against Krillin in Super Saiyan Blue. Krillin in 18. Are they that strong? No. You know what I'm saying? Super Saiyan Blue gives them ultimate ki control. That's basically all that is. But even here in Xenoverse, like I said, Toe and Mira never came into this timeline. Trunks just went back in time, and that's what messed stuff up. He messed that up. Correct? Look, I know the future. I know what the future has in okay, let's look at their conversation here. We could Gohan, he said we could use someone as strong as you to help protect this world. So what do you say? I'd be honored when Cell shows up a few years from now. See, this is after defeating the androids, which is dumb because we know that future Trunks from the present timeline it comes back. So why do they have Xeno Trunks here? It's Xenoverse. It's a video game. They could do stupid stuff like that. The two of us should be able to defeat him easily. We need to destroy Cell's eggs in this era. Oh, and we need to do something about the slumbering Boo 2. Even in Xenoverse 2, bro, Trunks is letting y'all know that Boo is around. Like, they can easily they can do Dabura, bro. They can do Dabura. Like, that's very doable because it's even confirmed through other games that Boo is, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying. Cell, Boo, what are you talking about? Look, I know what the future has in store. I have to use that knowledge to restore peace. Amazing, you're like your very own crystal ball or something. So if they can use Toe and Mira from Xenoverse, from Dragon Ball Online, then they can use Dabura, because even in this game, they confirmed that Dabura and Babidi was around after the androids. First things first, though, we need to tell Bulma and Trunks of this era that the androids have been defeated. And see, this is where Trunks messes up the timeline. See, this isn't the same Trunks. Like, this Trunks is not this Trunks. It's a different timeline. Because there's even another timeline where Cell kills this Trunks and gets, not this particular Trunks, but he kills future Trunks and takes his time machine. There's multiple timelines, guys. Are you going to make a video on how the DLC will be 8 to 12 hours long? I already have. It's right here. It's right here. Go to the videos and it's right here. 8 to 12 hours. And I'll do an update video, but I've already done a video. Let me back up some. Got to catch up with the comments. They could power them up. So yeah, they could. It's possible. I'm not gonna rule it out. What if the 250 or 300 Goku that we fight with the mirror? What if that Goku is from? We don't fight Goku. What are you talking about? We fought Goten. We fought Gotenks and Vegito, which that was just for the game, guys. What timeline would they have come from? You know, that's they would have had to have gone to a timeline where they existed. It wasn't from Trunks' timeline. What if that Goku is from the timeline that Mira and Toro went to, because the DLCs are not a part of the main story? But the DLCs do take away from the main story in Kakarot. That's why Trunks was in the Super Saiyan God ritual and stuff. That's why the Ginyu Force was in DLC 2 instead of Tagoma and them, because they are taken from the main game. And you might say, okay, but what about Trunks? They are still taken from the main game with that, because Trunks is in the main game. You're hearing his background story. Not a stretch, literally a fact. That's not a fact, bro. I don't know how the villainous enemies keep showing up. I hate how they keep showing up. It's an end game concept, guys. The whole thing with the villainous enemies in Kakarot is an end game thing. It's something at the end of the game that allows you to continue to train. Like, let's go. Let me see. I go back to that video. I just passed it. See, it even tells you it's for training purposes, really for you to get stronger. See, if you defeat them again, they'll come back, making them the perfect opponents to fight to get stronger. That's why they keep coming back. They're there for you to train against to get more experience and finish and leveling up. This was before we had the time machine and we learned about spamming it with Banyu. And because I would even go around and fight the villainous enemies because you actually got more. Like once you got to the top level villainous enemies, you got more key or more experience, I think, than you did in the time machine fighting Banyu. But it's such a grind to have to fight through all of them to get there that it's easier just to fight through Banyu. 17, okay, we went through that. Super takes place before the end of Z. Yes, that is true, but it's still super. And they said no super in the game. Yes, but in an alternate ending, same bond. DM Gaming 5, you think we will fight Goku in DLC 3? Why would we fight Goku in DLC 3? DLC 3 is literally talked about as a world without Goku. It doesn't make sense to fight Goku. Y'all really stretching this Goku Black stuff, dude. Because I know you looking at, oh, well, Toa and Mira could possess Goku and bring him to Trunks' timeline and he have to fight that Trunks. Like, bro, if they did that, like, that's just like fighting the Goku Black. It's an evil Goku. I don't see them doing that. I don't know what would be the reason for them doing that. It would make more sense for them to possess Gohan than for them to possess Goku. But I don't know. I don't think we will. It doesn't mean he was at full power either. Dog, 17 is not as strong as Super Saiyan Blue. That is major cap. So basically, Super Saiyan God is a catalyst for Super Saiyan Blue. Yes. Yes. Matter of fact, let's go to the Dragon Ball Wiki. Like, it even explains it in the Wiki. Super Saiyan Blue. I mean, this is it, and I'm pulling this up because it even pulls a quote from the movie. Where does it say it at? See, as the author explained it, as Goku similarly mentions in the movie, the form is a result of a Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God further transforming into a Super Saiyan. He literally says that in the movie. So in order to even go Super Saiyan God, you have to go super. You have to, I mean, in order to go Super Saiyan Blue, you have to be able to go Super Saiyan God first. Does that make sense? So yes, it is a catalyst. You can't go Super Saiyan Blue until you're able to even transform into Super Saiyan God. And the fact that Vegeta was going Super Saiyan Blue in Fukatsu no F, which was a Z movie, way before it was in the anime, way before it was in the manga, means that he had the ability to go Super Saiyan God. They just didn't cover it. They didn't cover him going Super Saiyan God. We don't know how he obtained it. Did they do the ritual again? From the way that it was explained to me, or the way that I understood it, is that Vegeta learned how to tap into God Ki on his own. He didn't have to go through the ritual. He learned to tap into it on his own. There's always another way around it. Same way Beer is telling Vegeta right now. There's more, ways to get stronger than Ultra Instinct. You know what I'm saying? So there's things stronger than that or whatever, so the multiplier of Super Saiyan Blue is not 50 times 50 because I don't know about all that. They don't talk about all that. Go to 17 versus Goku. I know about 17 versus Goku, bro, but 17 is not on the same strength level with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. He's not. You can't make him be. Is he strong? Yes. But he is not stronger than Goku as Super Saiyan Blue. Gohan pushes Goku to use Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, which Akira said Gohan and 17 were even. Bro, can Gohan and 17 defeat Goku? No. That means they're not as strong as Goku at full power. They're not, man. That's Super. That was Super's way of making Gohan and 17 relevant for the Tournament of Power. They are not stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. Especially not after the Tournament of Power. They're not. We will see how Gohan cut his hand. Yep, cut his arm, honestly. Not Goku Black, bro. The main game when Goku, we time travel after killing Mecha Frieza. What game are you talking about? I'm not talking about Xenoverse, man. We time travel after killing Mecha Frieza. When did we fight a villainous Goku in Kakarot? Android baiting, best girl, Trunks timeline, of course. Yeah, differently. 18 is a cutie. 18, that's Bay right there, man. Y'all back off. He said everybody dumb. In Trunks' timeline, Gohan was way stronger than Goku because Goku died. That is not true. That's not true. Goku was still stronger than Gohan was. And we know this. Gohan is never... Only time Gohan was stronger than Goku was in the present timeline when he fought against Cell. Adult Gohan in this timeline, in Trunks' timeline, if Goku was still alive, Goku would be stronger than him still. I think kids are in the comments. It's some adults in this comments that's brainwashed too. We got a $5 donation. I appreciate that, man. I don't know why everyone wants Goku Black so bad. He's a cool enemy, but he's irrelevant in the game. And Goku Black wouldn't fit in this game, man. Because you would literally be skipping. Like, what sense would it make to put Goku Black in the game, but you don't even put the Universe 67 tournament in the game? And I know you're going to say, but because we're in Trunks' timeline. But, bro, you skipping content that's relevant. Because without the Universe 67 tournament, you don't even have the Tournament of Power. You see what I'm saying? And guess what else? In the Goku Black arc, or the Future Trunks arc, Gowasu is watching Goku fight in the Universe 6v7 tournament on GodTube. How do you explain that? Come on, man. Y'all see, no, people want to skip content to get what they want in the game. And there's nothing wrong with wanting that. But it has to make sense for the game. I don't say anything that doesn't make sense for this game. Never have, never will. I think they stated there are two ways to get God Ki as Saiyans. It's with the ritual or either training with someone with God Ki. Yeah, like Vegeta did. He trained with Whis. And that's how he was, he discovered God Ki that way. He didn't go through the ritual. No time for studying when the world is in danger. Gohan had to train. He did, man. But to say that he would have been stronger than Goku, that's just opinionated. I don't think he would have been. Otherwise, if he would have been stronger than Goku, then Bulma wouldn't have sent Trunks back in time. Like, I don't know. Gohan would have been able to defeat it. Who you talking about, Android 18 or Bulma? I'm talking about both of them, first of all, and Android 21. All of them. And Vados. It's super. That would be cool if they showed how the Prince did that. The androids have infinite ki. No, they don't. That's not true. They have infinite stamina. But it doesn't make them specifically Super 17 stronger than Goku at Super Saiyan Blue. Additionally, Goku wasn't going all out. He wasn't. He was testing them. But yeah, like the androids, and that's the thing too. I mean, if you equate ki to stamina, then yeah, the androids don't. They have infinite stamina. And thus they can maintain their ki longer. Goku and them, because they're not biological, creatures, they run out of stamina. And that's because, like Super Saiyan 3, for example, it's hard to maintain Super Saiyan 3 because it's so plexing on your body. You run out of stamina, and the stamina is what allows you to maintain your ki. So I guess you could say that then, yeah, that they have unlimited ki. I don't know. You could say that. You could argue that. Didn't Vegeta possibly achieve Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan by charging his aura into the sky? I'm pretty sure there was a scene that alluded to Vegeta charging it. No, that's not how you got it. What's up, Devious? He said, OMG, I'm talking about how in the main game we fought future Trunks as Goku, who just came from Yardrat. So what if in the DLC they let us fight Yardrat Goku as Trunks? Oh, then just say that, dude. I didn't know what you was talking about because we was talking about villainous enemies. That's when that. So I've talked about that. How whenever we go back in time, like you got to go back and watch these older videos, man. When we go back in time, it is possible. If they get to that part, how they could extend it to. When we go back in time, we could play everything from Trunks' point of view. But then people would be so mad because we would literally fight Mecha Frieza all over again, or they could do it as a cutscene. The Goku thing, we've already done that. I mean, we fight him with future Trunks. I mean, we still would lose the fight. I mean, we would win the fight, but it would still be a loss in a sense. That wouldn't make sense. The whole thing with Cell, the whole thing with training with Vegeta, like all of that is possible. We could do everything from Trunks' point of view. But my issue with that is the DLC is touted as a world without Goku. I would love for us to be able to go back and experience everything from Trunks' point of view. This would also explain and show us how Trunks actually got stronger. You see what I'm saying? But will they do that? I don't know. I hope they do. I know people would be upset, but it would completely make sense for the DLC. Because if we go back in time, they're either going to let us play some of that stuff or they're going to do it as a cutscene where they explain what happened when Trunks went back in time. And then we come back into Trunks' timeline in the DLC stronger. You see what I'm saying? If that makes any kind of sense, I wonder how they're going to handle that. Because if they end the DLC with us getting the time machine, because I guarantee that's going to be like a main mission or a sub quest where we find parts for the time machine in that 3-year time skip and stuff. But that's going to be so bad if DLC 3 ends with us going back in time. That's going to suck. I don't see them ending it like that. Future Trunks spars with Goku to test his Super Saiyan, and Goku showed what he was capable of with one finger. True. Play the game. It shows it's been updated in my settings. Yeah, I saw it. It's just quality of life fixes for the card stuff. Why would you, as a DB lover or fan and gamer, why would you want to skip content to lengthen the longevity of the game? Exactly, Ty, and I've said that many times. Kakarot would benefit from them showing every single thing, so there's no need to skip the Universe 67 tournament just to get the Goku Black. None. That would be the stupidest thing in the world, man. And I know people are immediately going to say, but they skipped all of the Z movies to get to Guts and Frieza. There is a very, very reasonable explanation as to why they skipped the Z movies as far as DLC goes. And I'll tell y'all why. Because it contradicts what happens in the timeline of the main game. Point blank, period. It contradicts it. For example, the Harudagon movie. Kid Trunk, just go back and watch the movies, man. They don't line up with what happened in the main story. So that may be their reason. I don't know. That's my reason why I would say they didn't put them in there. Because they don't actually line up with the story. But they could have made it line up with the story. They just would have been different. You know what I'm saying? Same way they did Battle of Gods and stuff like that. What I think really happened is Bandai didn't plan on this game lasting very long. And they didn't give CyberConnect 2 a very big budget. This is the Bandai thing. It's not a CyberConnect 2 thing. Bandai tells CyberConnect 2 what they want. And CyberConnect 2 does it. I think the reason they went with Battle of Gods and Fukasa no F is because they want to sell season passes. Because that's more revenue. And what better way to sell season passes than to, hey, let's put some Dragon Ball Super content in there, or some content from Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, some content that people are familiar with. You know what I'm saying? Let's put Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue in there. I said Dragon Ball Super, but it's from Dragon Ball Z. It's from the movies. But heck, I'm pretty sure people would have bought the... Well, I ain't gonna say that. Let's say that they did put all the movies as DLC. This wouldn't have made sense because people would have been like, yo, that should have been in the main game. Those people probably wouldn't have bought it. I don't know. Let me back up. I'm going back and looking at y'all's comments, bro. Y'all on these comments, and I appreciate that. You talking about getting a sword from the dude with the flute? No. I talked about that earlier with Tapion, guys. This is like, okay, for example, this is one of the movies, Wrath of the Dragon. This movie it doesn't occur in future Trunks' timeline. So this Trunks doesn't get his sword from Tapion, or we never really see where he gets the sword from. It's assumed that he got it from Gohan, because after Gohan dies during the 3-year time skip, after Gohan dies and Trunks goes Super Saiyan in the history of Trunks, he goes into the closet and comes out with a sword. We never see where he got it from, but we know it wasn't Tapion, or it wasn't this version of Tapion, because Tapion, in order for Tapion to exist, Hirudegarn have to exist as well. And we know future Trunks ain't beat Hirudegarn because it took Super Saiyan 3 Goku to do that. You see what I'm saying? If that makes any kind of sense. Which I know that makes sense to y'all. So, Warrior of Hope sound like Trunks' point of view DLC because it was simply about his timeline. They would keep the name History of Trunks. Well, not necessarily, guys, because even in the History of Trunks, the manga wasn't named the History of Trunks. The name of the manga wasn't the History of Trunks. That was the name of the anime. And there were some differences. The manga was named something different. Where's the manga comparison at? See, right here, the after aforementioned manga version was at the end of volume 33, and the full title was Dragon Ball Trunks, the Story, the Lone Warrior. See what I'm saying? So History of Trunks was the anime version. The manga version wasn't named History of Trunks. It was named Dragon Ball Trunks, the Story of the Lone Warrior. And that was their rendition because the manga was different from the anime. There were some differences. Now, in this version, it has a different name. Why? Because there are going to be some differences. Even though in the V-Jumps they said it's going to be similar to, or its inspiration is drawn from the History of Trunks and from the manga, but there are going to be differences, thus the different name. You see what I'm saying? And like Kenzaru told us when we did that video together, Kakarot is just like Toriyama gives them one thing. The anime has their rendition. The manga has their rendition. Kakarot is another rendition of the same thing. Canon is a fan term, y'all. Quit saying that. It's the fan-made term, bro. I think in this DLC, the Cell Saga and Future Trunks Saga would probably be the same. They should merge them. It would benefit the game and the storyline if they did, because we would see what happened. Because if this ends with them going back, it doesn't make sense for them to do this DLC only to have it end with the androids still alive. Because the whole thing is the struggle against the androids, right? For how he says, DM Gaming 5, I think they will let us travel back and forth a couple of times. Oh, I had the same sub quest for Time Machine parts I did. Yeah, I think they'll do a sub quest with us gathering stuff for the Time Machine. And it is possible, speaking of which, the time travel back and forth, Leo, I will say this. The same way in the other DLCs, how we were able to go to the little energy thing and go back to the main game, it's possible that there could be a time machine in the game that takes us back to the main game. And because instead of having that beam of light that take us back to the main game, they could. But as far as being in continuity with the story, now it won't be a time machine that's really functional in the sense where you could go back and no, but just as a fun little nugget, Easter egg kind of thing, instead of having Whist's beam of energy that takes you back to the main game in the previous DLCs, they could have put a time machine there to take you back to the main game. That would be funny. Something just a little funny and cool to do. For how far they're willing to take Trunks' timeline for us to play is still the big mystery, no matter how much evidence we pull up. Might be the best. Yeah, and it is a big mystery. What is going to be the how is this going to end? I have my speculations because it didn't make sense for them not to put Trunks' stuff at the end of the Cell Saga like it was in the anime and the manga. So my only thing is that they're saving it for the DLC because they're going to have to defeat the androids. And Cell is a part of the androids timeline story. The android saga was really the Cell Saga in a sense. It was the android / Cell Saga. So kind of wish this game started with Dragon Ball. That would be cool. It really would have. Honestly, I think they may put Goku Black in the DLC and just do a time skip. And no, they already said no Super. They're not doing Goku Black. They said the game is not Super. It's Dragon Ball Z and everything that goes along with Z. And that's crazy because they say everything that goes along with Z, yet they don't have the Z movies in the game. But whatever. But no, that Goku Black won't be in the game. They can easily get 8 to 12 hours in this. The people that argue how can they get 8 to 12 hours, you're thinking of this just being about the history of Trunks. You're not looking at how Kakarot has done every story. Okay. For example, in the Frieza saga, you go back and play the main game. There's a lot of filler stuff that the game does to extend the length of the arcs through different subquests and things like that. You know, even playing the main game, you actually do missions and stuff that doesn't have anything to do with fighting main bosses in a sense. It is very easy for them to obtain 6 to 8 to 12 hours worth of DLC content. They can do the history of Trunks. I'm telling you, they're going to explore some different storylines, guys. You're going to get a sense of how Gohan and Trunks' relationship is so close. You're going to get a sense of how chaotic this world is. You know, and then like I said in the previous video, they could even show you some background as to how Trunks, like there's a 3-year time skip. Kakarot can put whatever they want in that 3-year time skip. You see what I'm saying? Toa and Mira could show up during that 3-year time skip. Who knows? You know, we could Tapion. They could do a different version of Tapion if they wanted to. I don't see none of that happening, but it's possible. We could see how Trunks gets his sword and stuff. I mean, there's so much that they could do. 6B7 is before Goku Black, not after. They're not going to skip. No, they're not. I feel they didn't know. I'm skipping so many comments, y'all. I'm sorry, man. A lot of older movies contradicted what happened in the main storyline. That's kind of funny how they do that though. And that's true because yeah, the stuff does contradict what happened in the main story. But the thing about Kakarot is, heck, this contradicted stuff that happened in the real movie. Okay. It doesn't contradict anything that happened in the main game though. So the same way they changed these movies up to fit stuff that went along in the main game, they could easily do the Dragon Ball Z movies and make them to fit the main game as well. That's why I don't understand why they didn't put those in there. Now, Kenzaru told me there was a rumor that they were going to do a DLC with Toa and Mira and the movie bosses. And they still might, guys. We might get another season where Toa and Mira comes back and they revive all of the movie bosses. That could be possible. This might not be the last DLC. And heck, they may do it as a free update. That may be a free update where they extend the villainous enemies to movie bosses. But then you'd have people wondering, where did these people come from? The game doesn't explain this. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know, man. I wish they had put the movies in the intermission parts of the game as sub-stories. Yeah, I wish they had incorporated the movies into the game. And then at the end of the game, we would have more villainous enemies to fight. But like I said, they could still implement that through an update. They said this is the last DLC. It is. That doesn't mean this is the last update for the game. We can still get free content down the road. Like, I don't, whether it's canon or non-canon or his canon or retell it. V-Jump scans show the manga too. The game is based off of both the anime and the manga and other Dragon Ball games. It's like a collective of a lot of different things. That's why you see Toa and Mira in the game. Trunks Warrior of Hope is a video game adaptation. Exactly, Ty. Ty gets it. Ty gets it. History of Trunks. The manga version wasn't named History of Trunks. That was the anime version title. Just like this has a different title. And they told different stories where the manga was a lot shorter detailed than the anime. Where is it at? It even tells you that about it. The manga was a lot different. The manga was a lot shorter than the anime version. Well, guess what? The anime version is going to be a lot shorter than the Kakarot version. They're going to make this longer than that movie. Trunks Warrior of Hope is a video. Yeah, I already read that. I just want the anime to continue. We all do, and it will. They make too much money for it not to. DLC 1 ain't called Battle of Gods, but we know they used it loosely based on it. Exactly. It's not the same title, but it's based on it. This isn't the same title, but it's based on, and they even said that in the V-Jump scans. And they used the image from the manga. The image they used on the V-Jump scans was from the manga, but it's going to be based on this. So, I mean, for all we know, if they're going from the manga version, Trunks is going to be able to go Super Saiyan from jump, which means they would probably carry over the skill tree that we have from the Trunks that's already in the game into this one. And the same thing for Gohan. That's very possible. I don't know. That's just something we'll have to see. It's anybody guess. That's a 50-50 coin right now. I love that time warp being in the game from the DLCs. Yeah, that time warp is cool. That's why I said I think it'd be funny if they, instead of having a little Whis beam of light, because that's what that thing reminds me of. Whenever Whis and them travel, whenever Whis leaves, they have like this super high beam of light that they put a time machine for us to go back to the main game. The DLC I thought was stated to be a new original story. No, it was stated to be an additional scenario. They never said original. Now, the original came from these boss battle episodes. They said they were original episodes, which they are. Original doesn't mean that everything is different. This is original because we never saw Super Saiyan God Vegeta in Battle of Gods. Trunks wasn't a part of the Super Saiyan ritual. That's really the main thing that changed. And it was original because Goku and Beerus, they didn't fight Beerus on Beerus's planet. They fought him on planet Earth. So they're still keeping with the whole Battle of Gods, Beerus showing up, Super Saiyan God transformation, but it's original because the story is told different. Frieza's was more closely to the movie. There were still differences, but it was closer to the movie than Battle of Gods was as far as the DLCs. This one wasn't very close to what the movie did. This one was more closely related, aside from, some differences with Tagoma and them and stuff. His force had the Ginyu force and stuff in there, but that still made it original because it's their own adaptation. All right, DM, I got to leave. Keep up the great work. Appreciate it, man. So there is something in the story of the history of Trunks we have not seen yet, though. It's not that it's something in the story. It's that Kakarot is going to do its own version of the history of Trunks. And it's very well possible that Gohan doesn't die. That is a possibility. But he died in the manga. He died in the anime. That is a extremely iconic scene. And if you know CyberConnect 2, they love iconic scenes. So I see Gohan still dying because it's Trunks. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Trunks. Even though him and Gohan are together in this, it's still about Trunks. And we know that Gohan dies because when Future Trunks comes into the game, he doesn't bring Gohan with him. Why? Because Gohan is dead. See what I'm saying? And I think he even talks about that in the game, that the androids killed everybody. So we know that Gohan's going to die, but there are going to be some differences in this story. I think they may keep everything the same as it was in the movie, but I think they're going to expound on a lot more. Like they don't really show Gohan and Trunks training a whole lot. I think we'll see a lot more of that. I think they may implement other enemies into the game. Like, I don't know, dude. That's, I don't see, it's not going to play exactly like History of Trunks because that's a 40-minute movie, man. But you got to think too, the game has to give us time to go through the fights, has to give us time to do the missions. We got to have time to watch the cutscenes and all of that. And that's what could extend it out further. But I think they're going to add a lot of stuff to this. Is going to make it very unique. I think they should let us play the game at level 300 for enemies through all story mode. It's not so much the level. It's more the character the character stats that's important. But yeah, I agree. They should. A new game plus would be so awesome. Like even if I started from scratch, Goku being able to go Super Saiyan, that's cool when we're able to do that in the time machine. But if the enemies aren't tough enough for you to even get through the fight, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? When you just one punching the enemies. At DM Gaming 5, you know how Trunks returns back in his time after the Mecha Frieza stuff? Yes. What about it? Or did I miss a previous comment or something? Oh, yes. I know what you're saying. Yeah, they could cover that as well. Because remember, yeah, he's telling the truth, guys. When Trunks comes to our timeline, he fights Frieza, and then he goes back into this timeline. But the thing about it is, the point in which Trunks comes to the timeline to give Goku the heart virus, that's when the history of Trunks ends. So everything after that would be like new content. Does he go back and fight against the androids some more? And that's why I think at that point, they may let us play some of the stuff that happened in this timeline. The only thing is, you're not going to be able to put anybody on your team as a playable character. Because Trunks never did. He fought Goku. He fought Frieza. Nobody was on his team. He didn't fight with anybody. Even when he fought Cell, Vegeta was there, but Vegeta wasn't on his team. Nobody fought him with them. You see what I'm saying? And in the hyperbolic time chamber, yeah, we fought Vegeta against Trunks, but we didn't fight Trunks against Vegeta. And so they can cover all of that. They could easily do that. Early summer is probably a June release. I think early summer officially starts on June 22nd. So I'm thinking if it doesn't come by the end of June, it'll come in the beginning of July. Player base of 200,000 is easily 1 million for them. Why did Rose say that Goku Black still can come to Kakarot? I don't know. He's not. They if we go off of what Bandai Namco's official account told us from Germany, their official Germany account said this game is Z, it is not Super. So that ruled out Goku Black. I don't know. I haven't heard Rose was still tell. He said something like that in an older video, but he hasn't said that recently. If he has, I hadn't heard it. Original episode for DLC 1 and 2, new story for DLC 3. They never said original for DLC. Yeah, they never said original. They just said a new scenario, additional scenario. And it is a scenario because this isn't an arc. It's a scenario. History Trunks isn't an arc. It was a special. Is there still any chance we get another season pass? It's possible. Especially if people buy a bunch of it. Like, they're not going to leave money on the table. But I think with CyberConnect 2 working on the new Demon Slayer game, that's what could cause a lot of issues. And they are struggling right now as it is because of COVID. That hurt them bad. And that's why DLC 2 came out so late and why DLC 3 is coming out later. So, I don't know. They said it's the last DLC for Kakarot, but that could be in reference to the season or whatever. You know, if they had said season 1, then we know we would have been getting more seasons. But they just called it the season pass. So, I don't know. I'd be very awesome if Bandai changed their mind and added more DLC or super content. I would prefer them to make a separate Dragon Ball Super game, the way that Kakarot is structured. Of course, with some changes, But I like the setup of Kakarot. I like the way the story's being told. I would love to see a Dragon Ball Super game like that. Instead of DLC, I'd want it to be a game. And then with the new sagas that are coming out for Super, like right now the Granola arc, they could do that as like DLC and stuff. Also, we're going to be low class, weak fighters, weak levels compared to these monster androids. Yeah. Do you think 21 will be in it since it is Z content? I don't think 21, like, that would be something they would uniquely do for the game. Y'all know I talked about the Android 21 stuff, but I don't see her being a part of Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, the DLC 3, unless she discovers the time machine and she goes into the future, because she's looking for stuff in there. Maybe she can't find it because the technology doesn't exist. So she gets the time machine and goes to Trunks' timeline to try to find that. You see what I'm saying? But I don't think so, man. Donald Trump goes back and first time he beats the I tell you, it was a very spectacular fight. Very spectacular. Should have been there. A Demon Slayer game? Why am I not aware of this? Probably because you don't follow the channel, bro. Yes, CyberConnect 2 is working with Aniplex, the publisher, and they're making a Demon Slayer game. I even have a playlist on it. Trunks laugh out loud. That's what I meant. Oh, okay, what did you say? Donald Trump goes back. How did you get Donald Trump mixed up with Trunks? That's funny, though, still. It's a possibility Android 21 can pop up if they gave us something different, because I don't understand why have her in the game. I'm the same way. And I could think up a scenario to where, like I said, in the main game, she's looking for something. Even after you unlock her for the time machine, she's looking for something. And it's easy for her, since she works at Capsule Corp, to stumble upon the time machine. Okay. It's easy for her to stumble upon the time machine, go to the future, because whatever she's looking for doesn't exist in this current timeline. And bam, she's in Trunks' timeline. Something happens, you see. So there's ways that they could implement her. It would suck. People probably wouldn't like it. I ain't gonna say it would suck. I would actually like to see Android 21. I think that would be fun. But the reason I would rather, since we're looking at history of Trunks, I would much rather have Deborah be an in-game fight, because I would really want to see Trunks go to Supreme Kai's planet, train with him, get Super Saiyan 2. Like, I want to see that played out. I think that would be really dope. And they have done Trunks versus Deborah in older Dragon Ball games. So, you know. And Babidi is around. Immediately after the androids, Babidi is around. He's there. You see, we've already proven that he's there. Not in the Shin Budokai, not in that. Was it in this one? No, that's Tapion. Not in that. Was it in this one? No, that's something else. Oh well, we've shown it. Y'all missed that part. You got to go back. But we've shown it where the age, what was it? Age 785? It wasn't age 785. Future Trunks finds the future warrior who had previously aged. Or maybe it was. Yeah, right here. 785. Because in 795, that's when Goku Black shows up. But we know that Babidi had been there for 10 years gathering energy. But it says here, this year shortly before, Future Babidi began collecting. And this is after. See, Trunks returns and kills Future Android 17 and 18. And get this, guys. He kills them. But in History of Trunks, or not in History of Trunks, in Kakarot, not Kakarot. In Dragon Ball Z, we know that after he killed the androids, he stayed in his timeline for another, I think, 3 years or so. There was another 3-year time skip before he fought Imperfect Cell. Okay? But it says here, in this year, in the same age, shortly before, Future Babidi began collecting energy for Future Majin Buu. So Babidi was already active in this timeline during the time of the androids and Cell in Trunks' timeline. It's pretty interesting. Bardock, the father of Goku, would be an awesome idea for a DLC. Planet Vegeta has never been shown in the game. It hasn't. I really wish they would have done more with the off-world locations, and that's why I bought up the Android 21 stuff, because it made sense for both of them, since they fought Android 21 on Supreme Kai's planet, and Android 21 went to New Namek to get the Dragon Balls, but I digress. Yeah, I would like to see that too. What if Trunks uses a time machine after beating the androids to save Gohan from his death? And that is how Gohan becomes a playable character in the game. I could see that. But then you would have two Trunkses there. Because he would go back to save Gohan and you would have his little self there. I mean, I ain't gonna say they couldn't do it. It'd be interesting, that's for sure. I'd like that you would be able to fight the people who you revive with the Dragon Balls every day and they keep getting stronger. Essentially, you can. I mean, they started it with Frieza. You can continually fight Frieza and gain XP. You just don't gain stat boost. What if 21 shows up to wake Cell because the androids destroy Gero? Yeah. Cell's already awake, though. Wake Cell because the androids Destroyed Jiro when they woke up. I want that and 21 plus Fuse Toe and Miro. That's a stretch. Will World Flight drop? World Flight was something only. I need to do a video on this because a lot of people are asking. World Flight was only for Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour. It wasn't something made for the game. No, it's not a mode. They just run. Okay, yeah. World Flight is not anything. Just some animation. Yeah. Age 788, Future Trunks kills Imperfect Cell. Okay, so at age 785, he killed the androids. And it says here in this year, shortly before, Future Bobbity began collecting energy for Future Majin Buu. That was in age 785. So Bobbity was around even during the androids and before he killed Cell. So he did fight Cell 3 years. It was a 3-year time skip. I was right about that. So let's click on Future Bobbity. And it says here appears in Dragon Ball Super, but bruh, come on. Shin Budokai was out in 2005. But I guess they're saying when the world saw him, but still. I get what people saying. It was a Dragon Ball Super. That's when he was appeared in that, you know. I hate that because we know that he existed during the time of Dragon Ball Z, even in Trunks' timeline during the time of Dragon Ball Z. But they're saying as far as him being shown, he wasn't shown in major production. He was shown in a video game. His video game debut in Trunks' timeline was in 2005, way before Dragon Ball Super. But as far as the anime and the manga appearance, it was in Super. For the past 10 years before his conflict with Future Shin and Future Trunks on Earth, Future Bobbity was collecting energy for Future Majin Buu. In the anime, Future Trunks has become much stronger, having been instructed. And this was a flashback. Other Dragon Ball stories, Shin Budokai Another Road, which, like I said, was 2005. So they may not even do the Dabura stuff. I just really wish they would. And they could do it, but I know people are going to argue this is Dragon Ball Super, but it's not because we know that he was present in Trunks' timeline during the androids. Anybody that knows Dragon Ball will know this, okay? Also, the fact that it was covered in Shin Budokai. Bobbity was there. You see what I'm saying? So they could still do the Dabura thing. They could do all of that. Plus, it was a flashback, but I digress. I mean, if they can bring Super Saiyan God Vegeta, which we know he was able to go Super Saiyan God, but I'm not going through that again. I'm tired of explaining that. Trunks could save Gohan. Only Xeno Trunks can do that. That's not true. Dynamic time travel does not work. And that's not true at all. I mean, he has a time machine. They could easily write that into the game. Not saying that they would do that, but they could do it to where Trunks uses the time machine to go back and save Gohan and Kakarot. Kakarot is not Xenoverse. Different game, man. My first playthrough, I thought for sure they were going to do something dope with the off-world planets. The more we talk about DLC 3, honestly, the more I get curious and anxious to play. Same thing. Main game was very upsetting in that regard. We didn't do anything on King Kai's planet aside from a sub quest, and that was a big letdown. Like, why even put that in the game? You know, Goku goes to King Kai's planet to train all the time. Like, they shouldn't have made it to where eating makes your character stronger. They should have made it to where it increases your health and your ki. But as far as your stats, they should have done it. And I did a video called True Training where I talked about that and wrote up a way that they could implement it into the game. The way, man, they messed that way up, dude. This game desperately needs a new game plus. It needs more than a new game plus, man. This game needs a customizable gear and clothes. I hope DLC future installment in interconnected maps. I hate pulling up the map. Yeah, I agree with that. So, man, and it's so much on here, guys, that they could do with this game. It's so much. I'm clearing out these screenshots since we've already looked at those, but it's so much that they could do, man. So much that they could do with Kakarot, with DLC 3. We'll see more in the V-Jump. The fact that they revealed so much in the V-Jumps already, that says a lot, because that means they have a lot more to show us. Right here. We got to get through the ad first. Progressive. All right, right here, this was in the V-Jump, okay? And it tells us that it was taken from, actually, I'll go and, while I have y'all on here, because it is a live stream, I don't have to worry about, doing what I do in the video and whatnot. chicken spaghetti, you know. Let me pull this up. Give me a second. There was also a new scan from the Shonen Jump magazine too. Okay, so the translation down here, this top line says Dragon Ball original story super commentary. That's what this says. Dragon Ball original story. I mean, and it is original because the game is telling its version of this. The next line says from manga to TV anime and inherited. This line here says from manga to anime it says from manga to TV anime and inherited by Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Okay. This box here with the yellow letters, it says DBZ Rebellion Against Despair left Super Warrior Gohan and Trunks. That's all it says. Here on the side right here, and this is a loose translation, you can do it in the extra. Trunks things in the future world. And of course you got the name. The white letters here, this says the story was drawn in detail with the production that makes you feel that the TV anime was produced based on the manga and the double version last one arm. That's really weird translation there. Let me go get the Japanese. Look clearly at the Japanese on this one. So that's the HD scans. Let's look at the Japanese translation, full Japanese translation on that. TV anime S special. This says TV anime special. That's what SP means. Was produced based on the manga, which is true. The manga, this one came out first, and then the TV anime special was based off of that. Okay. And then it says the story is drawn in detail with a production that makes you feel despair. I told y'all that they are going to make you feel, they're going to make you feel it. Okay. Such as the scene where the other version lost one arm. They're talking about Gohan. So we're going to get the experience seeing Gohan lose an arm. That's going to happen in the game. But it basically says the TV version, the TV special was based on the manga. And it says that the game version is a production of that, of the TV version, which was based on the manga too. And they're going to make you feel despair. And that last part down there, something about the eyes are sure. DLC 3 doesn't say much. So, but yes, it's based on the history of Trunks. Okay. And this part over here, additional scenario, Trunks Warrior of Hope. Tells you how much it cost. Details are released at a later date. We will deliver a follow-up report in the next issue. That's what this red stuff says. So they're going to be talking about it in the next issue of V-Jump. And I'm missing a lot of comments. I think season 2 pass will have Z movie villains that would lower my level cap and exclude some transformations. Yeah, and that's the thing too. If you do the movie characters now, you're going to have to go backwards in time because Gohan was a kid in a lot of those. You see what I'm saying? Dragon Ball Super game could enhance the fighting combat system, making it more complex. It's true. They could also add on the ground fighting, which on the ground fighting doesn't bother me so much because even in Xenoverse, guys, we don't fight on the ground a lot. The majority of fights, you might start out on the ground, but you're gonna go in the air very fast. So no 60 frames per second patch that we know of. None yet. None yet. Trevon Williams, you saying hello. Do you think, okay, Trevon, first of all, this is a live stream, bro. Like you can't, I mean, if you want to go, that's fine. But bro, I'm trying to read comments and discuss stuff at the same time. So you just have to bear with me. Do you think they will make a Super Kakarot game? See, you asking a question. If you're new to this channel, yes, I do. I do think they'll make a Kakarot, a Dragon Ball Super game. I don't know if it'll be a Dragon Ball Super Kakarot or Dragon Ball Kakarot Super. But guys, I've already done a playlist. I've started a playlist, and y'all have to forgive me because I forget that there's people new to this channel all the time. This was the Android 21 stuff. My God, bro, I wish. And I got to do another video on the manga as well. I have a playlist here. Dragon Ball Super Kakarot. I have a playlist dedicated to this, and really in these first 3 videos and this one here. The rest of them, you know, are more based off of stuff that could tie into the game and stuff. So you can go check that stuff out. Haven't touched Kakarot since DLC 1 because I can't do 30 frames per second anymore. Yeah. Bardock, the father of Goku, would be an awesome idea for a DLC. Yeah, I did read that already. I was backing up. I missed a lot of comments, man. They should do something with all the off-world locations. I agree. No, they haven't. They haven't fixed Super Saiyan auras. They're not. I don't think they even plan on it. I don't know why they did that. When I asked CyberConnect 2 about it, they said that they were aware, or they just told me kind of like to stay tuned, but they never fixed it. So stay tuned for nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why they never fixed that. I'm gonna ask them again and see if they'll tell me now. DM, it's too much money to be left on the table, and yeah, it is. And with the Broly movie and Android 18 and update to the PS5, they can believe this game drive before. They could, man, but the fact that it's a single-player game is the issue. Like, the reason that they're stretching Fighters and Xenoverse is because they're multiplayer games. Like, if you take away the multiplayer aspect of Xenoverse, Xenoverse isn't still around. But they still could do it. I mean, I would gladly play for more content for Kakarot. I would. DM Gaming, you don't get what I'm saying. If we time travel to save Goku, that won't save Goku in Trunks' future timeline. So we can do it for Gohan. So we can't do it for Gohan either. Xeno Trunks is from a different... I've already said Xeno Trunks is from a different timeline. Dude, you got to listen better. I've already said Xeno Trunks is from a different timeline. I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying, like, if we went into a different timeline, like, say we beat DLC 3 and then part of that, Trunks uses the time machine to go back and fight and free Gohan. I said that could be a way for them to make him playable in the main game, since technically he's not dead anymore, but I doubt that happens. Yes, they definitely missed opportunities. This game still has potential, though. And this could be another Xenoverse 1 type of thing. Remember Xenoverse 1? We were like, wow, this game could be so much more. And then, bam, they come out with Xenoverse 2, which was what Xenoverse 1 should have been. They could do the same thing with Kakarot. You think they might do something with King Kai's planet? Not at this point. There's nothing they can do now, you know? Unless they went into DLCs going into Dragon Ball Super. But even with Battle of Gods, guys, did y'all notice that with this DLC, we didn't even, like, Goku was training. Like, it didn't play out nothing like the movie. Because Goku was training on King Kai's planet and stuff like this. Man, they missed the boat with that. Even Goku in the other world. Like, I don't even know why we didn't get the other world in this game, man. It's Bandai Namco, dude. It ain't CyberConnect 2. They do what they're told to do. I don't know why Bandai Namco cut corners. They should have given them the money, given them the funds to put all of that stuff in the game. Like, that's crazy. We didn't have Goku's Kamehameha against Cell. We didn't have Vegeta's Final Flash against Cell. Like, there's just so much missing from this game. They need to update the food eating process. Yes. Geovic would be upset if they did that, though. But, yeah, they need to put training in the game. I get why they have us eat. That was important. But Goku trained a lot. And this game doesn't reflect that. You spend all your time eating rather than training to get stronger, and that sucks. Don't Cell in this timeline, not Trunks, out and take his time machine. Not in this timeline that this is based off of. It's on a different timeline that he kills Trunks and takes his time machine. They don't even explore that timeline. Because when they got there, remember, they was like, how did Cell get here? And how did Cell get the time machine? And Cell told the story of it. And that's how the Trunks from this timeline knew that Cell was going to try to kill him and take his time machine. So that's pretty interesting. There's so many different timelines in Kakarot. I mean, in Dragon Ball Universe, period. Tournament mode, yes. He doesn't need the time machine because they're there in his time. If he can absorb, and he will be dumb, hard to fight. You know what? You're right about that. I know exactly what you're saying. So you're saying that, say we go after we get back in our timeline from going to give Goku the heart virus. Oh my gosh. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Ooh. Bro. Something just came to me, dude. Free. I gotta take a picture of that, bro. I gotta take a picture of that because I gotta give you credit because you sparked this idea. And y'all who are in here are gonna hear it first. Free said he doesn't need a time machine because they're there in his time. If he can absorb and he will be dumb, hard to fight. This sparks something, guys, because remember, Cell is still alive in Goku's Nim timeline, yes. But this is something that I thought about. What if that happens, yo? What if that happens? What if Cell does absorb the androids? Because here's the thing that can make that happen. In the main game, Bulma, because I remember, y'all, the DLCs bring something from the main game, right? After the Buu saga, when we unlock Trunks, matter of fact, let's go look at this. Let's go pull this up, bro. Because there's something special that happens, man. Slow play. This is my dog right here, man. I like slow. We got to play through this ad. Oh, my gosh. Y'all, I'm finna blow your heads off, man. I'm finna blow your heads off with this. Right here. Oh, it stopped right where I was at last time. Okay, so let's back up. Okay, so right here. You know, after we beat the main game, this is really when you unlock Trunks. Bulma says, ta-da, I whipped up my own time machine and bought Trunks back from the future. Okay. Guys, listen to me, man. Listen to your boy. Okay. Free. You on to something. You on to something, dog. They should make training multiplayer where we fight. Search it up. DLC 3 won't be Goku Black. Free. Listen to this, dude. I'm with you on this. Remember how I've always told y'all that the main game, the DLCs tend to follow something from the main game? Do y'all not think that is strange? That in the main game, we unlock Trunks and there is a full-fledged story behind it. Not a full-fledged story, but there's an explanation as to why he's there, right? However, in DLC 1 and 2, it simply just says the time machine is available, Trunks is available. It doesn't say why Trunks is available. Okay, remember what I told y'all about this in Trunks' timeline. Remember, he kills the androids, and then 3 years later, he comes back and kills Cell. He goes back to his timeline, not after the history of Trunks. I'm talking about in the regular Trunks timeline. He goes to the past, give Goku the heart virus. He goes back into his timeline, kills the androids. 3 years later, when he's finna go back into the present time, that's when Cell shows up and he kills Trunks, guys. But look at this. Look at this. Maybe right now, this Trunks has already killed the androids because when he went back in time, he immediately went to kill the androids. He didn't wait, okay? Listen to this. Bulma has brought him back, and 3 years have not passed. Therefore, he is not in his timeline to be able to kill imperfect Cell. And the time machine is just sitting there. So what if that Cell goes into that time machine? Or what if the androids aren't dead yet? What if this Trunks hasn't had a time to kill those androids? And since they're still around in his timeline and he's not there, because he's in the main game, that Imperfect Cell absorbs them, and now we have to fight Imperfect Cell as the main boss with this Trunks. So when it gets to the end of the History of Trunks portion of the DLC, where he goes back into time, all of that happens, okay? But then he goes back into his timeline, you know, and then all of a sudden we're brought. Well, I don't think that's going to happen to where Bulma brings us back. You know what I'm saying? But say when we go back into that timeline, it picks up, you know, where this leaves off. That makes sense? But we know Trunks went back into his timeline. But I'm just saying, what if something happens because we were brought into the main game, that it opened the door for something to happen in Trunks' timeline, that maybe Cell gets to absorb the androids or what? Now, I don't think the androids part is accurate, because if the androids were still there, clearly Trunks would have been pressed to get back to his timeline to defeat the androids. However, the androids are dead, so Cell is there, but his time machine is still there as well. So what if Cell uses that time machine to go to a different timeline and absorb the androids, and then he goes back to that? I mean, there wouldn't really be a reason for him to go back to that current timeline. He would probably just stay in the timeline that he's at. See, I was on to something for a minute, but the more I think about it, the more holes are in that theory. But anyway, Trunks comes to this timeline. Bulma says, "Ta-da, I whipped up my own time machine and bought Trunks back from the future." This is why I tell y'all, this is different from the main game, because, from the anime and the manga, because we know present Bulma isn't able to build a time machine. She doesn't have the technology to. We found that out in Dragon Ball Super. However, in the Tapion movie, I think she was able to make a time machine. So the game tells its own little thing. Trunks says, "You brought me here without much discussion. Did you need my help with something?" She says, "Not really. I just wanted to see you." See, what the heck? That doesn't make sense. What's the big deal? Bulma says, "What's the big deal? You may be from the future, but you're still my son." Trunks says, but if you wanted to see me, you could have just done so in my timeline." Guys, this is why I believe that Trunks has already defeated the androids, okay? He's already defeated them. Because why would he invite his mom back to his timeline if the androids were still there wreaking havoc? I think that Trunks is brought back into the main game during the 3-year time skip. This is during that 3 years before he kills Imperfect Cell. But because he's in this timeline, he's not there to keep Cell from getting the time machine and going back into the past or whatever. But at the same time, if 3 years passes in the future timeline, 3 years would have to pass in this timeline as well. And we know that hasn't happened yet. Unless, I don't think it's a 3-year time skip. Actually, no, because we're in the Buu saga. So let's go and look something up real quick. Let's look up the Battle of Gods. Or let's look up Buu saga. When is the Buu saga? Majin Buu. When does that occur? Okay. I didn't even spell Majin Buu right. Y'all forgive me. We'll just go back to Google. We'll type in Buu saga. Majin Buu. When does he show up? Oh, they took us back to the same page. I thought they'd give us like a timeline of ages. That is so lame. That is so lame. Let's just Majin Buu, blah, 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 Dragon Ball Z video games. Okay, let's just type in Buu saga then. The Buu saga. I'm trying to get a timeline. Jeez Louise. I had a timeline. It's like 780. There we go. Okay, it occurs in. Dadgum, they didn't even give the ages. What I'm trying to see is the ages. Let's see if we could just click on Majin Buu. There we go. Now we got an age. This is the page that should give us an age. And it doesn't. Oh my gosh. Majin, anime debut, movie debut. See, that's another thing right there. Look at that. The movie debut. He appears in Dragon Ball Super Broly. It was his first time ever being in a movie, but he existed in the anime before. But I digress. What time did he exist, y'all? Somebody help me look this up, man. Let's just type in an age. Let's say age 765. I think that's when Frieza came. Okay, Pan is born in 779. Dragon Ball Minus in 736. Oh, wow. They just didn't want to give me the age I looked for, did they? Bro, they do not want to give me an age. The DLCs are separate from the main game. None of this makes any sense. They will be following the manga. The DLC, see, that's where you're wrong, Leo. The DLCs, the producer has even said that the DLCs are based off of the stuff that has happened in the main game, dude. That's why in this DLC, why do you think they had the Ginyu Force instead of the people who was actually with Frieza? Because they bringing stuff from the main game into the DLCs. The DLCs are separate from the main game, but as far as their story content, they're carried over from events that happen in the main game, dude. You got to pay attention, man. Did I watch the Snyder Cut? Yes, it's awesome. There you go, subscribers. You heard it here first. My kids, right? It's still a good theory, though. It has plot holes, but still could happen. It does have plot holes. DLC 3, no, Goku Black, yeah. I feel like this DLC should have been a lot from GT instead of, because GT happens after Super, though. So that may be true, but you still got to remember that DLCs 1 through 3 are all video adaptations with a twist. DM, I have a question. I'm playing as Future Trunks, but why is he playable, though, in Kakarot at all? Because he's simply an unlockable character. Buu Saga's age 774. Thank you so very much. So very much. So this is what I'm trying to say. Let's, where's my search? There it goes. Age 774. So, in age 774 in the Dragon Ball universe, Broly dies after that's what Goku's allowed to come back to Earth. Okay, this is what I'm getting at here. Where's the age at? Okay, so age 774 is, here's what I'm wondering. The time that, okay, that's the wrong screen. The time here, this is after the Buu Saga, age 774. What I'm getting at is the DLC here occurs as far as the games thing. Intro playing? Oh, snap. My bad, y'all. My bad. My bad, y'all. Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is that the DLC, we have to look at the chronological order of the game. You have the Buu Saga, Battle of Gods, this, and the History of Trunks. Okay, Trunks comes into our timeline in the main game after the Buu Saga, which occurs in age 774. Okay, my question is, at what age does Battle of Gods happen? I mean, what age does Fukasa no F happen? Age 775, nothing there. That's 1 year. 776, Future Trunks collects the Z Fighters to travel to his timeline to help combat the threat of future Babidi. Okay. The event of Dragon Ball, yeah, the brother Tech Planet, the Dragon Team all gather together on a camping trip. PyCon arrives from the other world to request the Z Fighters to help. due to Janemba. So this is when the Fusion Reborn happened. Future Trunks later ends up in the present time due to falling through a dimensional portal and Team Gohan is both. Okay, that's weird. The Z Warriors combat the revived villains in Janemba multiple times. I guess that's in that game, Shin Budokai. So we got 774, right? 775, 776, 778. This is 4 years later, actually. The 26th World Martial Arts Tournament takes place. According to the ages in the Daishinshu and Xenoverse games, Dragon Ball Super Timeline, the events of the movie Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods takes place. This is very interesting. Okay. Here's the thing, guys. This is important, okay? According to the ages in the Dragon Ball Dragon Ball SSSS timeline, whatever that is, Dragon Ball Resurrection F. This is what I'm trying to see what age this takes place in. And obviously it said it takes place in age 775, right? Let's go back to this page. This is age 778. This is 4 years after Majin Buu takes place, okay? Says here, Beerus, Universe 7, God of Destruction, awakens from his slumber. So God of Destruction, all of that takes place in the same time. Like, there wasn't a big time skip. I think Frieza went to train for like 6 months in Resurrection F. So it's, I would say, between 778 and 779. Because as you go to 779, the events in the movie Dragon Ball Resurrection F, Golden Frieza Saga, Universe 6 and 7, present day selection. So Frieza occurs 4 to 5 years after that. So we would just say, let's just say 778 to be on the safe side, okay? So it is possible that in this game, because remember, Trunks is here. So Trunks comes, he's obviously already killed the androids. However, he hasn't killed Cell in his timeline because he's in the main game's timeline, okay? And the fact that Trunks is still here, obviously, because he was in the Super Saiyan God ritual, that still puts him there at age 778, which is still 4 years. And we know that in his timeline, he kills Cell 3 years after he kills the androids. So Cell, based off of what's happening in the game with him being present here in the ritual, because I think even we said that he bought Trunks here for the ritual. That means that he potentially didn't go back to his timeline and kill Imperfect Cell. Bro, y'all are going to have to, I got a video coming. I'm going to have to do a video about this. I'm going to have to do some more research. I'm going to have to put this stuff together. I am going to do a video on this today, okay? Because it is possible that something could happen with Imperfect Cell in Trunks' timeline. Because like I said, based on the way he's talking, if you wanted to see me, you could have just done so in my timeline. That shows that the androids aren't still there. Trunks is not going to take his mom back in time or have her come to his timeline with the androids still around. You see what I'm saying? Because Trunks left after the Cell saga, okay? So the Cell saga, if the Buu saga occurred in age 774? 775. And this is Goku Nim's timeline. Not, never mind. That gummit. Because, yeah, the Buu stuff is 7 years after the Cell saga, so that doesn't work, man. See, I mean, but hey, that's how I figure stuff out, guys. I sit here and piece stuff together. You know what I'm saying? Trunks left after the Cell saga. The Buu saga happened 7 years after the Cell saga, right? Yeah, because Goten and stuff like that. So this Trunks would have already killed the androids and Imperfect Cell by the time he was brought back into the main game. So scratch all of that stuff, man. Dang, that would have been a really good idea. Free, I appreciate you for even jogging my mind. Stuff like that, guys, makes your brain stronger, makes you think about stuff more. Because I was finna say, hold up, But I forgot that Trunks is unlocked after you beat the main game, which is after the Boo saga, and that was 7 years after the Cell saga. So he would have had plenty enough time to defeat both the androids and Imperfect Cell before he was brought back to this timeline. So, man, which even more so though, even more so means that this Trunks here is different than this Trunks here, guys. So we could definitely still play, it'll be two separate characters. That's still very interesting take though. I had a dream about this. It's deja vu, man. I was expecting but still disappointed. It's like, yeah. Thanks for the reply. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that Snyder cut again today. What if Bulma took Trunks to prevent Cell from killing him and getting the time machine? I am your mom. I just wanted to see you again. This would totally mix up the timeline. But that would mean that this is a Trunks from a different timeline. Because remember, in regular Trunks' timeline, future Trunks' timeline, the Cell doesn't kill him. That's in a different timeline. So that would imply that this is a Trunks from a completely different timeline, though. Which, if that was this Trunks, he wouldn't have even known them. You see what I'm saying? He would have knew Bulma because that's his mom, but he wouldn't have knew Vegeta and them. So it would have been like, hey, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? And that wasn't in the discussion. So it's not that particular Trunks. Bulma said, I went through a lot of trouble to bring you here, so at least you could do is thank your mother. Let me back up a little bit here so we can read the rest of this. Trunks said, I'm not sure if thank you is what I want to say here. So he's obviously not happy about being here, though. So what's the reason? But he's not saying a rise for concern. Let me back up some more. Bulma says, well, you're here now, so take a load off. We've got a lot of catching up to do. And this is weird because Trunks told them what happened in his timeline. I mean, he was clearly there. He was clearly here long enough for Bulma to catch up on a lot. But Bulma wants to catch up on, because Trunks has been gone for 7 years. So she just wants to catch up on what's been happening in the past 7 years. So that explains it. Oh, well, that theory's shot in the ground. Oh, man. It's going good. It's going good. Thanks for asking. Your screen is black? Is it? Oh, no, that was back then. The thing, there are different multiverse type of timelines, so we can get anything. Yeah. What if they do 2 separate timelines with Trunks? I don't think they'll do that. Is this supposed to lead to Xenoverse? No. That Xeno Trunks comes from a different timeline, y'all. 2 Trunks timelines in one story. Now, it's the same Trunks. This is the Trunks that we'll play with in the history of Trunks, because remember, he comes back and gives Goku the heart virus just like he did in Kakarot. This is that same Trunks. The Trunks that she brings back is the same Trunks that was previously here. We just talked about that because he doesn't even question them. Like, he doesn't say, who are you? Like, he never met Vegeta, so how would he know who Vegeta is in that timeline? Oh, wait a minute. Because in that timeline, the time machine was already made. He already defeated the androids and was finna go back in time before Cell killed him. But that's not true. Because if that was the case, then he would have already been back in time to know that Cell was going to come. Therefore, he would have knew even in that timeline that Cell killed him and took his time machine, that Cell was going to come and take his time machine. So, whoo-hoo, a whole mental cluster of stuff going on right there. But yeah, this is definitely not that Trunks, guys. Oh, wow. We're going to use our main game, Future Trunks, when we play up to that part where we get wished back to life after Cell kills us. I'm excited for this DLC. Who do I got winning March Madness? I don't know yet. I think we'll end up, like I said before, I think they'll end up merging the Trunks from the DLC with this Trunks right here. Because he's an unlockable character. Like, I think more or less what they'll do is update his skill tree. Because obviously the Trunks we're going to play with in the DLC has some more moves that this Trunks doesn't have. And I think when we get to the point of it being this Trunks, I think they'll just take him and then like in the main game where he's already unlocked, we'll just get a new skill tree for him. Same way they did with Goku and Vegeta in the DLC. In the main game, they gave them updated skill trees. I think they do the same thing with this Trunks. I don't think we carry over his character level because it's not a linear story at this point. But I do think that they update his skill tree after we beat the main DLC 3's main story. Does that make sense, guys? But y'all had me going for a little bit, man. Free, you had me going for a little bit. And I mean, they could still do something like that. I think Xeno Trunks comes from that unseen timeline that branches off from Trunks making changes when he came to give Goku the heart medicine. Yeah. Matter of fact, let's just go look up Xeno Trunks, man. It tells about his origin. It's not the same as the Trunks that's in the game. Is an incarnation of future Trunks from a world separate to the main timeline who is a member of the Time Patrol. He appears in Super Dragon Ball Heroes. Doesn't say concept of creation. Xeno Trunks was originally going to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Okay, wow. Trunks dons clothing inspired by uniform, blah, blah. Okay, this is going off Super Dragon Ball Heroes manga. This isn't talking about the Xenoverse Trunks. We got to type in Time Patrol Trunks. I think it tells it in this how he became Time Patrol Trunks, but it's still not the same as the Xenoverse. This Trunks isn't the same one that becomes Time Patroller Trunks. It's a different timeline of Trunks. In Dragon Ball Online and the Xenoverse series, Trunks dons clothing inspired by various military uniforms from World War I and II. Trunks wears a World War-esque black trench coat, blah, blah, blah. He always carries a sword. Okay, that's still not telling where he came from. Difference from present Trunks. We already know that. In there. In Super. Okay, in the Dragon Ball Xenoverse, during the first half of the GT saga, future Trunks, while watching events unfold from the time nest, is horrified by the future warrior having to face his truffle parasite infection counterpart. He also doesn't say how he became, though. Okay, there's some background. Maybe they'll show it in here. Dragon Ball Z, Android Saga, Cell Saga. See right here. Bulma agrees to meet him there. It's close to Capsule Corporation. Yamcha asks if Trunks is sure he only time machine. And Trunks replies that he is. Gohan offers to accompany Trunks, who gladly says that he can. As they fly to meet Bulma, Gohan asks Trunks how badly this world has been devastated. Trunks tells him that the population is in the tens of thousands and they are forced to live underground shelters. That's what I was telling y'all about this, man. Like the food vendors, the animals, I don't like us eating to gain strength in this DLC. I don't know if that happens because this is clearly a decimated world. Like I don't think we know the extent to how decimated this world is going to be. Excuse me. Gohan says that he hopes Trunks can find the android's weaknesses, and Trunks begins to think out loud about what it might be. He concludes that Dr. Gero must have had some sort of emergency all switch to control him. Gohan says he must in the case, yada, yada, yada. Gohan says he must in the case. Already read that. They arrive at the specified location and quickly find the time machine. Bulma then arrives, and Trunks brings out his time machine to show her. Trunks tells her that she only made one time machine in the future, yet the damaged one is here also. And this could explain how Bulma was able to fix the time machine, went back. Because remember I said a while back, I was like, how does Bulma even have a time machine? Well, she probably used fixed the one that Trunks and them had. My issue with that is that in Dragon Ball Super, we know that she wasn't able to fix the time machine till she got the book from Trunks on how to fix it and make all of the stuff. Remember, because Black destroyed Trunks' time machine. They didn't have a way back or whatever. But anyway, I digress. I don't want to get too far off topic. Yet the damage one also. He then uncovers a message saying hope and this is what I told y'all. Those of y'all who were saying, "Oh, Hope is from Dragon Ball Super." No, it's not. On the second time machine, which he says future Bulma wrote on the day he left, and she did. I think that was even on the history of Trunks. She wrote Hope on the time machine. Trunks and Gohan. So the Hope, the episode, it was episode 48 of Dragon Ball Super entitled Hope, and it had 2 exclamation marks, by the way. That was from Dragon Ball. That was paying homage to this Dragon Ball Z part where she wrote Hope on the time machine. Okay. Which true Hope on the second time machine, which he says future Bulma wrote on the day he left. Trunks and Gohan fly up to the top of the machine. Gohan notices that a cockpit window has been melted. Seeing this, Trunks decides to open the window. He notices 2 halves. They're just talking about that. It says here, Gohan wonders if what was in the egg was made the hole in the window, noticing that the time machine still has a bit of power. So, okay, so the time machine does have power, which could explain Bulma being able to go back in the past on Kakarot or whatever, but I digress. Trunks turns it on and discovers that it came from the age 788, 3 years after his first trip. This age, 788, 3 years after his first trip. So that's the exact time whenever we see, like in the history of Trunks, not in history of Trunks, when we see at the end of the Cell Saga in Dragon Ball Z, age 788 is when Trunks was about to go back again and he met Cell. So this is showing that it's from a different timeline other than this Trunks right here. He also finds out that the machine has been there for 4 years. Wow. A full year before he defeated Frieza and King Cold, and wonders if this is why history has changed so much. And that probably is why. And this goes along with a lot of what all of y'all was saying. Bulma, by her bringing Trunks back to this timeline, oh my gosh, y'all see, this is why I love freaking discussion, bro. What did Free say? Free said something else. And Trunks is a teenager with Gohan. This is where the story picks up. Cell is still underground, wakes up, sees the androids of Trunks, and absorbs them. This is a world without Goku. Trunks grows up after Goku dies, and this timeline Joy sees. This is what I'm thinking, Free. The same way in Dragon Ball Z, by Cell coming to the timeline, it changed so much because the androids were stronger. You had Dr. Gero and Android 19, who we know were not in future Trunks' timeline. There's so much that changed. What if by Bulma bringing Trunks to this timeline, it changes some stuff in this timeline? Because it's the same timeline. Like, what if we get to the point where we come back to the future? We go to the future, we give everything to to Goku, the heart virus, blase, blase. Because I doubt this DLC ends in that route, okay? But what if whenever we go back to the past, we hit this point where she brings us back to the future, but by her doing this, this is probably like where we pick up where we left off kind of thing. We go back, we kill the androids, blase, blase. But then in DLC 3, Bulma, we experience this part here in DLC 3 where Bulma brings us back here, okay? And maybe it's like a cutscene of some sorts. And then we go through the Super Saiyan God ritual. They kind of take us through all of that happened. After that, we go back in time. But when we do, there's something special there waiting for us. Did we see Frieza get wished back in DLC 2? No, Frieza was already back from the main game. Us wishing him back from the main game with the Dragon Balls. I got a video. I'm going to do a video about this, guys, because this is leading some interesting things. The whole butterfly effect. You see what I'm saying? Trunks says that they cannot leave the second time machine where it is. So he puts it into a capsule form and then does the same with his. Bulma takes the 2 eggshells that they found in the time machine. Gohan informs her that they were heading to Kami's house. So we got to fast forward to the end of this. Okay. Look at Trunks laying on the bed. I love that long hair Trunks, man. That's my favorite version of him, dude. With the ponytail, all that. I like that version. Here, okay. After Cell's defeat, the deceased future Trunks is taken to the lookout where he's revived by Shenron. Okay, no, here's where we want to be. After saying his goodbyes, Trunks returns to his own timeline to exact revenge on the androids for murdering the Z fighters. After reuniting with his mother, Bulma, Trunks hears a news update on the location of the androids, and he quickly powers up into Super Saiyan form. He leaves to go fight them. Long story short, this is it right here. 3 years pass, and determined bio-android Cell roams around in his imperfect form looking for the now non-existent androids that come across Trunks and Bulma, saying their goodbyes near the time machine. Trunks is age 23 at the time. As Trunks is about to leave for the past one final time to inform them of his success, he senses Cell and sends his mother away. He turns towards Cell and begins to taunt him with his knowledge from the alternate past. He informs him that he has killed the androids from the current time. The cocky Cell approaches the half Saiyan under the false impression that Trunks is still at the level of power when he initially went back in time and warned Goku. So this even shows that Trunks was stronger, which we know that. But it's showing that there is a different timeline where this same thing happens, but Trunks isn't aware but see, that's the retcon in Dragon Ball. Because this Cell, when we go back up here, this Cell told us that he killed Trunks and took the time machine. Okay? But that would mean that Bulma would have built the time machine anyway, which that happened. But in order for him to have killed Trunks, Trunks would have had to have been trying to use the time machine, which means in that particular time, either number one, Cell killed Trunks at a time when Trunks was going to revive Goku, or he killed, which doesn't make sense because this Cell, oh no, never mind. That does make sense. This Trunks, Cell has been already revived and already hatched, and he was looking for the androids. It took him 3 years to look for the androids because they weren't around, because Trunks had already killed them. That makes sense. Okay. As Trunks is about to leave, okay, we already seen all that. Trunks reveals he destroyed the androids. While Cell was angry, he realized he could use the time machine to go back and absorb them, but Trunks attacks him. See, so I don't know. Dragon Ball Z is full of retcons, dude. And that's probably why they didn't explore that. You know what I'm saying? The fight begins and Cell is clearly outclassed as Trunks hurls him. See, and Trunks basically just destroys him super easy. But see, this is what I was talking about with the Dabura stuff. See, this isn't even in Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball Super information doesn't start till here. And this is why I told y'all they could do the Dragon Ball. They can do this. Even though it was shown in Super, it occurred before Dragon Ball Super happened. Because this was a flashback, okay? Trunks takes action by grabbing Cell's tail. He talked about how he killed Cell. And then it says here, several years later, Trunks was invited to the Sacred Will of the Kai by Shin to train in preparation for Babdi's arrival. He successfully pulled out the Z-Sword and trained with it to increase his strength. Shin and Kibito were both impressed, and it just tells the story, how he killed him and went Super Saiyan 2. In the anime, while not seen in the present timeline, see? In the anime, while not seen in the present timeline, future Trunks appeared in a flashback killing Frieza when Shenron, see, right there, even that was a flashback, but it was in Dragon Ball Super. So could you say that him killing, you see what I'm saying? Anyway, future Trunks appeared in a flashback killing Frieza when Shenron mentioned Frieza's death to Sorbet. He would later be mentioned by Bulma as one of the two Saiyans that defeated Frieza. Later, when Gotenks showed up, attacked Tagoma, and defused blase. That's in the Golden Frieza saga. That's the only time Trunks was brought up in Super. First time was through a flashback. Okay, so could you still make that argument? You see what I'm saying? Future Trunks saga, several years after killing future Dabura. See that right there, guys? Black didn't show up immediately after him killing Dabura. I don't know what age he shows up though. I mean, when you look up future, let's look up future Babdi. It doesn't tell the age. It said he died at age 795, which was the same age as Goku Black showing up. But the retcon in that is that we just read that Black didn't show up until, actually, no, I take that back. Vegeta, Trunks didn't go get, he didn't go back in time. Black had already been around for a while, guys. So, I mean, with the argument that I'm making for Dabura, people could actually make the argument for Goku Black being in the game. Because the point where this happens, the point where the future Trunks saga happens, is several years after killing Dabura. Goku Black had been around for some years in Trunks' timeline, destroying everything. So the same argument could be made that, hey, Goku Black, be DLC 3. I don't think that's the case though, but if Dabura can be in there, technically so could Goku Black, because the Trunks saga, even though it picks up with him fighting against Black, he had already been fighting against Goku Black for some time. And look at this, several years after killing Dabura and future Babidi, and 9 years after the fall of the future Cell, now age 796, an enigmatic man named, so Goku Black shows up basically 9 years after, the 9 years is in Goku's Nim timeline, not Trunks' timeline. 796, because when they talk about ages, they're not talking about ages in Trunks' timeline. They're talking about ages in his. So you finally see your own cognitive dissonance. No, I don't, Leo. There is no cognitive dissonance, dude. What I'm saying is the fact that Dabura wasn't shown. Dabura was shown as a flashback, so we don't know when it happened. But I do know that Goku Black had been around for some time before he ever went. But the way that y'all are wanting Goku Black in the Trunks arc isn't gonna happen, because that part was purely Dragon Ball Super. It wasn't a flashback, it was played out. You see what I'm saying? So no, Goku Black isn't gonna be in there. But like I said, what I'm saying is, if they put Dabura in there because Dabura was a flashback, then yeah, I can see how Goku Black could potentially be in there, but at the same time, no, because Black was never known. Black was never even known about in any of Dragon Ball. That doesn't match up with Super Saiyan God, because like I said, in order for Vegeta to even go Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, he would have to have went Super Saiyan God first. So no, that is not the same thing at all. Okay, let's look at Black. Let's go pull up Goku Black. It tells about Goku Black. Okay. Because he even shows up at age, it says his death was at 796, age 780. I don't know what that is, 780. Goku Black, usually referred to as Black, the main antagonist in the Future Saga, visited Universe 6. Goku Black visited Universe 6, went to Super Dragon Balls. Let's look at his biography, okay? Concept and creation. It is revealed in an interview with Kira Toriyama that the inspiration for Goku Black originated from the copy of the hero ideas, such as the main False Ultraman appearance. He appeared in the same as his future timeline counterpart, being an above average height, Kai of slim build. So they're talking about Zamasu. Patara earrings, blase, his personality, we don't care about that. His background, okay? He and the Zamasu from the altered main timeline were originally the same entity. However, future Trunks timeline, traveling to the past, altered the present. Main timeline's original history and Beerus destroying the Zamasu in the altered timeline split the timelines. Thus, the Zamasu who became Goku Black is or was exactly the same individual and has all the same histories as the Zamasu from the altered present timeline prior to his destruction at Beerus' hand. Due to the powers of the time ring, the death of the present Zamasu from the altered main timeline due to Beerus did not affect him. Zamasu was originally a North. That's not enough information. It's just talking about his plan. It doesn't say anything prior to that. See, so no, even that's a retcon. So no, Leo, Black can still show up if they're gonna make more DLCs. I'm not saying if they don't make more DLCs. Now, if they make more DLCs, it's possible if they go into Super. But him showing up during this DLC doesn't make sense at all. Because if you go into chronological events, you have the androids. He goes back into time. We're assuming that if it goes past where the history Trunks did, when he goes back in time after the Cell Saga, he kills the androids. 3 years later, that same Trunks kills Cell. But Boo, Bobbity has been around collecting energy for Boo for 10 years, which would have put him between the time he killed the androids and Cell. Okay, Goku Black doesn't show up until 9 years after that, which he fought Dabura prior to that, prior to Black showing up. And it was several years that happened before that. The only thing that I'm saying is that Goku Black was in Trunks' timeline prior to him, like for some time prior to him going backwards in time to get Goku and them help. Like he was struggling with Black for a little bit of time, not too much time. Not too much time. You look at the ages. Goku Black, you got his death date, is age 80, 780. Let's look at it here. And see us right here. In events of Dragon Ball Super, history of Trunks takes place. Future Gohan is killed by the androids. Consequently, in the anime special, Future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time. In the manga, he had already done that though. So, it's not even showing. That's in Future Trunks' timeline. Future Trunks' timeline. And see, here's the retcon on that though. You know what I'm saying? Because here in the present timeline, see, so in Future Trunks' timeline of 780, this is what happened. Okay. In the present timeline, these are the events of Dragon Ball Super happening. You see what I'm saying? So no, Black couldn't happen. That would be a total retcon if Black was to happen in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Black saw Dabura kill Shin. Where did you see that at? Where are you finding that at? That's what I don't understand. Because hey, if Black saw Dabura kill Shin, then that would mean that Black was around, and so the same way that Dabura was there, if Dabura can be in the game, Black can be in the game. But like I said and I've said in this live stream, I don't see Dabura being in the game because the only time that he's actually shown is in Dragon Ball Super. However, I said the only possible way is that they use the story from Shin Budokai because he was around, he was there. And we know that he fought Dabura after he fought Cell, but I do know that he struggled with Goku Black for some time. The same site I'm on. Okay, so let's which one is it? The one about Goku Black? Because I want to read that. We're looking at personalities here. Will we get to play as Goku? No, this is a Trunks DLC. Trunks confronted Black and explained his motives in a strong case. Dragon Ball Super. Trunks survived the encounter. And for a year. Okay. See, that's the thing right there. That's what I was getting at. Black was only around for a year. Trunks survived the encounter. Future Trunks saga is about time. Okay. He says Trunks survived their encounter and for a year prepares to travel back in time using a time machine with Bulma in an attempt to save the future. And that's where the Goku Black saga starts. So when it starts, Goku Black had already been around for 1 year, not several years. He wasn't around for 9 years, 10 years, nothing like that. He was only around for 1 year. So that doesn't put him at that same time, but I digress. Future Trunks and Bulma are eventually intercepted by Black himself, leading to Bulma's death and their hideout's destruction. I don't know where. You got to let me know that. Go to the actual Super manga synopsis. Okay, so it was in the manga, not the anime. I mean, it still doesn't change the story, though. But let's go look at it. Where's the manga? That's the Dragon Ball Super. Uh, See, that's the manga version there. But that's still continuing the story, though. It's just showing a manga picture. Film appearances, other Dragon Ball stories, Xenoverse 2, Power, anime, manga. There we go. Let's read it. It is revealed that initially Black had trouble accessing Goku's powers upon gaining his body, and he could not even become a regular Super Saiyan. Upon traveling to different worlds and killing the gods in each world, and from his constant fights with Trunks, Black exploited the Saiyan power ability by letting future Zamasu heal his injuries every time to grow stronger and likewise more adjust his Saiyan abilities as he unlocks Super Saiyan. Black in his base form is able to defeat Super Saiyan 2, Future Trunks, before his trip to the past, no longer having to become Super Saiyan to fight against him. And this is the manga version. While fighting Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, base Black was not able to hold his own somewhat. It's still not. Find the actual manga of the Future Dabura stuff. Okay, so we need to go to Future Dabura. I'm going to look it up, man. I'm going to look it up. Future Dabura. I mean, if you got a link, bro, type it up, type the link and put it in there so I can just click on it and go to it. But I'm not seeing that here. It's not even technique and abilities, trivia, gallery. See, there's no manga here. I'm on the Future Dabura thing. Find the actual manga of the Future Trunks and Dabura stuff. Oh, that's on YouTube. I can find that. Let me go to YouTube and look it up. I remember I watched the video on that. I saw the video. Okay, Future Trunks, Dragon Ball Super manga. I mean, even in the manga, it didn't say that though. I remember watching this whole video. We gotta. No, we don't. This is where it ends, though. See, that's where the manga ends. It doesn't say anything about Black watching him there. You were on the characters page. Click the actual manga chapter link. I'm sorry, Goku Black is in here. No, I'm not saying that Black is gonna be in the game, guys. I was just going off on the discussion from looking at some of this stuff. I did click on the manga link. What are you talking about? Click the manga link for the official. Click the link under manga for. Why you just don't post the link in here so I can click on that? The manga debut, that's what you're talking about? Okay, let's read this. Because you said that Goku Black was already there. It says, in an alternate timeline, Goku Black tries searching for Future Trunks' key, but realizes he completely disappeared. Black says he already destroyed every Supreme Kai, so we need to back up because it's, okay, maybe it's in this. With the guise of destruction, Future Trunks' disappearance, there is no one left to oppose him. He says that this is far too boring. Goku Black flies away, saying there is something he has to check on. A grown scratch, Future Trunks must bring the dead body. As the scene turns to present, let's go Asu. It has to be before that, right? Okay, here's some Goku Black stuff. Okay, this is Future Trunks takes the opportunity to fire a burning attack, destroying Future Dabura and Future Babidi. Future Shin, satisfied with their victory, collapses and succumbs to his injuries. Goku Black, watching over the fight, is overjoyed that he found a timeline where God of Destruction is dead due to Shin's death. Okay, so there we go. So if they were to do the Dabura fight, then they could possibly do Goku Black too. But here's the issue with that, Leo. At this point in time, Trunks doesn't encounter Goku Black. And it doesn't say that he's encountered him. You see what I'm saying? Future Trunks finishes his story by saying that after that, Goku Black proceeded to annihilate the humans. Beerus and Whis confirmed their theory of the God of Destruction. See, there's nothing in there. I mean, the game could explore it, but there's nothing in there stating when, at what point that, you know what I'm saying, that can happen, you see? But like I said, I don't see them doing Dabura anyway. So that doesn't, and like I said, for that same reason, because that's what people are going to argue. Man, it was shown in Super. Why can't we do, for that exact same reason? It was shown in Super, even though it was a flashback though. But like I said, I don't see them doing Goku Black. It still would be a Super character, because that's where he shows up, is in Dragon Ball Super. This is the Super, But then, like you said, the same thing with Dabura. It's in the Dragon Ball Super mangas and Dragon Ball Super anime. But that's what I was saying. The fact that Dabura and Trunks have not fought, they fought each other before in a game that occurred in 2005 before Dragon Ball Super ever did. You see what I'm saying? So let me catch up with these comments. Scroll up. Already read it. DLC based on the anime. The DLC is a little different. They're based off the DLC for Battle of Gods is based off of the movies. Man is thirsty for Goku Black. I'm not thirsty for Goku Black. I don't believe Goku Black is happening. Only reason that came up is because I was reading about the timelines, and then Leo commented, like always, because he want Goku Black so bad, he doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe Bandai when they said there will be no super content in the game. So, and he's trying to disprove my theory about Dabura potentially being in the game, because they don't show Dabura until the Dragon Ball Super manga and the anime. But like I said, in the Shin Budokai game, which was in 2007, Trunks fought future Dabura. Also, Babidi is already present at the time that the androids are around in future Trunks' timeline. And so they could have you fight Boo and Dabura. That is still possible. Might not play out like it did in the Super manga and anime, but Dabura and Babidi exist during the time of Z in Trunks' timeline. That's why I said that's possible, but he's trying to use the Super explanation of this to say that it's not possible. So that's the only reason we got into the Goku Black stuff. If you're gonna give us 2 DLCs, give us the Goku Black one. Why, Son Goku, you another dude. You was in the comments. You was one of the guys. No, that was Goten. Okay, boy, I was finna. Still don't understand how Trunks' hair turned blue. They never said how. I don't know. I hope they don't do Goku Black. Why would you want to have fight him and then be cut off and not finish? And that's true, John. The only way that Goku Black would make sense is if they're going to continue the story, because it's not about Goku Black. It's about Zamasu. You see what I'm saying? That wouldn't make sense for us to fight Black. Now, if they were going to do some more season passes, but then look, if they say they did another season pass, we've already fought Goku Black. Let's say they put Goku Black in there and we fight him in his base form. Then we would have to go backwards and start the universe 6 and 7. So you'd be jumping timelines, which, I mean, they could do it, but if this is the last DLC, it doesn't make sense to even put Goku Black there. It doesn't. Because why would you put Black there and not do a DLC about the universe 6 and 7 tournament? That's why I don't see Black happening, man. It would be awesome if they showed a glimpse of Goku Black at the end of the DLC, then say Season Pass 2 coming later. I'm all for it. But us fighting Black doesn't make sense for this DLC. If it happened, I mean, you know. If it happens, Y'all know me. I'll be the first one to come out and be like, hey, I was wrong. But everything that I'm saying is based off of what I'm going off of what we were told from Bandai Namco in this video. What we were told here, the tweet saying no super. Like, I can only go off of what we got. Goku Black is Dragon Ball Super. Dabura is not a super character. Dabura is from Z. That's one thing you have to realize. Dabura is from Dragon Ball Z. Babidi is from Dragon Ball Z. So they could still have Trunks fight Babidi and Dabura because they're Z characters. I'm just telling you a way that they can get around that. You know what I'm saying? D, I'm not trying to start anything, but just saying his vids are all clickbait, no lie. Man, we passed that, dude. How that different from jumping back in time for this DLC? They're not jumping back in time, man. They're not. They're clearly just explaining. It's a scenario. They're just explaining something that wasn't previously explained. Y'all have it confused that the DLCs are in chronological order, that one led to two, so two has to lead to three. That's not the case. If that was the case, this would be called Power Awakens Part 3. It's not called that. This is just DLC 3, meaning the third DLC. 1 and 2 were really supposed to go together. That's why they're only sold as a package. You can't buy them separate. And even if you translate this here, it tells you about getting, if you purchase DLC 1, or it's either down here or up here, it's one of the two. Buy the season pass and you get DLC 1 early. Because originally they were planning to come out at the same time. Super Saiyan God Vegeta is not from Z. He's only shown in Super. Dude, you are a freaking idiot, dude. Stop saying that. We've already explained it, dude. In order for Vegeta to even go Super Saiyan Blue, he already has the ability to go Super Saiyan God. Just because you didn't see it until Super, he still was able to do it. Shut up, man. I'm gonna block you from the channel, dude. I ain't never blocked nobody from the channel. You finna get blocked because you keep talking stupid, man. That's just, it ain't nobody that's arguing that. You're the only person arguing that. He named his vid Leak Gameplay, and it was from the pics from the V Jump. I knew it. He's one vid away from He's one vid away from having one less subscriber. But bro, we're not talking about just saying, man. I get what you're saying, DM. No, it wouldn't be us fighting him. It would be like a vision of things to come. See, I would be okay with that if they flash that. But hey, if there's a thing, Lee, if they did, and for those of y'all who are wanting at least a teaser of Goku Black, we still would have to have the fight with Dabura in order to have that. Because Dabura is the entire, that's what I was explaining in this video here. Let me go to the video, guys. I'm not going to click on it to watch it, but in this video here, I literally explained in order for us to have Goku Black, we have to have Dabura. Now, you don't have to have Dabura. Now, you don't have to have Goku Black to have Dabura because Dabura preceded Goku Black in Trunks' timeline, but you do have to have Dabura to have Goku Black because he killed off the Kais and was the exact reason for Goku Black being in that timeline. Dabura is possible. Goku Black won't happen. Thank you. Somebody is understanding what I'm saying. Dabura is possible. Goku Black is not. Unless he's just a little teaser at the end of DLC 3. Like if they show him after you beat Dabura, they show Goku Black silhouette watching. That's the only reason. And if they do that, I'm going to tell you straight up. If they did that, I'm going to still be excited. You want to know why? Because that means we're going to get either a future game or we're going to get future DLC, bro. That's a win-win situation. But you know what people going to say? If you block me, only prove me right. No, it doesn't. If I block you, it means that you're being an idiot. You being a troll and you continue to say stuff that I clearly have disproven. You're being annoying. It don't mean that you're right because I block you. It means that, hey, stop saying dumb crap or I'm going to block you because I've showed you how Super Saiyan God Vegeta, even though you see him in Super, he was there before Super, bro. Chill out. That's what I'm saying. If I block you, it don't mean you right. I'm not mad at all because you're not right. You finna get blocked. And guess what? The channel gonna go on and grow without you, bro. You probably ain't even a subscriber. 1,000 times just listen. Go watch the DBZ movies and listen how they access. Bro, John, I went on the live stream that he's in. He's been in the live stream since I started. I literally read word for word what Goku said from the movie about Super Saiyan Blue. His argument is that because it wasn't shown to us that it's a super thing. It's not a super thing. Just because it wasn't shown to you. You ain't never seen me take a shit, but you know I know how to take a shit, right? You ain't never seen me do it, though. So if I come to your house and take a dump in your bathroom, that's your first time ever seeing me doing it. Is that my first time I ever taking a dump? Heck no, man. Stop being stupid, man. What did I say that was wrong? Super Saiyan God Vegeta was not shown in Z. Oh my gosh, bro. We know he wasn't shown in Z. What you arguing is that it was a super thing. It's not a super thing because he accessed it before super. We just didn't see it. They just didn't show it to us. Shut up, man. Just stop talking. You tripping, dude. But anyway, Deborah could happen because it is before the Goku Black stuff. But like I said, if they end it with a silhouette of Black, I'm fine with that because that means we're getting more DLC or another game. We really need a Dragon Ball Super game, bro. We need a Dragon Ball Super based game. That's what we need. We don't have that. The community would love it. The issue would be multiplayer, which I would be okay with that game having multiplayer because you have the Tournament of Power, you have the Universe 6 and 7 tournament, you have a lot of people, man. Like it makes sense to make it multiplayer. So let me back up and read some of these comments, y'all. That's your opinion, but the things you've said made no sense. Only watch Dragon Ball Super. Bruh, DM don't give a F. I don't, bro. I'm at that point where I'm just like, y'all know I don't even cuss on the channel, dude. But that dude, that man, that dude tripping, man. That's just logic, human logic. Like you gotta be a retarded individual, and that's disrespect to retarded people. But bro, you just literally not trying to see that. It ain't that you don't want to see it. You just literally not trying to. That's it. Deborah is possible. Okay, I read that one. Deborah is the catalyst for Goku Black, but does that mean that Goku Black's coming? No. It just opens the door for more content. Thank you. Ty White. Golly, man. Vegeta did need 5 other Saiyans to do it. Exactly. Let me back up, man. I'm missing stuff, man. I'm trying to read the comments. I feel like you should make a Dragon Ball Super Kakarot if they want to make super content. I feel like the arcs would be too big for a mere DLC. I agree with that, dude. And that's what I was saying. So I try to tell people, you don't want this. You don't want Dragon Ball Super for DLC and Kakarot. First of all, it's going to take forever to get it all. And, no, we just need a separate game, dude. All future transformations that Vegeta and Goku had were already in their blood. Thank you. Will they hop into the Cell Saga? I don't know. Leo, low class warrior, non-subscriber. Bro, that's that President Rose talk. That's what Rose calls his stuff. That's his stuff, man. I'm not going to take his stuff. That's his stuff. We wouldn't use that. They probably going to have future Super Saiyan. What do you mean by that, Joshua? At Leo, answer me. Do you think Vegeta had Super Saiyan God before Super? Yes or no? Do you think he had Super Saiyan God during Resurrection? F. That's a pretty easy question right there, John. And he ain't going to answer that question. Because if he says that Vegeta has, y'all, everybody understand but him. Literally, even in the comments, he is the only person that is still talking like that, bro. President Rose ain't even talking like that. Actually, yes, he is. Rose did say he don't care what nobody say. Super Saiyan God Vegeta is Dragon Ball Super. So, all right. Have you ever saw me take a dump? That's the truth, dude. You ain't never seen me take a dump, but I take dumps. You know what I'm saying? You can't go on the logic of Well, because I didn't see it until then, it didn't exist. That's dumb as heck, man. That's dumb as heck, bro. Obviously, Vegeta has Super Saiyan God before Super, but it was not shown. The point I'm making is his design is taken from Super, not Z. So they use his design is not taken from Super, dude. Shut up, man. Just shut up, man. The Super Saiyan God design came from Goku from Dragon Ball Z. All they did was gave Vegeta red hair. That's not a design, bro. Bro, you tripping. You tripping. What did he say, Geovic? You blocked something. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. There you go. One Piece equal goated. Not they games. Not the games. This would be a perfect opportunity for Bandai to keep this thing going by doing a super game. No season pass. Just leave it at super game, bro. We need the game. We need the game, man. Future Super Saiyan is a Xenoverse thing. Only it's just Super Saiyan, but okay. In the new DLC, they normally add a new Super Saiyan. And that's the thing, too. People are wanting the new transformation and stuff like that. And that's another reason why people wanted it to go into Super so we can get more transformations, because they want to play with Ultra Instinct. And I don't blame y'all. But save the Super stuff for a separate game. Oh, you know what? While I have y'all here, I'm going to go ahead and pull up that interview. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull up that interview, man. Is it Game and Boat? Oh, no, this ain't it. I'm going to try to find that article, man. No, this ain't it. I might got it in my favorites. Producer discusses buying you. Okay, I want to take y'all to this one. This is a very important one here. Okay. Among new elements created by Akira Toriyama himself, specifically for this game, there is a new character Banyu, which they didn't really explore. Why I remember the Ginyu Force, so it's Toriyama Sensei independent idea. Speaking of original characters, there is one who has been very successful in another Dragon Ball game, Android 21. Is there any chance that she could appear in the game as well? Unfortunately, I can't provide any details about this. Guys, remember what I said a long time ago. Anytime they say this, that means she's going to be in the game. And she is in the game. She's just named Female Researcher. So I think they are still, I don't know, they could still do something with her, because they don't call her Android 21 in the game. They call her Female Researcher. So, hey, my Android 21 stuff still may happen in some way, shape, form, or fashion. I don't know. Do they throw her in the Trunks DLC? Who knows? But she's still around. She could find that time machine and go in the Trunks' time. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. See right here. I already proved this in a previous video. Anytime they say I can't give you any details on this either, or at this time, that means that whatever they ask is going to be in the game. Okay, this is what they said about this. Do you think this game could be the beginning of a franchise, considering that the Dragon Ball saga is very long and there is likely room for several games, or you're working on a Kakarot as a standalone game? He says, at the moment, we're thinking of it as a standalone game. At the moment, guys, and this article was written before we ever even knew about the Buu saga in the game. So Dragon Ball Super Kakarot could very well be a reality, dude. I'm backing up in the comments. I'm sorry, y'all. I feel like we've already kind of got this DLC, but in a different type of direction, if you understand what I mean. I don't think we've ever experienced anything like this DLC. How can I go live with you? This is #1 fan in distress. You can't go live with me, buddy. I'm on YouTube. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to go live with me. You live with me in the comments. I've lost all my brain cells at this point. Like, seriously, what's so hard to understand? Nothing, dude. That make my head hurt too, though. I think they will add cat and mouse mechanic where Trunks and Gohan has to avoid androids until they're stronger each time you fight. I believe that too. I said a real good thing that I really wish they would do. Because one thing is, fighting in the DLC, we've had those random enemies flying around everywhere. It would be really cool if instead of the random enemies, it's like Android 17 and 18, and you got to avoid them to get stuff done in the game. Like you go out to eat, go find stuff to eat, go find parts for the time machine, and you got to avoid them. You know what I'm saying? Every time you fight them, they're going to be strong enough to kill you. So you literally have a boss battle episode or boss battle fight every time you encounter them. And if you die, you got to start over, like a real survival type game. That would be so dope. I kind of wish they did come out at the same time as well. I do too, or at least closer together, which we know COVID prevented that from happening. I have questions. Okay, what are your questions? What about clothing changes? It's not in the game. Level cap, they haven't said anything. Level cap, guys, y'all stop getting caught up with the level cap. The level cap is irrelevant, yo. Ask Geovic. Your level is irrelevant in this game. The only thing that matters is your character stats. Now, had they put a cap on the stats, like you can only go so high at a certain level, then yeah, level would then matter. And level does matter. Yeah, you do gain. Like anytime you level up, your character stats automatically go up, and that's what causes the increase in strength with your level. However, the fact that you can raise your levels even more by yourself without raising your character level, you can raise your stats. The character level is kind of irrelevant. That's an irrelevant argument or irrelevant thing to want in the game. All you have to do is eat and you can get stronger. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Is this like a whole new game like Boruto? No, this is just a DLC. Level cap isn't needed, guys. Yeah, exactly, 4K. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. I think level cap is going to 350. Based off of his skill set, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan is super related. Just because he showcased his God transformation Super doesn't mean it happened in Super. Facts. It didn't happen in Super. He obtained it before they fought Frieza. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go Super Saiyan Blue. All right, so if Bandai never had the license to Super, Bandai doesn't. Oh my God, Bandai doesn't have the license to Dragon Ball Super. What are you talking about? That's a Shueisha and Toei thing. It's not a Super thing, and only had the license to Z. You think they could use Super Saiyan God Vegeta? Yes, they can use Super Saiyan God Vegeta, because Super Saiyan God, in order to go Super Saiyan Blue, you can go Super Saiyan God. Bandai doesn't have the license to Dragon Ball Super. They have the license to Dragon Ball Z. They have the license for those things. They have the Shueisha. It's not a license for Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super. It's a license through Shueisha and Toei. For example, if they wanted to put Super in the game, they could. They don't need a license for that. They have the licensing from Shueisha and Toei. They can do whatever they want. They're choosing not to because it doesn't go with the game. Did you ever think for a second that maybe they are making a Dragon Ball Super game? The reason why they're not focused on Super in this game? Come on, man. Level cap isn't needed anymore. Facts. They're not. Are they going to upgrade like they did Xenoverse 2 and GTA 5? I don't know, man. I don't know. We need to port. They need to port this to next-gen consoles. Are they going to upgrade? I already read that question. That's about level caps. You're going to be live level 40. Bro, just stop. What did he say? Let me view that. Yeah. Nah, I made Trunks level 200. Message automatically. What did he please? Okay, yeah. I'm getting mad. All right, people getting mad. So, dude, if dude keep commenting, talking stupid stuff, I'm gonna just block him from the live stream because everybody tired of hearing it. I'm missing so many things, dude. I'm going back looking at the comments now. I can understand the logic and agree for a separate reason. Maybe perhaps it's the best to leave it as is. If someone's right, they'll be right. If wrong, they'll be wrong. Yeah. I mean, I understand what he's saying, guys. Don't get me wrong. I get what he's saying, that we didn't see him until Dragon Ball Super. But he's right in that. We didn't. However, the fact that Vegeta could go Super Saiyan Blue in a Dragon Ball Z film, Fukasu no F, means that even though we didn't see it until Super, he was still able to do it. See what I'm saying? Yeah. End of story. We ain't talking about that no more. You can have two characters that are level 300, but my character stats are much higher. Exactly. Geovic is the guy that can explain that. Geovic's level 200 Goku was far stronger than our level 300 Gokus. The levels are irrelevant. Including Chatsu and Yamcha. The game released early June. No. I don't know why people are saying early June. Summer doesn't start until June 22nd, man. This is where y'all have to be careful with stuff like this. I need to bookmark this page because I'm gonna come back to it for a video. Probably not on this. First day of summer 2021, June 20th. Okay. What he's going off of, what Rose was going off of was early summer. He was going off of this. Let me see. I actually don't know what he was going off of. According to this definition, each season begins on the first of a particular month that lasts for 3 months. Spring begins March 1st, summer begins. This is what he was going off of. Because in this sense, early summer would be early June, right? But that's not how Kakarot has been going. For example, DLC 2 was supposed to release, I think, what did it say, like late winter or something like that? And it released, or early winter. I think they said early fall, late fall or something like that. And it released literally towards the end of fall, like late fall. You know, late fall could have been December, but it wasn't. First day of winter is the 20th of December, 21st. Summer starts on the 20th of June. So I don't think it comes in early June, bro. I mean, if it does, it does. I mean, nobody cares about that, but this is what he was looking at. Early summer is June, but that's not saying that it comes at the beginning of June. Summer doesn't start until the 20th. Now, if you look at the summer quarter, I don't even think they have that set up for a certain date. Like, no, that's just school stuff. That ain't even relevant. So I don't know, man. If they said early summer, I would say by late June, early July. If you're going by summer. Dude said it comes out on May 28th. Heck no, man. Whoever said that is lying. It'll be about $20, man. The DLC will cost about $20. Trying to catch up with these comments, y'all. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not wrong, bro. I'm just going to put you in a timeout. No, I'm going to put him in a timeout, bro. I'm not wrong. You the only one in here still talking about that. Somebody tell him to scroll up. Scroll up for what? What'd you say, Ty? You've been on point so far. I already read that comment. I'm trying to catch up to these comments, y'all. Bear with me, man. Yeah, GeoVic retracted this comment, man. I appreciate that because dude was bugging. Dude was bugging hard. I haven't eaten at all. Yeah, that's the way. If you want the DLC to be harder or the game to be harder, don't eat at all. GeoVic ate too much and now the game too easy for him. You sure be a bit stronger, but it's a long grind. It is a very long grind. Eating will bring the potential out of your characters. Like DM said, my level 200 can defeat a level 300 easy. Facts. Your character level is supposed to be your potential, and eating is supposed to raise your stats to feel that potential, if that makes sense. Some of y'all character levels high as crap, but y'all not eating at all. So you're a hamster on a spinning wheel. You get what I'm saying? A level 200 can't one shot a level 300. Bro, Gabe, listen to me. I swear to you, Geovic's level 200 character could one shot your level 300 character, bro. You don't know how stats work in this game. I did a save wizard file. I have a file on my game where I am all max stats. And bro, yes. I literally, like, I could do one super attack against level 300 Beerus, take him out. I don't know about level 300 Beerus. I could against level 200, 250 Beerus. Take him out with one key blast, bro. That's how strong you can get in this game. It is ridiculous. Can I make a Discord server? No, because I don't use Discord. The reason I don't use Discord is because that's what the comment section are for in the videos. That's what the community tab is for on the channel. Like, there's no need for a Discord. I mean, shoot, a lot of people don't even look at the comments tab. A lot of, so why make a Discord? I have one, I just don't use it. I'm trying to grow my YouTube, not Discord. If y'all want to talk, we can come in the community tab. We can talk there. Talk on the live streams, talk in the communities, in the comment section of the videos. That's why I don't do a Discord. It's detrimental to YouTube. The only way people gonna hear about your Discord is through YouTube anyway. So, yeah. Plus, I be very busy, man. I'm busy enough with YouTube. Adding a Discord to it is because that would take away from time for me to reply to comments. If y'all notice on my videos, I try to reply to every comment I can. But why using overpowered Trunks, who is in our current timeline of the game? Yeah, I don't see that either, dude. That's what I was saying earlier, Ty. I don't see them using, like, the Trunks that we've unlocked in the main game is not going to be the Trunks we use in DLC 3, guys. If you hadn't noticed, every DLC we unlock future Trunks. So what sense does it make for us to start this DLC with that same Trunks? Doesn't make sense. How do you think they'll deal with the whole future Gohan being playable stuff? River, I talked about that at the very beginning of the video. The whole stuff with future Gohan is the way that I'm thinking it might happen is the same way it happened with Vegito. Either because I don't see how they make Gohan playable in the main game. That's my problem. I don't see how they make Gohan playable in the main game. Because what is his, like, we know why Trunks is there because Bulma brought him with the time machine. But if Gohan dies in this, I don't see how they make him playable in the main game. I think that Gohan may only end up being playable for the time that he exists in the history of Trunks, in the Trunks DLC. After that, I don't think we play with him anymore. I think it'll be similar to like a Vegito kind of thing. How we played with Vegito when it was proper, but other than that, and then same thing with Trunks in the main game. Before he was unlocked as a unlockable character. But like I said, they could just have it to where, hey, future Gohan is now playable in the main game. And I think that's some of the information we'll get in the next V-Jump is some of the stuff that may carry over to the main game and some of the different things we can get and do. So I'll cover that in a separate video though. But if that answers your question, that Gohan thing is a real tricky story, man. That's real tricky. Is real tricky with future Gohan. They don't even have him here, but they got Trunks here as a playable character. And then your support characters. But somebody even wanted 17 playable, and I was like, bro, that doesn't make sense for the game, man. Y'all gotta, we gotta look at stuff that makes sense for the game. DM game, and someone asked whether we using current Trunks with the skill sets. Like I said, I don't think we're gonna use current Trunks. That doesn't make sense for the game because Trunks that we have right now, guys. And if y'all go back, y'all can go back and watch the live stream once it posts to the channel, or you should be able to rewind it to the beginning. But I talked about this with Trunks and Gohan. Both of them are playable characters. This version of Trunks and Gohan could only be playable in this DLC for all we know. What I think will happen with Trunks, because obviously he has the Masenko, so we're going to get different skills with him. I think what's going to happen is they take the trunks that we've unlocked in the game already, and they're going to update his skill tree the same way they did with Goku and Vegeta. They just updated their skill trees. So in that sense, this trunks will become the trunks that we have unlocked in the game already, because it's basically him. But after we beat the DLC, they'll update his skill tree with the new moves that we've acquired through the DLC. But starting the DLC, it's not going to be the same Trunks, because it's not even the same. They're not even the same ages. This Trunks is way younger. He's way younger than the Trunks that we played with in the main, that we unlocked in the main game and played with. If that answers your question. Yeah, we need a Discord. No, we don't need a Discord, bro. I had a Discord and y'all wasn't even active in it. I'm not doing no Discord. Like I said, if you want to talk to me, y'all can talk. Dude, I am so active on Twitter, bro. Add me on Twitter, man. Add me on Twitter. I am active on Twitter. I will talk to y'all all day through Twitter and YouTube. I'm not doing a Discord again. I tried that like 3 times. I'm not doing a Discord. Let's look at DBS Hypes, because he put out those scans, and I know y'all probably seen them or whatever, but I showed these at the beginning. But like I said before, and I'll go over this stuff again, because I know a lot of y'all just came in and stuff. That's rage mode. That's confirmed. That's not villainous Android 17. There's no reason for him to be villainous. That's another thing. That's why I never talked about them being villainous. There's no need for them to be. Not at this point in the story, because they're already strong enough. And as you can tell, Gohan still has both arms, so they haven't destroyed his arm yet. Android 18's blowback attack, and you can see she's in rage mode. Gohan still has both arms, so this is before he loses an arm. Trunks in the torn up city. You can see Capsule Corp torn up. So that's why I don't think we'll have Banyu, because with Capsule Corp, I mean, the training room, somebody asked about the gravity room. I don't see us having it because it's inside of this. It's inside of Capsule Corp. Or really, it's inside of one of them little buildings, really. But no, you see the Z-Orbs around. There's a big Z-Orb back there. A lot of Z-Orbs. Got to be able to level up Trunks. But see how short he is? This is an older version of Trunks. It's going to be a completely separate Trunks. It's not going to be, and I pray to God that we don't start with this Trunks at level, whatever level future Trunks is at. It's not going to make the DLC easier, but I think the DLC will be funner if we have to level him up, because the thing about leveling them up is it gives us a reason to train in the DLC. And then also, one thing is those sacred waters. People have to realize the sacred waters that we've unlocked so far. Do those carry over into the DLC? And if so, I mean, you'll be able to put them up to level 200 anyway, 250 anyway. So, I mean, heck, they might as well let us keep the level off of the main Trunks. But either way, even if they did, the DLC still going to be hard, dude. That junk's still going to be tough. The DLC still going to be tough. Androids ain't going to play no games. Y'all think Frieza was hard. These guys fighting both of them together? Bruh, they finna be putting the skibbity paps on people, man. This is the scan we got for the Gohan playable, for playable Gohan. So, I don't know, guys. Clearly, we're going to be playing with him, but the fact that he doesn't have an arm and this is the version that they give us means that potentially, you know, he might be playable in the main game. But I got a video coming up about the DLC. Because like I said, guys, and I'll tell y'all because y'all in here, I think that this is going to be basically a mini version of Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. So Gohan may only be playable. Him and this Trunks may only be playable within DLC 3. But the way that it'll be set up, it'll be fine because you got another version of him in the main game anyway. But I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to talk about that in the video. Let me get back to the comments. I'm getting a new phone, so I'll be able to play Dragon Ball Legends. Dude, I do not play Legends. I play Dokkan. I don't like all that tapping on my phone, man. Like, if Legends had a console version, I'd be cool with that. But I don't like all that tapping on my phone to fight and all that. Bro, my character's really weak. Y'all wonder if we're getting clothing customization after this DLC. I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm with y'all on the clothing customization. But to me, those resources could be spent on far better things, such as a new game plus, or a new game, or more DLC. Like me being able to change clothes, I don't care about that. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, cause I'd rather, or tournament mode. Like that stuff to me is way more important than being able to change clothes. Because let's say they put clothing customization in the game. Are you gonna pick up the game and go back and play through the story? No. You're gonna play the game where you're at. You're gonna change clothes. That's gonna last you probably about a week's worth of gameplay, and you're gonna put the game right back down. That doesn't extend the longevity of the game. You'll play it for a little bit and you'll be right back to square one. You'll be wanting something else. You think the whole Trunks not killing the androids, then Cell absorbs them in the future Trunks timeline is a thing, is a possibility. That's what I was talking about earlier. But the way that Bulma talked whenever she bought Trunks back, I think she already, like, the androids are already defeated. Because, and Cell too, actually. We just didn't see it in the game. Because she brings Trunks back to our timeline in the game at the end of the Buu saga. And we know the Buu saga is 7 years after the Cell saga. So by that time in Trunks' timeline, he'd already defeated the androids and Cell. So no, I think he's already defeated them. We'll get to experience that, but you know. Bro, I wish we had a group chat. I want a community on Kakarot so we can show each other's progress. Twitter! You got a Twitter, bro. Add me on Twitter. I'm not doing a Discord. I tried Discord. I don't like it. I don't get on it a lot. I'm just not doing a Discord. Eat meals or dish again. Yeah, Discord is toxic. YouTube toxic too now, but you know. I don't really use Twitter, but I'll get it. Twitter is awesome, dude. They got to get past the specials. If they don't, you won't feel powerful as Trunks. It's RPG 101. You're supposed to always end the story feeling strong AF. And that's why the deals, that's what I said for people wondering. Why did they give us Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue and then backtrack and give us Trunks? History of Trunks basically is what it is. The way I've always explained this. This is set up to be post-apocalyptic. And they want you to feel what it's like to live in a world without Goku. By them giving us Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue first, we've literally experienced Goku and Vegeta at their most powerful forms so far. Aside from Ultra Instinct, that's a super base thing. I'm talking about in Z. So imagine getting into this DLC, getting your butt drug up and down West City and wishing, bro, if I had Super Saiyan God, Goku, or Vegeta, the androids would be no problem. Thus, the stage is set for DLC 3. That's the simplest way I can explain it. If we get a Dragon Ball Super Kakarot game, what do you think the possible DLCs would even be? I mean, the possible DLCs would be like future sagas. Like, they could do Dragon Ball Super all the way. Like, if they did a Dragon Ball Super game, they could do it all the way up to the Tournament of Power. Where the Tournament of Power would be the last one, okay? And then, because Moro hasn't been adapted for the anime, they could do that as DLC. They could do Moro as DLC. They can do Granola as DLC. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, your channel has grown a lot since the last time you had a Discord. Yes, it has, but my channel hasn't grown from Discord because I never used it. I had Discord. I didn't use it. I mean, you can go on there now. I don't post nothing. My channel hasn't grown from my Discord. My channel has grown from me doing content regularly. And the channel could be a lot bigger had I not stopped doing content. You know, at one point I stopped doing videos for like, I maybe did like a video every 2 weeks or something like that. And, you know, that's when Rose he started being a whole lot more consistent. And of course, when you're consistent on YouTube, they're gonna push your content. Consistency is key, man. Especially if you're starting out, you're not getting like 100,000 views a video. Those people can post once a week and still be, you know, YouTube's gonna push their content. But for like us that's starting out in YouTube, less than 100,000 subscribers, stuff like that, you got to be consistent every day. I mean, because like the same thing happened with Just Saying. Just Saying, you know, he posting videos now and he's not getting the same number of views that he was getting before. The reason why is because he hasn't been as consistent on YouTube. And when you stop being consistent, your subscribers stop looking for your videos. YouTube stop pushing your videos, your channel and stuff like that. You know, it's not that people ain't watching his content. It's same thing that happened with me. All the subscribers I had, they stopped watching, stopped looking for videos. And when you don't watch someone's videos in a long time, even if you have notifications on for their channel, YouTube won't show them to you because you haven't been watching their channel. Because I got all notifications for several people that I don't get notifications for anymore because I went so long without watching their content, if that makes sense. Eat full course meals, those are the best. Facts. DM Gaming, I'm getting a new phone, so I found, oh yeah, I already read that. Skibbity Paps, yeah. I got that from Tony Baker Comedy. He be having them cats and fighting. Talking about you gonna drop the Skibbity Paps on them. Skibbity Paps. That was actually a pretty good impersonation. Ever since Ultra Instinct, I open a pack every day. We need Budokai 4. Budokai 4 already happened, y'all. Ultimate Tenkaichi or Infinite World was essentially our Budokai 4. And then Ultimate Tenkaichi, not Ultimate Tenkaichi. Dragon Ball Z Infinite World was Budokai 4. Ultimate Tenkaichi was Tenkaichi 4. We've already got it. They just didn't name it that. Yeah, you can rewind the stream, y'all. Yeah, you can rewind the stream because I got it on DVR mode. Silencing someone doesn't make them wrong. Silencing someone does not make them wrong, only prove you fear what they say. Okay, there we go. Bro, I'll just put you in another timeout. You still ain't learning, bro. I don't fear what you say. I'm annoyed by you keep saying the same thing after we've proven you wrong. Only 3-star meals. So do y'all think we'll get some more meals with this DLC? I don't think so. What meals could Boma cook that, or Chi-Chi? Because I don't think they show Chi-Chi in the manga, but they definitely show her in the anime version of the History of Trunks. She's alive. So I don't know. Or does she die later on? Who knows? I'm gonna have to go watch it again. I watched it last weekend. I'm gonna grind for Dragon Balls right now. We don't need clothing customization. Makes no sense. It doesn't. Really, Cordell, you hit the nail on the head. Clothing customization doesn't make sense for the game because, and that's why they didn't put it in there because it doesn't make sense. Vegeta and Goku wasn't changing clothes all the time. Like that didn't happen. They wore the same thing all the time. DM actually taught me how to get stronger a year ago about meals. Appreciate that. And it came from, a lot of information came from Vic, guys like him and Billy. I didn't think nothing of meals until DM told me. Yeah, the meals important, man. People sleeping on that. And get that community board leveled up. Do we have Xenoverse for customization? We do. Yeah, that's true. I want to get the game used. I'm so cute. Bro, this game has been on sale so many times. Like, it was like down to like $23. You just got to catch it on sale, but get it used, man. It's a fun game. I'm going to tell you, don't take my word for it. Don't take anybody else's word for it. You play it for yourself and get your own opinion for the game. Is the season pass worth it? It is to me, but that is my opinion, Sage. Add you right now. Season pass worth it if you don't have any other DLC. Definitely. Guys, if you haven't played this game or the DLC, you are in the best position because like me, I played the game, had to wait on the DLCs and all of that, so I got a completely different experience. By somebody picking up the game, never played it, played through the game, and the DLCs are already there, ready and waiting to be played, you're going to get a completely different experience from this game. An experience that I wish that we would have had. For real, man. Yo, DM, the GOAT. The rumors of Black Goku gotta stop. Can y'all imagine if they did put Goku Black in the game, bro? I tell you what, I'd get a lot of traction. I'd get a lot of people coming to tell me I was wrong. And that's fine, because guess what? That video gonna get a lot of dang views. I ain't messed up about it, bro. If Bandai came out and put Goku Black in this DLC, I'd be happy. I'd be happy. I wouldn't be happy because he in the game. I'd be happy because I'm going to do a video saying I was wrong, guys. I always do. I always tell y'all when I'm wrong. I literally showed that in a completely different video. I don't have no problem admitting when I'm wrong because my information is going off of what Bandai gave us. And Bandai said there is no super. They said it's Dragon Ball Z. And I was trying to find the article where they talked about Super. Um, where they talked about Super. It ain't Game Rant. It ain't that article. I have to find it. I got it in my other laptop. Speaking of Game Rant, let's see if they've done a new article. I typed that in wrong. That's why it didn't come up. Let's see if Game Rant's done something. No, gets more screenshots. DLC 3 adding new playable character. How to prepare for DLC 3. Kakarot is not coming to the Nintendo Switch. They were asked about this, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show y'all that stuff. I got that too, where they was asked about the Switch port. Every major villain's most deadly technique. Bandai Namco confirms Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC 3 won't cross into Dragon Ball Super. Bro, I'm the one that revealed all of this. I wonder if they gave me credit for that. They've been giving me credit for stuff that they get from me, but let's see. After concerning lack of updates, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot will finally get its third DLC. Blah, blah, blah. Let's fast forward. That's a bunch of blase. A retelling of the tragic tale from Future Trunks. Many fans welcome the news that one more sober tales in Dragon Ball universe will be realized. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot's RPG-based gameplay. While the announcement trailer confirmed that the players would relive the origin story of Future Trunks, there was questions if it would go further. Unfortunately, those hopes would progress beyond Z. A new tweet has dashed through those dreams. The official Bandai Namco Twitter account confirmed that, bro, they tripping, dude. They could have gave your boy credit from that. I mean, it was a guy that sent that to me, but I was the one that put it out there for everybody to see. Because nobody else saw that. They see, sometimes they give me credit for the stuff they get from me. That's low, man. See that, bro? Come on, man. Unless they saw this before I did, which they could have. That's possible too, because they do a good job of giving me credit whenever they get stuff from me. So, with the confirmation from an official Bandai Namco source, they even say that Dragon Ball fans are more than familiar. Third major story arc. The Bandai Namco's recent tweet, however, it seems the Z in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot limits how far the story can go. Cloudle. Go back. Slow. This is what I wanted to look at here. What are they saying about Gohan being a playable character? But this is for what they don't get. Goku Black is not possible. Dabura is possible. Yeah, Dabura is. Billy, what's up, man? Took a nap. My boy still on the grind streaming. Yeah. Players finally have some information on DLC 3. See, this is what I wonder. Are they going to... Guys, and this is not from the game. This is from a mod. You can see DBZ Anto right there. This is from a mod. So I don't want nobody seeing this and like, oh my gosh, they're showing Gohan level 250. No, this image is from a mod. Let me repeat. This image is from a mod. DBZ Anto, you see his little signia? I can go look up the video for you guys. This is from a mod. Shoot. This is from a mod from the people in the back. Other content creators who may be watching this channel, watching this live stream on the sneak, ain't in the comments, can't say what's up. This is a mod. This is not from the actual game. This, matter of fact, let me go look it up because they don't believe me. I'm gonna have to look it up because somebody gonna say they show DM showed Gohan level 250. No, it is from a mod, DBZ Anto's channel. See that right there? Look at that. The same picture. It is a mod, brothers. It's a mod. See that picture? That's this picture. See the fuzzy hair at the top and the bottom corner? That's DBZ Anto's channel. Okay. It is a mod. For the people in the back, it is a mod. mod gameplay 11 months ago. Okay, so we on the same page. Okay, let's continue. As long as we on the same page, I can't have people like Leo in here saying stupid stuff. From the reveal trailer alone, players now know DLC will pack focus on future Trunks' timeline, depicting his struggle as a child after the androids ravage his world. In the alternate timeline, Goku dies of a heart disease, and the rest of the Z-Warriors quickly follow suit, leaving a baby Trunks and a teen Gohan alone to fend for themselves. See, I don't like that because it gives the premises that that's where the game is going to start. According to the trailer, it's not where it's going to start. This is why you the man, DM. You prove everything. Facts. We got to, man. If I can prove it, I'm going to prove it, bro. Check your last message, bro. I hadn't even been looking at the comments. It should end off where Black came into the present and fought before Goku. No. If Goku Black is in the DLC, the only way he needs to be a part of this DLC is at the very end. Because in the manga, we confirmed that he was there watching the Bura fight. Is if they put the Bura in the game and they show Goku Black sitting there watching, and that's the end of the DLC. That's the only way he ought to be in this DLC. I don't want Super in this game. Super needs to be a separate game. And here's the thing about the Dabura stuff, guys. If they made a Dragon Ball Super game and they did Trunks', they would have to do Trunks' timeline again, which means they would have to break away from the main story. You know, would they do Dabura's story? Would they do Trunks fighting Dabura? I think the answer to that question is yes, because it would lead to them explaining why Goku Black is in the game. However, I don't know, because if it's Dragon Ball Super Kakarot, then it's a good chance they don't do Future Trunks fighting against Dabura, because that kind of takes away from the whole Goku Black stuff. Because, you know, so I don't know. If the answer to that question is yeah, they do the Dabura fight in the Dragon Ball Super game, then it doesn't need to be in this game. But anyway, I'm just trying to see what they saying about him being playable. With these differences and other, while these two characters are technically the same person, they are from alternate timelines and therefore are very different from one another. Whereas adult Gohan was able to unlock his ultimate Gohan form and challenge Buu, future Gohan never reached Super Saiyan 2. That is true. There's also distinctive features of having only one arm. Yes. With these differences and some others, it's highly likely that these two characters will play very different from one another. That is a fact. Future Gohan does fight different anyway than. Aside from the training that Gohan received from Piccolo, he had to do all his training on his own. This means he never spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber with Goku and unlock Super Saiyan 2, and he may not even have some of the techniques he learned from Piccolo. Instead, this fighter will be a much rawer version of Gohan using. Bro, I agree with them 100% on this. And this is why I'm saying, too, that no, it's not. I said this at the beginning of the video. It's going to be a separate Gohan and a separate Trunks. Future Gohan will be playable in DBZ Kakarot. Look, Kenzaru. My dog. The other thing Future Gohan is responsible for is teaching Future Trunks how to fight at the start, which I said, Future Trunks is going to be a separate character. He's going to have some of the moves that Gohan taught him, and we saw him using the Masenko. Now, what they not talking about with the playable character stuff is if Gohan is going to be playable in the main game. That's the question. He's going to be playable in the DLC, but what about the main game? Look at this. How to prepare. Bro, I bet you they, you know, what they said here about eating meals and stuff doesn't match up with this right here. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let me get back to these comments. Yeah, Geovic is a god, dog. He man, and that's why multiplayer wouldn't work, because there's no balance in this game. What was update 1.51 about? Nobody's talking about it because it wasn't about anything. I told you that. I didn't tell you. I told the community earlier in the video. Yeah, one arm Kamehameha, brother. It wasn't anything at all. Patch notes. It wasn't anything, man. See? Made other adjustments. I told you. You can look on your PlayStation. All you have to do is hover over the game, click options on PlayStation. I don't know about Xbox. Go down to update history, and it'll tell you everything that was in the update. That's it. Made other adjustments, bro. There's nothing to talk about. That's why I hadn't talked about it. I hadn't even been telling y'all that they were working on the 1.51 because there's no point. I did on Twitter, But there's no point to do a dedicated video to that when I know it's not about anything. On PC, you can still mod outfits. If you buy it now, you already have the main game and DLC. Yep. Literally, his base character destroys a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan power up. I hate modder. Yup. Check my last 2 messages. Check your last message. Bro, I already replied to your message. I already replied to that about Goku Black ending. Goku Black don't need to be nowhere in this DLC unless he just a silhouette at the end to show us that we're going to get another game or more DLC. A world without Goku/Goku Black. Facts. This is a world without Goku, so why the heck would Goku Black be there? Essentially, that's still kind of Goku, but they could get away with it. Anyway, Goku Black won't be in this. It would be a heck of a surprise, bro. Like, yeah, that's what I was saying. If they put him in there, let's say for craps and giggles that they put him in there, even though he's a Dragon Ball Super character, clearly. Bro, I am going to make an apology video, and that video is going to get a lot of dislikes. It's going to get a lot of comments of people saying, oh, you were wrong, ho, 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 ho. And you know what I'm going to be? I'm going to be kicked back, smiling from ear to ear at all those comments that's going to raise my engagement rate, all those comments that are going to increase my views. I'm going to be cool with it, bro. I don't mind being wrong because I'm telling y'all Goku Black won't be in it because that's what Bandai told us. Because I did a video right here saying how Goku Black would be possible in the DLC, but it was possible through Dabura because I know that Dabura is still possible. Dabura fight is still possible. Because even in the anime and the manga, it was a flashback of sorts. I know in the anime it was. I think the manga, they just literally showed it. So I don't know. I have to go back and read the full manga on that. But I said how Goku Black is possible. I did that video for the Goku Black fans who wanted to see him. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like I didn't say it ain't like I never said Goku Black is never happening. Even in this video, I said it's possible. Even though it's a slim chance. Only reason I'm saying now that it is not going to happen is because of what Bandai said on Twitter, that no Super is going to be in this game. You dig what I'm saying? Can't believe they're reacting Future Trunks Saga. Pretty dope about it, actually. DM put my stats out on a video a year ago, I think, but my stats are, oh yeah, your stats got to be way higher than that now, Geovic. But yeah, I did put it out in the video showing his stuff. That was a long time ago, man. Tony Baker, funny. He is funny, man. Talking about the skibbity paps. What'd he say? What a fool believes he sees. That man's funny, dude. Jason Baker is funny too. Is that his name on TikTok? He on Instagram too. And then Mike Cakes, dude. Mike Cakes is hilarious, bro. He is hilarious. For those of y'all who don't know who Tony Baker is, Tony Baker voiceover, bro. He be talking about the skibbity paps. You gotta go check this dude out, man. Little animal, he do animal voiceovers and stuff, man. I mean, he does way more than that. Don't get me wrong, but his funny stuff is from his animal voiceovers, man. And they would give me
Capital One shopping, and then tell me what you think.
While you browse Amazon.
That dude tripping.
Okay, girl, I'm letting you know what you need. And it's a booty pop pump. Okay, and then I take it all the way back so I can maximize. Booty, who you curling your back up on, player? I mean, square up. Bust a move then, Tavius.
Tavius?
I can't get a good hold on you. You goddamn right you can't get a good hold on me. I've been in these streets fighting. Well, I'm gonna come over to get your primate hands off me. What's up?
I go check him out, dude. He's on Instagram. He's on YouTube, man. That dude is so funny, man. I'm telling you, that dude is so funny. DM Gaming on Twitter. DM Gaming 5. Oh, did he ask for my Twitter? Appreciate that, Kyle. Yeah, this dude funny, man. He funny. Mike Cakes is funny, too. I like his. He's the one to be like, sir, grab me that plunge. Like, I'm going to let y'all look at a little bit of his stuff. You got to have an adult mind for this too, by the way. So,
Sir.
And I know y'all hate the squeeze, but I have to show you this.
Sir. I'll take 2 of those to go.
he does he does TikTok videos.
But
they real short though, so you got to go watch him, man. He's on TikTok, he's on Twitter, he's on Instagram.
That long clam.
But it's not ready to eat.
Get me that long clam.
Hilarious, dude.
Sir.
Get me that contraption.
But sir, you haven't recovered from the last time.
Get me that.
He's funny too, man. I like his stuff, man. What did he say? Exactly. Look, a few comments back on mine. I don't know who you talking to, Rob. I don't know if you're talking to me. Bandai said it. Yeah. But I know that sometimes those guys can be wrong. I don't think they were. Because they work for Bandai. That's like Dimitri. Like, they know what's going to be in these games. So, I'm going to tell you like this. If he came out and he's in the DLC, bro, I'm going to drag them. Because they told the community, no Dragon Ball Super. So, hey, that's on them, buddy. That's on them. I've been in these streets. I've been watching him too. Did you see the Glizzy disappear? Get me the magician. Dude, I've seen all of them, dude. That dude is so crazy. Going into Super Game. Love the ill one. This damn bad, man. Yeah. His name Mike Cakes. That's his name he go by. Look at my comments. Rob, I seen your comments, dude. What? About Goku Black, I already seen them. Why you just don't retype what you said back then? I'm not scrolling all the way back up, man. Come on. I'm trying to stay up with the current comments. Yeah, but those guys are funny. I watch a lot of their stuff, man. And as y'all can tell from the stuff I've been talking about, man, I got a lot of videos left to do. And this is funny, bro. Let me click on this. I'll pull up my own live stream. Look, this is what I be talking about, bro. How do you have 24 dislikes on a live stream talking about facts for a video game? I mean, there is some speculation in here, like the Dabura stuff. But for the most part, all I've done is talk about stuff that is going to be in the game. Here's the thing that people don't understand, man. This doesn't bother me at all because you're engaging with the video. You're helping other people to see it. By you clicking on this, you are literally helping people to see the video, bro. That is so dumb of you if you're trying to be a dick to hit the dislike button because you're not hurting me or the video. You're helping it, bro. Golly, man. Some people don't understand that. They don't understand how YouTube works. A bunch of likes don't make YouTube show your video more. I ask for subscriptions, I ask for likes and stuff like that, but bro, that don't help them show your video more. It helps with the engagement rate. You gonna be the first comment on DM was wrong video? If I'm wrong. You know what? You damn sure wasn't the first one on all the videos that I've been right about, so that don't bother me none. You literally didn't hear nothing I just said. If I'm wrong, bro, that's gonna still help me. I'm gonna get views off of that, bro. I'm gonna get engagement off of that. And since my videos are monetized, I'm gonna get paid off of that. So it's a win-win-win situation for me either way. And if I'm wrong, guess what? That's fine. Leo, you just showed that you don't pay attention because I literally just told everybody, and they'll vouch for that right now, that I made this video here saying the possibility of Goku Black in DLC 3. Even though I know it's very, very slim, I still made a video talking about it. The only reason I'm saying that he's not going to be in the game is because that's what Bandai Namco has said. There is no super content in the game. So if I'm wrong, if they come out and put Black out there, it ain't even so much that I'm wrong, it's that Bandai was wrong. I'm going off of what they told us. That's how this channel is, man. I talk about what they give us. And they said no super. Black is super, therefore he shouldn't be in the game according to Bandai Namco, who's the publisher. But yet and still, bro, you be the first one on that video. I'll be happy to have you. You get me that click, you get me that view, you give me that ad revenue. I'm all good with it. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, Kakarot, you'll never know what story they have in mind, man. That's true. It should end off with Goku Black coming to the present timeline. No, it shouldn't, because that if in order for him to come to the present timeline, that would mean that future Trunks would have to fight him. We don't want to fight Goku Black in this right now, man. I would much rather them save it for a separate game, because in order for him to come to the present timeline, which means they would have to skip over Universe 6 and 7 tournament in the present timeline, bro. That's why I don't want that. Let me explain that a little bit more. Before he learned Rose and got sucked back in. Yeah. See, when he came to the present timeline, that would immediately cause us to skip the Universe 6 and 7 tournament in the present timeline. We don't need that. We don't need that at all. Hold on, man. My wife texting me about a smoothie. You know I want a smoothie. You know I want a smoothie. Heck yes. Heck yes, babe. That's another reason why I'm streaming for so long. The missus ain't here. Because when she come home, I got to spend time with her. We got to go work out, man. We got to go work out. But I appreciate your comment on that. 4Z, man, bro, I be wanting to go to the comments and, man, that dude, he was quick. What did I say? More proof. He was bad mad in that video. Still here to make DM mad. I ain't mad, man. I ain't tripping about it. I was annoyed earlier, but now I just don't care. Leo want to see my downfall. That's the thing. I'm not going to fall. I'm not going to fall. My success is determined on me. I could cover a completely different game and do just as well as I'm doing now. It's not going to start out that way because my videos get pushed to a particular community. But I could start a game covering freaking Mario and I would still build a community from that. People subscribe to the channel for the creator, not the content. Well, for both, really. That's when you get a match made in heaven. You know what I'm saying? The creator is just as important as the content. No, Todd, we ain't even gonna be wrong. Bandai gonna be wrong. That's the only reason we saying no Goku Black. The people complain that wanting Goku Black are annoying. Man, it's annoying at this point. It's only one person doing it though. That's all I get. Gohan, your favorite player? God, you gonna have to experience that dude face down in the puddle. I like Gohan. He's not as strong. Guys, if I could name this game, I would name this game Dragon Ball Z Gohan. Because this game is just like Gohan. Gohan, after the Cell Saga, he stopped training. He has all the potential in the world, but doesn't dedicate himself to training. That's just like this game. It has all the potential in the world, but they are not fulfilling it. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong, but there's so much more they could do with this game. So I think we're getting a sequel, bro. I think we are. Smoothie. Heck yeah, I want a smoothie, man. She gonna bring me one too. How long I been live? Hell, I don't know. What time did I go live? Ain't no telling, dude. I think I started. Does it tell you if you click on the video? 4 hours. What time did I go live? Yeah, I've been live for 4 hours, dude. That's a long time. And I ain't even tired, man. I could keep talking. I'm trying not to talk about actual videos. But I was laughing because of the dislikes. I had like 22 people dislike. Oh, 24. It's up to 24 now. Yeah, I pissed off another 2 people. Bro, y'all don't know how dumb y'all make yourself look when you dislike a video in this regard. Like, if the majority of people dislike the video, that would be different. But when you got like, man, come on, man. That means that you got people that's watching the live stream who just like, hey, I'm just gonna go in and click dislike, not knowing that they giving me a view, not knowing that they increasing the engagement rate, so more people are going to see the live stream. Y'all need to learn how YouTube work before y'all try to squish people, I guess, whatever, for lack of a better term. Hopefully there's Kakarot 2 with super content. Yeah, and I started a playlist. Like I told y'all, I got a playlist. Go check it out, man. I got a couple of videos in there you might want to see. Dragon Ball Super Kakarot playlist right there, baby. That was the first one. It needs a sequel. This would change everything. Super Kakarot introduction. And #1 request. And then, like I said, I've been adding the most recent videos. That was that video I did right there. Future Trunks storyline for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC 3. And this was before they even, this is before they announced Trunks to be in DLC 3. Yeah, this was back in February. And in this video, I was talking about the manga. Because this is around the time I was talking about the Android 18 stuff. And what I was saying was, Trunks completes this. Let's say Trunks comes back to this present timeline to let every...
Kids Against Plastic
Dang, man, I thought it was...
est un projet créé pour réduire la pollution plastique.
Everybody know how everything went, okay? Now, this is where things get interesting, guys, because we have 3 people roaming around who we know nothing about right now. Dr. Gero is still alive and roaming around because we revived him with the Dragon Balls. His lab is still there. Bobbity is still in this. Yeah, man, y'all gotta go check out this video. I kind of got into the Android 21 stuff, but even here, was talking about Kakarot. He recruits them. They go back to his timeline where this Bobbity is there, where Deborah is there, and they are trying to revive Majin Buu, where they are actually successful. Boy, that was some deep stuff right there, man. That was some deep stuff right there. Let me see. I'm looking back at these comments. Gohan has like 50 sub stories. He is. It should have been called Dragon Ball Z Gohan, man, for real. Kakarot is a failed game in my opinion. There were a lot of people who had, it wasn't failed to me because I personally enjoyed it. But overall, I would have to say that the game wasn't a success. I'm gonna say the game wasn't as big a success as it could have been. Because I mean, selling 2.5 million copies in the first few weeks is amazing. But how many have they sold since then? You know what I'm saying? Not as many. Otherwise, they would have posted that milestone, 5 million, 10 million, all that. But yeah, a lot of people were amped for this game because a lot of people, including myself, have always dreamed of a game like this, and they dropped the ball on it. But I think, too, it was more, the reason they didn't invest so much in this is because I feel like they're going to make a Dragon Ball Super game. And it's just like Xenoverse 1, how they didn't put a lot into Xenoverse 1. But Xenoverse 2 is, look at it, you know? New info on flight mode. Flight mode was just for Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour. Super will be fantastic new game. Yes. You play more as Gohan than Goku. If we get Kakarot 2, it'll be 100% be super content. It should be. That's just don't even mess with Z no more. Just go Dragon Ball Super. The market is definitely there. There's a huge market for it. Bro, don't bother because in this world there will always be a few people who dislike for no reason. No person alive can stop. I'm not trying to stop it from happening. I mean, the only thing I say about the dislikes is, and you could tell, look, back in this video, 5 dislikes. Like, I've never had a lot of dislikes. But as soon as that stuff with President Rose happened, and that wasn't even on me, he did that to himself. As soon as that stuff happened, man, what video was it? It was in this video. As soon as that stuff happened, look at that, 29 dislikes. The dislikes went rampant from there, bro. It say 17 on that video, 29 on that video. Look, 13 on that one. Boys wasn't happy when I told them wasn't gonna be no Goku Black, man. 15 on that one. They didn't like that because this is when the Goku Black stuff came out. Or when I was talking about the setup, why they went. People don't like that because in this video, I'm not talking about Goku Black. I haven't. 14 dislikes on that one, 17 dislikes. Oh, man, we've been having some hate for a while, ain't we? Oh, shucky ducky. How do you dislike that? It's a trailer. Anyway. 31 dislikes. Wow, that's a weird video to dislike. I think what happens is like the dislikes on this one, for example, is that people aren't necessarily disliking the video. They're disliking what the video is about. Like, because it was confirming that DLC 3 is about Trunks. So they were either not liking it because it was not about Goku Black, or they're not liking it because they don't like what the content is. Because I didn't provide nothing but information on that video. So, and I don't think people understand when they dislike the video. Like, bro, I'm not the one making the stuff for the game. I'm the one putting out the information for you. Like, you disliking it, it ain't hurting me because it helps the engagement rate. But if you know what I'm saying, like their dislike is with Bandai, but they're putting it on the video. So I don't know, bro. It is what it is. I ain't like I said. I mean, you look at the ratios; it's still in the high 90s, bro. If this is a term paper, I'm a straight A student. You feel me? One of these videos, man, y'all lit up the like section, man. It was one of these back here, man. It wasn't that one. That was 500 likes. I don't really mess with a whole lot of likes, man. 655. That may have been that one. 898,000. I mean, you got some guys, like, I think even Rose, he gets like thousands of likes every video, man. I mean, but he asked for them before he started his videos. A lot of times I don't even ask for a like, but I don't care. I used to care about that kind of stuff, man. Like, even the subscribers, I'd love to have 100,000. One thing I learned with YouTube, though, like, I got 16,000 subscribers, but 16,000 people aren't watching every video. And it never will. It never will be like that. You could have 100,000. You're not going to have 100,000 people watching your videos. Like, let's go to Rhyme Style. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Perfect example. Rhyme Style has 1 million subscribers, okay? By logic, he should have at least 100,000 views per video, but he doesn't. I mean, he's close. He's in the 50s, but he has nowhere near the amount of views per video that he has per subscribers. So that doesn't always correlate. But the reason the subscribers matter is the more subscribers you have, the more people you're able to reach. Like, he could reach a bigger audience, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you're only going to get a certain percentage of your subscribers to actually view your content, if that makes sense. But, like, I used to care about subscribers, man. I used to be like, man, you know, 100,000. And I want them, don't get me wrong, but it's just so I can reach a larger group of people to give information to, you know. The views, I used to care about that stuff. I don't, man. Because as long as you care about it, that'll be the only thing you care about, you know? You know, like road to 50K, road to 100K, road to 30K. Okay, what happens when you reach 30,000 subscribers, you know? Then what? You're going to want 50. And then what? You're going to want 100. Like, if you put that much care into your content, which at the same time, like, if your channel is growing off of doing what you're doing, then you don't, you know, you're not going to. But for me, my care in this channel is credibility. I want when like, for whatever game I'm covering, for right now it's Kakarot, but I want whenever Kakarot comes up, if people say, I want to know what's going on, the same way they used to go to Rhyme Style when it came to Xenoverse, I want people to immediately think DM Gaming when it comes to Kakarot. You see what I'm saying? No, Kyle, I'm not going to say that the dislike people are haters. Because like I said, like, V-Jump, look at this. 10 dislikes. Does it mean that the 10 dislike don't like me? No, they probably don't like what's being said in the video. They want Goku Black or whatever, and they're finding out they're not getting it, so they hit a dislike on the video. It's not towards me necessarily. Now, some of this stuff, bro, is towards your boy. See that 7, you know, that right there, more proof. 17 dislikes. Enough. Look at that. 29 dislikes. Some of that stuff is towards me, man. Like, that's. But I want to show y'all something. Because that's loud. Because they are setting the stage. DLC. Because let me tell y'all something about the history of Trunks. They've even said that they have even obtained Super Saiyan God because Goku in that same movie. See, I explained all this stuff before. Why should I wish for rich, rares? What should I wish for? Rich, rare, or Z-orbs? Z-orbs. You definitely need them Z-orbs, man.
saying that they stacked Super Fukasu no F and no F, which came out with Super Saiyan stacked on. This game isn't about Dragon Ball.
I want y'all to listen to what I say, man, because, I told somebody I would kind of talk about the stuff that happened with Rose, for those of y'all that's not knowing. It was this video that sparked it. I didn't drop any names, okay? I was talking about several content creators. And I'm not talking about them as the individual. I'm talking about the content. Let me say it first.
Super. It's just about the Dragon Ball Z story and all that goes with it. It doesn't say Super. Choose your wording very focused on Dragon Ball Super. That's not what it says. This game isn't just focused on Dragon Ball Super. That's not what it says. Choose your wording very carefully, content creators.
See, right there, I was talking about Rose right there, because in Rose's video, he did literally say, he didn't read it like this. He said that basically like they weren't focused on Super, which means that they could still do it. And that's why I said they didn't say we're not focused on Super. They said the game isn't about Super. And what did I just say in that? I said, choose your wording very carefully, content creators. How is that trashing somebody, bro? That is not trashing anybody, okay?
Because when you say stuff like that, it makes it seem like, oh, there's hope.
You see what I'm saying? But I didn't say no names. Here's what you do. When you don't say names, the person they put that shoe on themselves. I didn't give him that shoe to wear. He felt like I was talking about him, and he decided to wear that shoe. He got upset about it, made it like I was trashing him. He did a little live stream, which he didn't save, in which I came into that same live stream and I was commenting. He wouldn't reply to none of my comments. He wouldn't even acknowledge me, And I'm not mad about it. I understand. I used to be there, But to talk like I was bashing him and causing hatred towards him and stuff, bro, y'all can go back and watch the video. That wasn't the case.
No, man, stop it. They telling us this game isn't about Dragon Ball Super. It's about Dragon Ball Z story and all that goes with it. And so the big question comes back, well, then why did they give us Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue and then take it away from us? I've explained that. But see, some people would rather go and listen to somebody that's going to hype up their feelings and emotions rather than tell them what they need to hear.
Tell me where's the lie in that, dude. Y'all know these other content creators, man. I'm not saying that they do it all the time, but some of these dudes just be hyping them up. They don't tell them what they need to know. They tell them what they need to hear. If you're not telling people facts, if you I said on that previous part, like you telling people they saying one thing when they said another, you hyping it up, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not lying. That's not me throwing shade. That ain't me hating or nothing like that. That's me literally stating facts, man.
So let me set the stage again for those of you who didn't see that video or who didn't know that I've said these things, guys. Picture this. I'm putting a scenario in your mind, okay? Because this is going to lead to some very interesting things about Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Trunks, okay? First off, we were given Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. We were given 2 tough battles with Beerus and Frieza, but the key to it was the power of Super Saiyan Blue, guys. And I said this in a video too. I said Super Saiyan Blue is so powerful in this game. I don't know how they're going to be able to give a new transformation. It's going to literally be OP.
That's a fact right there, bro. That's a fact. Because everybody wanting new transformations with this. They was wanting a 3rd DLC so we can get a new transformation. Do y'all not notice? Y'all not realize how strong Super Saiyan Blue is in the game? When you go Surge mode, you know what I'm saying? When you go Surge mode with Super Saiyan Blue, you are so freaking powerful, man. And if you use the know-how to where you regenerate health when you're in Surge mode, you are a freaking tank. See what I'm saying? That's one reason I don't like Reich and anybody else but you and Rose, because they tell you what you want to hear for clickbait. I mean, I mean, I honestly think I don't tell nobody who to watch. I literally said, if you want to hear somebody tell you what you want to hear, go watch a different creator, because I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna tell you what you need to hear, and if you what you want to hear is what you need to hear, then that's fine. But if not, you go watch somebody else, because I'm not in the business of hyping people up. Even when I talk about what I want, I still make sure to tell you this is speculation. I still make sure to tell you, you know, this may happen, it may not happen. Like, perfect example, in this live stream, y'all know I did those videos for Android 21. I really wanted that. However, even though I wanted it, it was backed off of evidence that was in the game. I don't think anybody could watch those videos and say, man, this is not a possibility at all. No, you watch those videos, and even if you don't agree with it, you still know, hey, this is possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm not pulling something out of my butt. Why the heck would they do Goku Black if they haven't even done Universe 6 and 7 tournament? To me, that has never made sense, because, and people, ooh, can we get Broly? Can we get Tournament of Power? Bro, it don't make sense for them to do Dragon Ball. Like, I know Just Saying was big on the Dragon Ball Super Broly stuff. He wanted Dragon Ball Super Broly. And nothing wrong with wanting it, but where does that make sense? You literally skipping over all of Dragon Ball Super just to put in Dragon Ball Super Broly or Tournament of Power, just because people want Ultra Instinct Goku. Why would you skip over the Universe 6 and 7 tournament to get to the Tournament of Power when the freaking Universe 6 and 7 tournament was the catalyst for the Tournament of Power? Why in the hell do you want to skip over Universe 6 and 7 tournament when, guess what? Zeno was the catalyst to defeat Zamasu in the Goku Black arc. Think about this, guys. Goku met Zeno at the Universe 6 and 7 tournament. They became buddies. Zeno gave him the button that Goku pressed to get rid of Zamasu. If that didn't happen, if he doesn't meet Zeno, they never get rid of Zamasu. Tell me where I'm lying. Why do you want to skip stuff that leads to the stuff that you want? Bro, come on, man. $4K. I'm not, and that's like you say, Rose is cool. Rose as a person, I'm not talking about him as a person. Because some people was like, oh, how are you defending him? I don't know Rose as a person. I don't know his intentions on YouTube. I don't know Just Saying's intentions. I don't know Riken's intentions. I never attacked the person. The only thing DM Gamer talks about is the content. The only time I've ever said something about the person is when Just Saying started talking about me personally. Now, when you do that, you crossing the line, brother. Only thing I ever talk about is the content. Y'all don't know me as a person. How do y'all know I'm not doing this to make money or get rich and I don't care about y'all or something like that? Y'all don't know that. Y'all trust it. Y'all trust me when I say that because my actions follow that. I'm replying to every comment that I can, the majority of them. You know, not all of them, because I got to work, spend time with the fam. I reply to comments. I'm on to it. I'm active. I'm this and that, you know. I'm not always asking for sub, you know, all, you know, whatever, you know. I put the little subscribe thing up, and sometimes I do videos and forget to even ask, hey, sub to the channel. I don't say it to the end or something like that, you know. You trust me. But nobody can sit here and say that I attack the individual. I don't have anything against President Rose. I don't have anything against Just Saying. I don't have anything against Riken. I don't have anything against anybody that make content out there because I don't know them. I don't never talk about the person. I talk about the content. Those are two different things, bro. I am not my content. DM Gaming, that's the YouTube persona. That's the YouTube content. Andre, that's somebody different. I am not my content. Because if I'm my content, then what happens when my content ends? I'm nothing, and that's not true. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. So even Rose, with him getting offended, I didn't get mad about him getting offended because I'm like, bro, do better. I've talked to Rose about clickbait. I've talked to Just Saying about clickbait. I've talked to Riken about clickbait. Guys, people have talked to me about that. When I first started Kakarot videos, my titles weren't telling you exactly what the video was about. They were for the most part, but sometimes they weren't. And somebody would comment and say, hey, you know, your title clickbait. You should put a question mark. I didn't get mad. My title ain't clickbait. What'd I do? Put a question mark. Later, when my titles are like this, you know, or saying stuff that's true, you know, and somebody comes say my video's clickbait now, I just say, how? Because did you read the title? Did you read the description? You know what I'm saying? Because I know I don't clickbait. So no, I wasn't mad at Rose. Rose, the one made that a big deal because he was, he took it the wrong way, man. Or he just handled it. He took it a different way. He said that I come off as a certain way, but that's how you perceive me to come off. Me, because it's all about the community, man. I don't like when people give out false information because guess what? Those people come to my channel and talk like Leo did earlier. Still about the Goku Blacks, you know. People will come to the channel saying different things to me like I'm wrong. I'm like, wait a minute, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll be like, hey, such and such said there's going to be villainous enemies in the game. Such and such said it's going to be a level cap. Such and such said this, such and such said that. And it's like, bro, I need to address this because this is not true. None of that has been confirmed. And people are putting stuff out there like it's been confirmed. You know what I'm saying? That's why I do what I do. That's why I'm going. If your content is clickbaiting people and stuff like that, I'm going to say something. How is it? Let me ask you this. Did anybody say anything when I congratulated Rose on all of his milestones? Hell no. Did anybody say anything when we did a video together? Did anybody see anything about the Twitters and stuff? Nobody has said anything about me praising him when he does the right things or, you know, when he's flowing the way, you know. But as soon as you say something that they perceive as negative, oh man, you just hating. He got more subscribers than you. Oh, you just hate. He just want more views. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Me and Rose, nah. Why do we need to collab? Why do we need to collaborate? I thought I've done a video with President Rose before. I did one with Just Saying. I did one with Kenzaru. I don't need to collab. No. The echo voices. DM Gaming is just making videos for us. Oh yeah, facts, man. Nobody has said that, man. And you can ask Rose that. I've congratulated him when nobody else have. I want him to. When he reached 30,000 subscribers, guess who's gonna be there to say, "Hey, congratulations, my guy." DM Gaming is. I promise you. I don't have anything against him. But if you putting out content that I feel is giving people the wrong impression, like he did, I'll go look up the video. He literally, matter of fact, let's do it because people don't believe me, man. Well, people believe me, but y'all think I'm not. And it ain't nothing against him, man. It's just the content. I see, put out another video right there. I'll probably watch it later on. New DLC 3 story timeline. I don't want to watch it on the live stream because if he say something I don't agree with, then people will be, oh, he dissecting the video and all this and that. It was this one. It was this one.
T-Mobile is up.
I'm gonna show you what I was talking about.
On his face and stuff like that. Nobody's seen that, so that would be cool. Reading on the Z level story and all that, which it do make it seem like that. That means they just focusing on a Dragon Ball Z story. Cool, you feel me? That's cool and all. But before we go deeper into that, my God, a subscriber pointed this out to me. I never realized this. Tell me what y'all think. Now look.
See right there. First off, you literally just read a comment. A post from an official Bandai account that said no Dragon Ball Super. Immediately after that, he started going into stuff about a subscriber pointed out that looks just like Goku Black Scyther when he tore the thing open. Like, you already backtracking on everything you just said. You
Look
know?
at Trunks' name. You see the little purple outline in Trunks' name right there in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot? Don't that look like Goku Black Razor Blade? You feel me? Dude, bro, it look exactly like that. Now look, this could be a huge stretch, you feel me? But
Now, does it? And he said it could be a huge stretch, but the fact that you even bringing it up after this, you're going to make your subscribers look at this and say they don't know what they talking about. Because does that look like that? It does look like the tear that Goku Black made. It does. I will admit that. But you can't jump to that after this, but it continues. Let's still look at
you feel me? Dude, bro, it look exactly like that. Now look, like that. Look, shout out to you. I forgot your name, but shout out to you, my guy. Now, let's go ahead and get into this. Now, everybody saying no Goku Black, no super stuff coming to the game. And Bandai, they gave us super content. Now, I know people look at the Beerus and Golden Frieza movies talking about, yo, that's part of Z. Yeah, it is part of Z, but it's still part of Super. You can't say you're not gonna show Super content. They didn't even say that in the tweet. They just said they're not focused on that. But
so he keeps saying that they not focused on it. They never said anything about being focused. They said this game isn't about Dragon Ball Super, and it's not. And he even says in the video later that I don't care what you say, Super Saiyan God, Go Vegeta is Dragon Ball Super. That is Super content. And I get what he's saying. He's saying that it was in Super. And yes, it was in Super. Yes. However, its origins is from Dragon Ball Z. And I showed in many videos where the producer has literally said the same thing. Matter of fact, I'll pull up the article, man. Give me a second. It was the first boss battle right here. I've pulled up this article so many times, bro. This upcoming DLC is the first boss battle episode that season pass owners can access. The season pass includes 2 boss battle episodes and 1 additional scenario. In terms of content, okay, I gotta back up. It's up here. We have new and exciting content coming soon, beginning with a boss battle episode that introduces players to Beerus and Whis from the movie Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods. The producer himself is telling you, man, they're based off of the movies. The DLCs are based off of the movies. Even down here, look at this. However, please keep in mind that this DLC episode does not follow the story from the movies. Rather, it has its own original setting. And what they're saying is it doesn't follow the movie tit for tit. Because obviously we know Super Saiyan God Vegeta was in there. But what it's saying is it's still based off the movie. It's not based off of the anime. Okay? So, you know what I'm saying? When you tell people that, you know, it was Dragon Ball Super. When you tell people, oh, it looks like this, you know, after reading this, people aren't going to pay attention to this anymore. They're going to say, oh, there's still hope. He's right. He's got a point, you know?
Super Saiyan God Goku is super. Definitely Super Saiyan God Vegeta. He wasn't even in the movie. You feel me? So I'm saying, bro, you already showing.
And people were saying that. That lets you know some people just don't know how it works. Because some people was even saying that Vegeta is Super Saiyan God. First time we saw that was in Broly. No, it was actually in the Goku Black manga. But, you know, like I said, I've proven that. So, you know, that in order for you to even go Super Saiyan God, you got to be, Super Saiyan Blue, you got to go Super Saiyan God. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so that's what I'm saying. And that wasn't, when I said this in my video, bro, I was just bringing up facts. Those are facts, man. I'm not criticizing him as an individual.
Because they are setting.
I don't criticize the individual. I only criticize the content. And I hate that he took his live stream down because he even said, you know, he was saying some stuff, you know, about me that he could dissect one of the videos, probably the one where I was saying enough. And that's fine. Dissect it, man. Like, that's why I said I made that post in the community tab. And that's why I'm doing this live stream today, man. Dissect me, bro. Make me better. I don't look at stuff like that as somebody attacking me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, bro, if I'm clickbaiting or if I'm not telling people the right stuff, bro, let me know so that I can do better content, so that because if you really give a damn about the community, you want the community to know that you are telling, that you want the community to know the truth about everything. You don't want misinformation. Rose spitting facts. Like, see, dude, you doing that to yourself. You're doing that to yourself, man. Content cop. You can call me what you want. Like, I don't care. Like, it's my channel. I can talk about whatever I want to, just like he could talk about whatever he wants to. You know what I'm saying? But don't sit here and say you care about the community when you steady telling them wrong stuff. Like, no. And I'm not saying he's doing that all the time. I'm just saying in general, anybody, even myself. If it's speculation, you make sure you say that it's speculation. Don't tell people what you want for the game, because some people don't listen to that. People listen to that and take it as fact because they look at you as credible. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to listen to everything you say and they're going to take it as fact. I don't think a lot of people on my channel was just all out expecting Goku Black for DLC 3. And I think the reason why they weren't is because we made it clear very long ago that this game is about Dragon Ball Super. Now, I did do some videos covering, and I even tell you in those videos, I did this for the fans, the people. Okay? Let's go back. Let's look at this video. Let's pull this up. I dissect my own
If you're a
video.
gamer,
Dissect my own stuff.
Hope. So if you're new, guys, please hit that subscribe button.
I said it at the
Turn
beginning
on
there.
all notifications so
Yes,
you
sir.
don't miss a single video, guys. And let's destroy the like button, man. I want to thank y'all so much for all the likes. We
I rarely say that about the likes. I rarely say that.
got over 700 comments on the last video, guys, and I'm going to spend the day replying to every single one of them. So please,
Guys, and that was a daunting task. I did. I tried. It's probably some new ones on there now, but I replied to almost every one of them. By the time I got to them, it was around 800 something comments.
comment, guys. I'm going to reply to every comment. DLC 3, they are still working
I'm
on
just
it.
fast forwarding
to the Japanese website with Goku, where you could, explore. I'm gonna get into last about 8 hours. It is what it is. But like I said, I'm gonna talk about that in a different video. Today we want to talk about this. Guys, out of 600-700 comments, over 90% of them are talking about Goku Black. We're gonna get to see Are we gonna get to see Goku Black? Is Goku Black gonna be in here? Why did they give us Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan God? And I mentioned this in my previous video, which y'all can go check it out on the channel as well. But I'm gonna go in more depth here. So Goku Black, here's my problem with the in-game boss for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Trunks, the Warrior of Hope, is we know that the Warrior of Hope, and it's not gonna happen. They can bring in Goku Black, be playing against Goku Black as the finisher for DLC 3. And guys, I'm gonna say this. I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. They can bring in Goku Black.
See, I'm not going to say, I said in the video, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen. Why? Because I have some proof or some evidence that show that it could.
They could very easily do that. And there is evidence to show that it is.
See, and that's the only reason I'm saying it. Even though I don't think it, I think it's a slim chance. I still was like, hey, I'm not just 100% saying that it's not, because
is possible. However, we have to realize that this is a Dragon Ball Z game. But in this video, I am.
Bro, did you hear that? What did I just say, man? I'm not bashing DM at all. I'm saying that's being credible. Okay. Yeah, see, I literally just said, and this is at the start of the video before I get into this. Well, I ain't gonna say start of the video. Video's been going for a while, but I literally say that, I'm not gonna say, you can tell in the tone of my voice, I really don't want to say that it's even almost possible, but I'm saying that yes, there is some evidence, and I cover that evidence. This is the evidence, okay? And in this video, I said, what did I just say? Let's go back again for the people that don't seem to listen sometimes.
Is evidence to show that it is possible. However, we have to realize that this is a Dragon Ball Z game, but
and this was before Bandai ever made that tweet, or before I came across that tweet. I said, you have to remember, this is a Dragon Ball Z game.
In this video, I am going to talk about the possibility of Black being in there. How is it possible that he could be in there? And then I know you're looking to the left and you're saying, but what about Dabura? What is Dabura doing there? So first, let me start with the androids.
See, this video was for y'all, man. It wasn't for me. Goku Black has been the most requested thing in question for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC 3, Trunks Future Warrior of Hope. And in this video, I'm going to talk and show evidence of how it's possible that Goku Black can make an appearance while still maintaining the Z of Dragon Ball Z. But I failed to do that because you can't put him in there and maintain Z. But I digress. Yet and still, we talked about it. And that was for y'all, you know. But I make sure to tell y'all, you know, when the speculation is speculation, things like that. What happened to my original intro? I still got it. It's right here. Yeah, see, it's still there. I just don't use it a whole lot, man. No, I don't use it a whole lot. Let me go back up and catch up on some of these messages. Uh-oh, hold up. Okay, never mind. So he said, DM, are you doing a good job? Go to so yeah, me saying stuff about like the content, bro. I address the content. I don't address the creator, man. And Rose asked me, I got the Twitter messages I could show you. He came to me and asked me, was like, hey, you know, you got a minute? I want to talk about the recent video you did. And I already know he was probably upset. But he wanted to talk over Discord. And like I said, I don't have a Discord. I have one. I don't log into it. I don't have the app. I didn't feel like downloading it. I just told him, man, just tell me whatever you want to say. And he was like, no, I don't text. I only talk. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, bro, just tell me what it is. Like, if it's that important, you'll tell me. I told him I'm not finna download Discord. I'm not finna do it because I don't, you know, whatever you want to say, just say it. And he was saying, well, I want to try to talk to you. Give a chance to talk to you before I go and do this live. And I basically told him, man, do the live. I don't care. Like, say what you want to say, do what you want to do. That's you. They don't bother me. Like, you know. So he did come and try to talk to me about it before. And I mean, he chose not to text about it. And then he actually did start texting me about it, you know, and still ended up doing the live stream. But like, you know, and like I said in the videos before and stuff like that, and the same thing with any of them, man. Like, bro, don't leave people on. Because I got to deal with those people as well on my channel in the comments, you know, and I don't like that. I don't like misinformation. That's just me, you know. And like you look at Geekdom's channel, for example, go try and tell Geekdom something about Dragon Ball that ain't true. And you try to put it off to him like it's a fact. See how he responds. You know what I'm saying? Like when people care about something, man, they care about it. Like I care about this game. I want this game to be as successful as possible. And not because I'm following it on my channel. Heck no, I can follow any game, bro. Y'all better check my track record. Go back and look at the Madden videos. We was getting a lot of views just like these on the Madden videos. I can cover any game I want to and be successful at it because I know how to look at stuff and dissect stuff. And I have just a good eye for things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm covering this because I'm passionate about it. I wasn't passionate about Xenoverse. I wasn't passionate about Dragon Ball FighterZ. Did I buy them? Do I play them? Yeah. But I'm not going to cover them on the channel. I'm not passionate about those games. I've tried to get into them, to cover them videos and stuff like that, different content for y'all, but I'm just not into that, man. You see what I'm saying? If I'm going to cover something on the channel, it's something I want to be passionate about, bro. And you can go back and look, you know, for those, because a lot of y'all don't know, you know, let's look at my playlist, created playlist. Where's the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot official DM Gaming Kakarot playlist at, man? So we're 400 some videos, 500 something videos, a ton of videos. I can't even find it, man. Where is it at? Where's my playlist at? Where's the Kakarot playlist? They won't even show it. Oh, it's sitting right here in my face. So over guys, I'm gonna tell you, all my videos aren't in there. I got more videos on Kakarot than some of these guys have on their channel. You look at the oldest videos, okay? Let's look at the oldest. Oh, that song go hard. Don't ask me why that's in my Kakarot playlist. But if y'all want a good R&B jam, bro, yes. Single player, multiplayer, graphics, training, transformations. You go back and watch some of these older videos and you tell me about how much stuff we were right about in these videos. Like, that's why it don't bother me. When people say I'm wrong about stuff, I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong because we've been right about more stuff with this game than we have been wrong about. So much so that even CyberConnect 2, I have a message from them in Twitter where they've let me know that they watch my videos and that I've been right about stuff that they can't tell me what I'm right about, you know, but they told me I've gotten a lot of stuff right. And this was before the game ever came out, you know. That's a lot, man. That's a lot to take in. It's a lot to watch. So you know, and I've grown. My stuff has grown and changed and things like that. Like I don't, you know, so don't. That's the whole stuff with Rose. It wasn't me blowing it out of proportion. It was him. I never said anybody's names, although I was talking about several different creators. I didn't drop no names because I let them put that shoe on themselves. I didn't put him in that shoe, you know. So that's the whole stuff that happened with that, man. So, but I don't dislike him as a person. I don't dislike any of them as a person. I don't know them as people, you know. I just talk about the content. Some people just take it personal, and they shouldn't, because you are not your content. You're not your content. Your content is a creation of you. You are not your content. Geekdom's unapologetically honest. Don't test him. He is, man. Geekdom. I used to didn't like Geekdom. I used to hate Geekdom, dude. I was like, man, this dude arrogant as crap, bro. But the more that I started doing content and stuff and really getting into the content and stuff, like I realized, bro, he just care about his stuff. He hate for people to, like, how can you not know this stuff, you know, kind of thing. Homie capping. Who capping? But you be ghost from my channel. Majin Gogeta, who you talking about? Me? Okay, so Majin Gogeta, you said I'd be ghost for my channel. What are you talking about? Because I'm open to discuss it, bro. I'm not going to ignore you in the comments. So if you saying something about my content, please, let's talk about it. Like what video, what do I not do on my channel? Okay. Geekdom actually has facts too. He's actually got with the big people. Exactly. 4K. You can't challenge Geekdom. He done been in there with the big wigs, man. You can't challenge him on that stuff. He knows. But I'm talking to Majin Gogeta. I want to know what he's saying, that I'm capping. I be ghost from my own channel. Like, what's up, man? Tell me what's up, man. I'm willing to talk about it. I'm not even like, bro, what's up? Where can I be better? What am I not doing right? That you be ghost, bro. What you mean? What does that mean, being ghost? Go into more detail. What do you mean being ghost? Do you mean that I don't upload regularly, or what? What you think that mean? I'm just telling you. Why you just don't tell me what it mean? Are you saying that I don't upload regular, or that I don't critique myself? Have I seen the new screenshots? Yeah, I covered them earlier in the live stream. I'm telling you what's up. No, you're not. Answer the question. What do you mean by ghost? Are you saying that I don't upload regular, or do you mean that I don't critique my own content? Like, I'm really asking you. Like, I'm not trying to play no games. I'm being serious. Okay, see right there, troll. You see what I'm talking about, man? Troll. Literally opened the door for this cat to tell me what he wanted to say. And bruh playing games. See that? That's kid shit right there, man. Nobody got time for that. That's kid stuff, man. That stuff frustrates me, bro. I don't care if you're a Rose fan. I asked you a question. You said I'm ghosting, and I asked you, what do you mean by that? Like, you're never around? Bro, I'm never around? What the heck are you talking about, dude? I have been uploading consistently for months. What are you talking about? You probably new to the channel, dog. Ain't no way in heck I'm ghost from my own channel, man. I have been uploading consistently for months. Now, there was a point, I ain't gonna lie to you, right? Like, when the channel was suffering, I wasn't uploading regularly. You know what I'm saying? There was a time when I wasn't uploading regularly. And the reason why I wasn't is because, like I've told y'all, and the subscribers who watch the channel will tell you, I'm not going to put a video out for the sake of doing the video, just to say I put out a video. If I'm putting out a video, it's going to be about something. You know what I'm saying? So, no, dog, I haven't been ghost from my own channel. I've been very consistent lately. So, you wrong about that, my guy. But I appreciate you for, you know, commenting and telling me what you mean. So, what I would suggest is that you go and look at the content, you know, before you make comments about stuff you don't know what you're talking about. I'm open for people to talk about stuff, bro. But if you're going to talk about stuff, let it be about something, bro. Don't let it be about like BS, bro. I gave you opportunity. See what I'm saying right there? That's the type of stuff I deal with, y'all. People say I'm clickbait on stuff I don't clickbait about and all that. Like, come on, dog. It was a time when I wasn't consistent. And I talked about that earlier in this same live stream. You say I'm a troll, you tripping. I'm not tripping. You be trolling too, dog, because you keep going with the same comments. You in that same boat. Leo, y'all in the same boat, man. You trolling because you keep saying the same thing after people have proved you wrong. You were just a different level of troll. Both of y'all trolling though. But like I said, there was a point where I wasn't uploading regularly. Kind of like around this time here, man. I started kind of doing some different stuff. I had even, I just wasn't very consistent, man. I wasn't, and it hurt the channel when I wasn't being consistent. But like I said, it was for a reason. I didn't have stuff to talk about. I don't keep talking about stuff, the same stuff over and over and over again. Somebody even pointed out this video because they was talking about, ooh, Sail Blue. But you did a video about Sail Blue. And I was like, no, the Sail Blue was a pun. It was a pun, kind of like Golden Frieza. I wasn't saying that Sail was going to get a transformation in that. We were saying here, huge look into possible future DLC. In this video, I talked about how we fought Frieza again, how we could potentially fight Sail again, too, in the future DLC. So, well, I wasn't on the stream earlier. I mean, it ain't got nothing to do with the stream, dog. Like, go look at the channel. You saying that I'm ghosting or I'm being ghosted on the channel, go look at the videos on the channel. It doesn't have to do with you being in a playlist. It might be trolling, who cares? I don't care. Troll all you want. You helping the engagement rate. Look at this. And this is the video me and Kenzaru did back 6 months ago. A Kakarot vibe with Apple Ken. Now, y'all go check out this video, man. Check this out when y'all get some time. Because we talked about a lot in this video, man. We talked about a lot. That video was pretty long, too. We had fun, though. Go check that out. He says a lot of the same stuff that I say, and it's crazy because I had somebody tell me, like, I only get my information from DBS Hype and Kenzaru. And I was like, you are aware that they get some of their information from me, right? Like, Kenzaru's even talked about stuff, that he's gotten from me. DBS Hype. I got the text and stuff to prove. Not everything. But there has been things where they talked about and presented to the community that came from me. I don't know, dude. He just capping, man. That's all. You not proved anything I said wrong. Bro, if you don't think I proved anything you said wrong, then you just don't want to see it, man. We done talking about that, Leo. You're irrelevant right now, brother. Geovic, I thought that you were the GOAT when Dean was doing bad at videos. Hey, Kyle, I actually talked to the GOAT. I talk to him every now and then on Instagram. He said he check out the videos every now and then, but Kakarot ain't his cup of tea or whatever, but do you think there might be a quest for Super Android 17? No. Because Super Android 17 was GT. That was with Super Saiyan 4 Goku, so heck no. No. I mean, that's a good question, but no. They're not even doing GT. They ain't touching GT in this. Is it possible for a 17 quest? What type of quest? That's what I'd be interested in. Like, what type of quest? Because some people somebody asked me, bro, and I posted this to Twitter, but I deleted it. This dude asked me, was Android 17 going to be playable? And I was like, no, it doesn't make sense for the game for a villain to be playable. Like, what is he going to do? He was like, well, Android 18 is playable. And I was like, yeah, Android 18 is playable because she marries Krillin and she joins the Z Warriors. 17 doesn't do that to the Tournament of Power. I said, if the game was Dragon Ball Super, probably, but right now it doesn't make sense for him to be. This guy got mad, man. And he said, well, that makes me even more disappointed. And then he went to President Rose's video and told him he was his favorite Dragon Ball Z Kakarot content creator and only one to give out real information. I was like, bro, really? Like, you can't get mad at me. I don't care about, Rose being his favorite creator. That's perfectly fine. I didn't like the fact that, like, how do you get mad at me for telling you the truth? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. It's possible. Oh, you wasn't asking. Oh, I thought it was a question. What do you mean, though? Like, what quest? I still want to know, because, like, do you mean that 17 as a playable character type quest or a quest Like, what do you mean by a 17 quest? Every content creator get their success from somebody. If you attribute that, if you take it from somebody, everybody, you should learn something from everything. You should learn something from everything, everybody, every situation in life. Do you guys think we're going to get to play with Piccolo in the beginning of History of Trunks? I don't think we will, because the trailer says the story takes place 13 years after the Z Warriors die. Because it says that, and that's where our story takes place or whatever. So I don't think we will. To me, it don't make sense to fight with them just to get killed. Because they're going to die. You know what I'm saying? So why even put us through that fight? But maybe they do, Maybe they do. Who knows? And that's why I don't think we'll explore as like Kid Gohan either, because some people was asking questions about that. Will we get to see how Gohan achieved Super Saiyan and all that as a kid, which would have been cool, but the way that the trailer said it was that the story starts at the 13-year mark after the Z Warriors die. Is going as far as Goku Black out of the question? I would say going up to him is not out of the question, but including him in, as of right now, is out of the question, because they said that there is no, the game isn't about Dragon Ball Super. It's about Dragon Ball Z and all that goes with it. So I would say no to the Goku Black stuff right now. Oh, okay, Matt. I got you, Matt. I was just wondering what you were saying. You were saying the 7. I was just interested to see your idea. That's about 17 and stuff. So will we do some stuff as Kid Gohan? Probably not. Like I said, in the trailer, they say that everything starts at the end of Z. So, and I would click on it, bro, but they demonetized this whole video. Like right here, because is it fair use? Yeah, because I'm remixing. I'm kind of showing two different contrasting things. I just didn't challenge it. I was just like, whatever. But they say, that's where the story takes place. It's 13 years later. But like I said, I don't even want to pull that sucker up because I don't want to get my whole live stream copyrighted. Facts by dude. Ain't my cup of tea either, and I'm still here. That's true, Kyle. That's true. Kakarot is not Kyle's cup of tea. And he's that he's been supportive way back. I'm talking like since Madden? Kyle, you've been here for about longer than anybody in here right now. Goku Black will be in Kakarot 2. If there is a Kakarot 2. If they do a Dragon Ball Super Kakarot, then you can pretty much guarantee that, but yeah. DM, do you think they will port Kakarot on Switch? When they was asked about it, they said the same thing about a sequel. They said, they're not really thinking about it at this time. Now, why? I don't know, considering that Xenoverse and all of that. But, Xenoverse didn't come to the Switch till, maybe 2 years ago? I mean, it was Xenoverse 2 had been out for a while before they ever put it on the Nintendo Switch. So, and the reason why is because it's expensive to make games on those cartridges. It's a lot cheaper to make, like, DLC, like downloadable games and digital games and put them on the disc. A lot of game developers don't make games for the Switch because it's so expensive to put it on those cartridges, and they have to pay for that. If they make a second game, oh yeah. I'm sorry, Rose gets most of his Kakarot information from you. I mean, that's fine. Rose presents things in his way, man. I mean, like I said, he does what he does, but when it comes, only time I speak out on stuff is, clickbait and misinformation. Like I don't like clickbait as a YouTuber. Like, guys, I create content, but I also watch YouTube. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot will be out in 2026. Where did you hear that? See, that's what I be talking about. Where did you hear that, bro? Get out of here. 2026. You whatever. One hand gamer. He just joking, man. But like, I like YouTube. I watch YouTube. I don't watch my own videos. I watch other people's content, and I don't like clickbait. I never have. I never will. And I watch other guys, like Just Saying, Rose, Reich. I watch their videos. I would be lying to y'all if I said I didn't. I watch their content. I watch their contents. I look at the comments. Why? Because if I'm gonna be a part of this community, number one, I need to know, how can I be that makes me a better content creator, because I understand this community. I don't just look at my own comments, guys. I look at everybody's comments. I see what everybody's talking about. I see what everybody's wanting, what everybody's thought process is. That helps me to better connect and relate to the community and see what they want. So when I make videos about what needs to be in the game, I can put stuff that people actually want. And I watch the other videos because maybe they have a different viewpoint. Maybe they have or thought about something I didn't think about or something like that. And if they do, then I'm gonna give them credit for it if I talk about it in a video. You see what I'm saying? So when I go to their channels and they say something and I click on it and that's not what it's about, I don't like that. I don't. Like, who does? You see what I'm saying? So I don't like clickbait. Fought Perfect Cell the other day using Piccolo only. Piccolo was a bit of a challenge. He kept bringing out Cell Juniors. It'll be earlier than that. No, Goku Black will not be in DLC 3. It's confirmed. 2026 is a push. Don't let me say that because people say, oh, DM Gamer said GBZ Kakarot coming out in 2026. See, and that's the thing too. When you get to like where we're at, you have to be, and that's why I stay on these guys about how they do their content, because bro's got a good following. Just Saying does, Riken does. They have good followings, you know. You have to be careful as a content. And this is saying to any of y'all who want to get into YouTube to talk about games, you have to be careful about what you say, because people following you will take what you say as a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like if I did a video right now saying in-game boss confirmed for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC 3, that video is going to get a lot of views because people know that I'm a credible YouTuber. And if I say something is confirmed, it's confirmed. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be very careful with what you say on YouTube when you got people following you, man. 6 hours of streaming, you are crazy. Just go and chill. I am chilling. I'm waiting for my wife to get home from work. She been at work. I'm chilling, man. I'm doing what I want to do. I mean, I'd either be asleep or playing the game or something. So why not, you know, spend some time talking to my fan base, my subscribers, fan base, the same thing, fans of the channel. I like to talk, man. Me keeping my videos 10 minutes, bro, that's a hassle because I like to talk. And then I've been replying to comments and stuff like that. So I've been chilling. Got to research the competition. It ain't even that, Jack, because I don't look at them as competition. I don't, because I don't think anybody will argue with this. Nobody in the Kakarot community has the credibility that I have. Credibility. Nobody in the Kakarot community, not Just Saying, not President Rose, not Riken, and I don't think any of them would argue that. And if they do, then hey, we can go live and we can, hey, if they want to go that route, bro, we can go live on it. Be honest, I'm jelly of President. No, I'm not. I literally just said that. What is there to be jealous about? I'm not jealous at all. If I was jealous, bro, I'd be complaining about how many views. No, dude, no. I'm not jealous of nobody. I'm happy for their success. Like I said, if they're put out wrong information, I'm going to address it because I get people that ask me about it. If they clickbaiting and I watch a video and I don't like it, hey, quit clickbaiting people, man. You ain't got to do all that. Nah, it's like 5:47. It's jelly of Rose, he laughing. Yeah, man. Nah, dude, I ain't jealous of nobody. Heck no. Early on when I started YouTube, I was. I've been jealous before. Like when I was covering Madden, I was jealous of some creators because, you know, I had been covering Madden very well, you know, and you had guys getting invited to EA Sports and getting free copies of the games. And I'm like, bro, I'm sitting there working my butt off covering this game, you know, and I learned something from that. It was like, bro, there's nothing to be jealous about, you know. Just keep putting in the work, you know. And, you know, even when I started covering Kakarot, like, and other people started covering it too, I mean, I didn't care, you know, cool. More people covering it, the better. I even came out and said it, like, I wish Romstar and them would cover the game. That would help us. That would help the whole community. You know what I'm saying? So, no, I'm not jealous of Rose or Saying that both of them got more subs than me. I used to have more subs than them. Heck, Kenzaru, as credible as he is, I got more subscribers than he is. Does that mean that I'm more credible than him? No. Nah, the subscriber count and stuff, that don't bother me none. And y'all in America, man, answer this in the comment section down below. Who sells more cars, Ford or Lamborghini? I want y'all to put that in the comment section down below right now. Who sells more cars? Ford Motor Company, Ford, I'm talking Ford, like the people that make the Mustang, Ford or Lamborghini. Who sells more cars? Okay, so for those of y'all putting Ford, I only see a couple of answers, bro. There we go. We getting some more. Nobody ain't got that. Okay, so we all can agree that Ford sells more cars, right? Let me ask you this. Which one is the better car? The Ford or the Lamborghini? And then let me ask you this. Who advertises? Ford or Lamborghini? So the premise is this, guys. Ford sells more cars, but Lamborghini is the better car. It ain't no depends. Lamborghini is a better made car than a Ford. Okay. Lamborghini doesn't sell near as many cars as Ford sells. They don't have to. There's Lamborghinis that you can't even get unless you have a previous model. But do you ever see a Lamborghini commercial? I don't. Maybe it's because of where I stay. I don't know if in the big cities like Houston and Dallas and California, y'all see Lamborghini. I have never seen a commercial for a Lamborghini. You see what I'm saying? But yet and still, everybody knows the name. Come on, Lee. Whichever one lasts longer. But you know what I'm saying. Everybody knows what a Lamborghini is, but how many of y'all have actually seen a Lamborghini commercial? I haven't. And like I said, it may be just where I stay. They don't show them, but I ain't seen Lamborghini advertised for nothing. I ain't seen Prada advertised for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So just because a content creator has more subscribers than you or gets more views than you doesn't make them a better content creator. There are some people in this chat right now that have YouTube channels as well, and I have way more subscribers and I get way more views than they do. That don't make me a better content creator than them. That's not how YouTube works. No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying I make less videos, because I have more videos about Kakarot than some of these guys have on their entire channels. What I'm saying is, for people that say like, oh, you jealous because they got more subscribers than me and stuff, or more views, and I'm like, I don't care about that. They may have more subscribers and views, but their content is not as credible as mine. I've made a name, and I'm continuing to build that name in the Kakarot community. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm sitting here right beside, y'all seen it in the live streams, man. I'm sitting here right beside my Dragon Ball Z Kakarot collector's edition for the Xbox. Bro, I got a PlayStation. You know who sent that collector's edition to me? Bandai Namco. You know how they sent it to me? Rhymestyle tweeted an open tweet to, at that time, it was Dimitri. He was the community manager. And he told them to send me something because I was a cool guy and a good creator. And they sent me a collector's edition. That was from Rhymestyle, man. You know what I'm saying? I've had videos featured in a lot of different articles, from Game Rant to Polygon, people tagging me in different stuff that my videos and stuff have been featured in. I've got stuff in my inbox from CyberConnect too. Now, they've never told me anything about the game. I know that they can't, but they have communicated with me. DBS Height, Kenzaru. You know what I'm saying? I have credibility. Todd, that's spot on right there. I would rather have, I got to the point now, I ain't gonna lie, guys, when I first started, I was like, bro, I want to grow. I want 100,000 subscribers, million subscribers. No, I'm not like that no more. Because I see what's worth more. It is worth more to have a name, a credible name, than it is to have a bunch of subscribers, bro. I would love to have them. And eventually I'll get there, because YouTube is a marathon. YouTube is not a sprint. It's not a race. The same people that's ahead of you now might not be ahead of you tomorrow. And then, like I said, at the end of the day, when it comes to this game and my channel covering games, I want to be credible. And I would rather have credibility. So I look at myself as the Lamborghini. You could be a Ford all day. You can get all the views, subscribers, all that you want. That's all well and fine. But when it comes to credibility, you can't deny this channel is credible. You cannot. And if you want to do that, we can go through every video, bro. We can go through every video. I implore y'all to go look at the playlist. Go look at the Kakarot playlist, bro. Over 500 videos, and that ain't even all of them that I've done that's in that playlist. Go look at the playlist. Go back to the very first video, man, and you're going to see how all of those videos are spot on, man. The majority, if not mostly all of them, spot on. Spot freaking on, dog. The stuff that we talked about in the game. I'm going to take this off my playlist. That ain't supposed to be on my playlist, man. That's supposed to be on a different playlist. Don't ask me how that got in the rack, too. We can scroll through these videos, man. Trailer breakdown. I was breaking that stuff down. Combat concerns. And then we found that stuff out to be wrong. Freedom. Before they ever introduced that stuff, we talked about it. The images. I want y'all to, you go check out this video. And I talked about, before they ever said anything about the other sagas in the game, we were talking about, you know, how detailed the game would be and stuff. A super problem, you know. I think, you know, Dragon Ball Game Project Z, a super I mean, this was Project Z, bro. I was cranking them out. And I remember people used to tell me, man, like, dude, stop doing videos. Wait till they release information. And if I had to listen, can you imagine if I had to listen to those people? Where I would be today, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. And I don't want it to sound like I'm bragging. And I'm not. I'm just super freaking grateful for the growth. Because I wasn't always where I'm at, both mentally and content-wise, you know. Training methods, which they didn't put in the game. End game. I said this from the beginning, how important end game was. And this was before it was Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, guys. And the interesting thing is, I said that end game would make or break Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And it is a fact that there is no end game in this game. And if it was, man, it would be so much. But let's click on it. I'll check some of this out, man. I'm just waiting for my missus to get home. Freaking ass, bro.
You've been hiding something.
You've been hiding something. Is that Mulan?
What's good, YouTube? Andre here with the DM Network. Y'all, if you're new to the
DM Network back then.
Do where you encounter movie villains. It's things like that that make post-game really interesting. Anyway, I think you...
Oh, let's back up.
He said, whenever... being able to fly around the map whenever you like. Maybe you could have some special thing to do where you encounter movie villains. It's things like that that make post-game really interesting. Anyway, I think you could make an interesting video on it. So, yeah, do whatever you want. And since he said that. By the way, y'all, if y'all have a topic of discussion, rather than have a main last boss, you have, if you do certain things during the story mission, at the end, you'll have like, oh, a strong presence or a strong energy has been detected over here. And you go and you fight Broly. Or you go and...
That's crazy, guys, because they actually did that with the villainous enemies in the game. Now, it wasn't Broly, but you did have a strong energy and presence that was, man. See, that's what I'm talking about, dude.
That leads into fighting Omega Shenron, stuff like that. But what he's saying is basically kind of like the same thing. CyberConnect 2's forte. However, they're the developers. It's up to Bandai and what they want to put in the game. And Bandai knows that Dragon Ball fans of the Dragon Ball series, we love our movie character. We love our Dragon Ball movie. So it would be really cool for them to throw some movie characters in there.
But they didn't.
I would like for the game to really go through, go all the way through Dragon Ball Battle of Gods, because that was a Dragon Ball Z movie, even though
Who? What did I just say? Back in February 17, 2019? It's a Dragon Ball Z movie, yo.
Anime version of that took place in Dragon Ball Super. It would be still cool to...
Where Leo at? Even back then, bro, I said it would be cool for the game to go to Battle of Gods, even though it was, I said, because I knew then it's a Dragon Ball Z game, man.
Perhaps as an end game kind of thing, have fight Beerus at the end, and then possibly be able to train with Whis. But post game,
they did that. We could fight Beerus and train with Whis.
Is a very serious thing. It's
See?
a very important thing.
Very important.
It gives you something to do after you.
Bro, I could go watch go through these videos all day, man. Like, we've been on it since day one. And that ain't no cap, man. It ain't nobody touching me on that. You know, I used to have a mindset and that, like, you know, oh, that's bragging, that's boastful, this and that, prideful. And it's like, no, you've worked your butt off for 2 years making videos on this. There's nothing wrong with being excited about the content that you make. Like, bro, I'm gonna put it like this. For the people that may have a problem with me talking like that, you see what I'm saying? If you are doing something and you don't feel like you are the best at what you do or have the potential to be the best at what you do, why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? If you want to play football and you don't believe that you can be the best and you don't have intentions of being the best, why are you doing it? If you're in a relationship and you want to be with your girl and you don't think you're the best guy that she can get with, why are you with her? You wasting your time. You see what I'm saying? So I don't feel like it's bad for me to talk about how I feel. I don't feel like nobody touching me when it comes to Kakarot. As far as being a credible content creator. Now, when it comes to views and subscribers, I ain't in that discussion because I'm not at the top of that. But when it comes to credibility, holla at your boy. That's why I say what I say. If you want to hear truth, if you want to hear what you need to hear, you come to this channel. If you want to hear somebody tell you what you want to hear, tell you a bunch of blase stuff that ain't backed by evidence and all that, you ain't gonna find that here. Because everything I present to y'all, I'm gonna present some evidence to back it. Perfect example is back earlier in the live stream when I was talking about the sell stuff when Free had brought some of that stuff up. And Free, I see your comment about Wukong too, brother. When Free brought that stuff up, y'all literally saw what goes through my head when I think about stuff. Like, I literally was all over the place. I'm dissecting this. I'm like that. I'm comparing this. I'm comparing that. I even presented loopholes into my own theory. And what did I do? I said, nah, that ain't gonna work. Why? Because it didn't line up with the game. I do that stuff all the time. Y'all just got a live look at my thought process. You see what I'm saying? So, am I gonna do a video about that now? No. Why? Because it don't make sense. It don't make sense. Yeah, man. Y'all leave that dude. Y'all just ignore him. He'll go away. I shouldn't even said that, man. Y'all just ignore him, man. Partners in combat. Yo, did they even reveal that we would have people in partners in combat? Another ad. Let me see what this one is about. Did I put a description on this? Today we talk about the potential for partners to join us in battle in Bandai Namco's upcoming game, Dragon Ball game Project Z. Bro, I don't even think they revealed that yet.
With the video. All right, so hang on a second. And then for normal training, I think it would be gravity training. And using Kaioken would boost the training. That's just my idea. That was a pretty cool idea, and I do like that. The Kaioken part, boosting training. Then he said, by the way, can you talk about partners? Like having Yamcha on the team and having a special combination attack with the two. If you can, thanks.
See, we talked about this. This was before they released all that information. We was talking about this stuff, dog. And I really want to pull up that tweet from, let me see, man. I want to pull up that tweet from CC2, but I really don't want to show y'all like all the tweets. So I'm a live stream, and I was waiting for you to get back.
Oh, since I left?
Yeah.
You're right for that.
I've been live streaming for about 6 hours, man. Oh, no shit. Here. What is it? What flavor is that?
It's peanut butter and something else.
Peanut, same thing I've had before, man. I told you something new, man. But I appreciate it because you didn't have to give me anything at all, right? No, I'm serious. All right, guys. So I'm gonna put that screen back up for y'all. But let me see. Let me go into my mailbox. Thank you so much. Dragon Ball timeline. Ooh, shout out to TJ. TJ giving me some stuff, man. He's looking at some timeline stuff. So I'm gonna look at this right quick. Give me a second. Oh, you looking at the Dragon Ball timeline. I'm gonna have to look at that in a different video because I want to go over that and dissect that stuff. But let me look at CC2. And don't think I don't be asking them stuff, man. Like I do, bro. I'm gonna scroll up. It's an old message. A lot of stuff, man. Give me a second. Okay, so I can't look at this. Let me. I'm gonna go back to the main page. Let's go to Twitter, man. Let's go to Twitter since that's where y'all at with me. I don't want y'all to think. Now I'm gonna tell y'all they haven't, like I said, they haven't told me. We got a message request. Big fan, Gabe. I'm good, man. I'll have to reply to that in a second. Like I said, they haven't told me anything. I mean, but you see, you know, as always, thank you for your passion for the game. We're unfortunately unable to answer your inquiry. I be asking them questions, dude. I be asking them questions now. Thanks for your inquiry and numerous messages. We've been hesitant to reply as we do not have the information you seek at hand. They can't give it to me. We will make sure to communicate any information once it comes to us. But for now, the only possible answer is simply we don't know, but we hope to port onto PS5. That was me asking them if they was gonna port it to the PS5. See, I be asking, man. I'll be looking out for y'all, dude. This is like the first one they sent me, man. I am the DM gaming sign, which is like Japanese. Anyway, thanks for always for your passionate support for our upcoming Dragon Ball Z Kakarot game. And this was back in November before the game ever came out. We have been secretly watching your videos. We ask for your understanding that CyberConnect 2 cannot comment on the game prior to its release, and all inquiries should be forwarded to Bandai Namco Entertainment. You are more than welcome to ask us questions we can answer or chat with us here on Twitter. So they even told me back then that they was watching my videos and stuff. DM Gaming Son, thank you for understanding. Unfortunately, developers aren't involved in the reviewer selection process. I was trying to see if I could get a review copy, you know. However, we do highly appreciate the amount of love and support you have been giving the game since its inception. We have not been actively reacting. Listen to this, guys. We have not been actively or reacting or sharing your videos because, well, let's just say sometimes your predictions are spot on. Once the game is released, we'll be more at ease with sharing your contents via our social media. We recognize the efforts you have been putting in your channel and ask that you wait a little longer. We would like to do what we can to support you in return. In the meantime, we look forward to more videos from you during the final stretch of production. And this is before the game ever came out. A lonely man. What y'all talking about? What I miss, man? Kakarot follows his own story timeline. Somebody lonely. Who lonely? I don't even got a girlfriend, and y'all got wives. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something, dude. Relationships ain't for everybody. It was times where I didn't want to be married no more. Times that I didn't want to be in a relationship and all of that. Like, you got to learn to grow. We got offline. You won't be. What y'all talking about, dude? Please pronounce your name. You pronounced it for us. Nothing wrong with being single. Heck no, it ain't nothing wrong with being single, dude. I tell my wife all the time, if I'm ever single again, I ain't getting into another relationship. Have to go through the process of getting to know somebody all over again and stuff. Saying it down, congrats. Relationships stress me out. When is it coming out? They said early summer. I didn't know this was a relationship chat. Facts. Wife got to grow together. Bro, y'all better ask Kyle. If y'all, like back in the Madden live streams, dude, I used to talk to them about all kind of stuff, man, because I was going through some tough times during that time too. I was between jobs and stressed, and that got me through those live streams, bro. So any live stream, I always end up giving some kind of personal advice. So you hope my wife is not fat? What if she is? What's wrong with that? Tell Queen I said hello and have a good day. Sometimes she be commenting on stuff, so she might be in here. Who's simping? I hope you ain't talking about me. Hell yeah, I'm a simp for my wife. That's my damn wife, dude. I don't know if you talking to me or whoever you talking to. Federico. Sulai, man, I don't know how to say your name, dude. Quit asking me that. Wife, not FaceTime, FT, bro. And Zola, who you talking to? I don't know. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to Goku Black? I mean, not Goku Black, Son Goku. My bad, bro. I don't want you going black on us. Man, nah, dude. You ain't. I don't simp, but I need a girl. You don't need a girl, man. Let me tell you something. Let me give you some advice. I don't like when people say, I need a boyfriend, I need a girlfriend. I hate hearing that. Because I'm going to tell you something. This is the truth. When you find true happiness in yourself, you'll come to find out that you don't need anything. You are the only person that you need in this world. You don't need a big house. You don't need a big car. You don't need millions of dollars. You don't need the baddest chick on your sleeve. You don't need none of that. You know, are those things nice to have? Heck yeah. But do you need them? No. Because when you are happy and content with yourself, happiness follows you. You don't need any of that stuff, man. A girl cannot make you happy. A girl is just more or less a realization of your happiness, if that's what your desire is. If your desire is to have a girl and you get a girl and she's a good girl, the girl that you want, it's not her that's making you happy. It's the realization of your desire becoming manifest or manifesting your desires. See what I'm saying? I desire to have 100,000 subscribers on this channel. You know what I'm saying? So the day that we hit that, it's not the 100,000 subscribers that makes me happy. It's that my desire became manifested. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if that's what you want, that's perfectly fine. But I implore you to really look within yourself and be content with where you're at and what you have, because for all you know, everything you could be going through right now is preparing you for that special somebody, for that desire. But in order for you to have it, you got to first obtain it mentally. You see what I'm saying? And everybody not made to be in relationships. I mean, if you're a scriptural person, then, you know, Jesus even said that some will be given to marriage and some won't. Marriage ain't for everybody. Marriage in itself is just a lesson of life. You see what I'm saying? Everything is just a lesson of life. Some girls feel like I just got to have a boyfriend. Some boys feel like I just got to have a girlfriend, and they end up with somebody that's not even good for them. Or they end up in obsession with somebody, you know. You have to be content and happy with yourself. And a lot of people will say, oh, I am. But are you really? You know what I'm saying? Don't put all your happiness in a human being, dog. Because another thing is, that person, I don't care who they are, mother, father, sister, uncle, brother, wife, husband, they're going to let you down at some point in time. And so if you putting all of yourself into another individual, that means you're depending on this other person to make you happy. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that to yourself. Happiness comes from yourself. Every bit of happiness you want in your life comes from yourself. Everything else in the world is just a cherry on top. You get what I'm saying? If you go forward with that mentality, bro, I'm telling you, won't nothing get you. Won't nothing get you. You are the source of your happiness. Everything else is just a cherry on top. The girlfriend, cherry on top. The wife, cherry on top. Family, cherry on top. Money, cherry on top. I'm already happy. You see what I'm saying? So, and don't let nobody take away your dreams, dude. If you want a girl and people telling you you don't need a girl, this and that, don't let nobody tell you nothing. If that's what you want, that's what you want. You know what I'm saying? But I'm giving you advice. It starts with yourself. It starts all with you, you know? But no, man, me and my wife had been through it. We done been through it, man. I didn't want her ass at one point. I wanted to trade her back in. She didn't want me either. We went through that, man. We was young and dumb, fussing and fighting and stuff all the time. And dude, we get closer and closer every day, man. Now you look back at how we was, and it's like, wow, it's crazy. So, and what I say that as whenever y'all have bad experiences in life, bro, take that and run with it. That bad experience is gonna make you better. It depends on how you handle it. Trader, yeah, I was gonna trade her, man. Like, for example, that stuff with me and Just Saying that happened. I regret every moment of that. My wife told me, babe, don't even get into that. I didn't listen to her, and that hurt me. Stress, it hurt me mentally. It hurt the channel, hurt my reputation. And bro, if I could go back, I wouldn't change a thing. Why? Because I learned so much from it. Like this stuff that just happened with Rose, you know. I could have did the same thing I did with Just Saying, but and I told him, I'm not going through that stuff again. It ain't no beef, it ain't no drama. You know what I'm saying? You learn from your experiences, man. People don't want to have negative experiences, but bro, you cannot grow without negativity. That's why I hate when people say positive all the time. Positive vibes, positive vibes, positive vibes. That is the biggest crock of shit I have ever heard in my life. And y'all know I don't cuss on this channel. I cuss in real life. I cuss a lot. But I'm telling you something that'll change your life. You can't have positivity without some negativity. For example, you know, Leo here. They keep commenting about Goku Black, you know. That's a negative experience for me. But it makes me appreciate all of the positive comments that I get. How do you know what a good girl is unless you had a bad one? How do you know what a good night's of sleep is unless you've been awake all night and couldn't go to sleep? How do you know what good food tastes like unless you've tried bad food? You see what I'm saying? You can't yin and yang, bro. This is Dragon Ball. This is martial arts. You can't have that. You cannot have positivity without negativity. You can't have light unless darkness exists. So for the people that's telling y'all positive vibes, they can take it and shove it up their ass, bro. That's the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard in my life, man. And that's a fact. And I'm telling you that. I used to DM me on there because I'm cussing because it's a fact. And I'm telling you just how serious about this stuff it is, man. That is the worst crock of crap anybody can tell you. So if somebody telling you ain't nothing on my channel but positivity, they channel is already a load of crap. That's a lie, dude. You need some negativity to grow. What they say, you take one step forward, 2 steps back. You got to have some negativity. You got to have some bad experiences. Otherwise, how do you know what's good? You know what I'm saying? And people talk about, you know, the devil. Why did God allow the devil to continue to exist? It's duality, man. You can't have evil without. How do you know what's good if you don't have evil? The yin and yang, my brother. And the yin and yang, let's pull up a yin yang. Let's pull it up. What is yin yang? Yin yang. Yin yang and this thing. I'm thinking about the music group. Look, they didn't even pull up the yin yang twins. I ain't want the yin yang twins, man. Look at the yin and yang, bro. Do y'all understand what this symbol means? What it means is the yin, or the white part, is the pure, the positive. The black is the yang, if I'm not mistaken. It's the negative or the evil. But look, you have a small black circle inside of the white, and you have a small white circle inside of the black. That means even in the greatest amount of light, there exists some darkness. And in the greatest amount of darkness, there's always a little bit of light. You look at the most evil people in the world, they know how to love. And you look at the most loving people in the world, they have stuff that they hate. But together, man, it completes it all. It all goes together, bro. You can't have evil without good. You can't have good without evil. You take the evil out of Dragon Ball Z, and Goku ain't Goku. He's not. He's not, bro. You don't have Dragon Ball Z without some evil. Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super has had the most phenomenal character development, bro. But if he didn't go through those dark days, man, he wouldn't be the man that he is right now. personality wise, Vegeta has a better personality than Goku. Goku fights to get stronger. He uses his friends as motivation, but he's put them in some bad situations because of his own greed to get stronger and fight a strong opponent. So I hope that's made sense. I ain't mean to just come through with the whole psychological lecture and things like that. But bro, if y'all watching my content, that's the way I feel. That's why I was when the Madden videos. If you're watching my content, you know, I should be giving y'all something more than just video games. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I did the motivational videos, man. I really like those, and I'm going to get into those more. But that's why I did those motivational videos. Be motivating, dude. Card game is super. Let me get back to these comments, man. We talking about life, Gabe. What Gabe say? What we talking about? So you want to trade me? Y'all see my wife in the comments? Give me my smoothie back. I told y'all right there. My wife came in the comments while she asked him what I was doing earlier. She wanted to trade me too, man. That's why she ain't in here choking me, because she know I ain't lying. Negative like my HIV status. Oh, man. Opposite energy, man. That's why I say opposites attract, man. Here's the thing about opposites attract. And here's another thing about the yin and yang I want to explain real quick. This is my last little thing, giving y'all some good tips, man. Is this right here, man. I want to give y'all a different, I'm gonna take you to a different level of consciousness, okay? I just explained what the yin and yang means, right? Let me take you to another level of consciousness. Can I do that? So at one point, this white circle was with this white part, and this black circle was with this black part. What happens when you get in a true relationship, be it a friendship or whatever, this is why you have to be very careful about who you hang around, right? Because what happens is the longer that you're together, eventually you'll take stuff from them and they'll take stuff from you. So you find yourself maybe saying a funny phrase that person always says. You start to say it. Or the way that person may think about a particular thing, you take that thought on as your own thought. You spend enough time around people, you start to become those people. Not fully, but you will start to take on different attributes and things of those people. And it works the same way in marriage, works the same way in relationships, and it works the same way in friendships. That's why in scripture, it tells you to be careful of the company that you keep. See what I'm saying? If you are the only positive-minded person around and you're a bunch around negative people, I don't care how strong a positive person you are, you're going to take on that negativity, bro. If that negativity outweighs that positivity, you're going to take on that negativity. I don't give a damn how strong a positive person you are. It's going to happen because the negative is outweighing the positive. If you want to be successful in life, you need to find yourself around some people that has the like-minded. Not necessarily saying that they need to be successful, but you need to be around people that are aiming for success. You see what I'm saying? They tell you you are like the 5 most people that you hang around the most. So look into your circle and see how many people have the like-mindedness of you, or you know what I'm saying? You got to be real careful of that stuff, man. If you're trying to make it to the NFL and you hanging around people that ain't trying to make it to the NFL, that ain't trying to make something of their life, you might want to find you some new friends, because they'll very easily end up persuading you to make wrong decisions, and you'll be right there where they at. See what I'm saying? So that's another way to look at the yin and the yang, man. They are in unison. They exist in the same circle. They're touching, they're rotating upon each other. You know what I'm saying? But at one point, this black dot was where this white dot is, and this white dot was where this black dot is. But they taken on each other. Kind of duality, dual nature in a sense. You see what I'm saying? Elevating your consciousness is all. Birds of a feather flock to, yeah. Yo, there you go. I've got bad negative energy from hanging around bad people. Hey, change the people you're hanging around, dude. And I ain't saying it's that easy, but you know, I don't, and there's the thing, like, the thing that I like with my relationship is when I'm negative, she's positive. And when she's negative, I'm the positive one. I don't think there's ever a time when both of us are negative and both of us are positive. There are times when we're both positive minded, but a lot of times it's always the opposite. And I want y'all to do something. Those of y'all that are in relationships that live with your girlfriend or boyfriend, those of y'all that might be married or whatever, you ever notice whenever you're hot, she's cold? And when you're cold, she's hot? When y'all get in the bed? It's crazy, right? Bad company corrupts good morals. Yup. Facts. I'm gonna tell you something about the Bible, bro. You don't have to agree with the whole thing about Jesus and God and stuff like that. That's your business. But the Bible is one of the most philosophical books out there, bro. Even if you don't read it for Jesus and God, you need to read it for yourself. Read Book of Proverbs, man. That stuff is real. That stuff about life is real. You cannot deny that. You might deny whatever you want about God and Jesus. That's your business, but oh, no, I'm not playing Kakarot, brother. I'm finna get off of this live stream. I told y'all the miss is back. I've been on this sucker all day, man. Sitting in front of this computer like I'm at work. How long we been streaming? Since 12 o'clock. Since 12, when it was time for her to come on. It's been 6 hours, dude. My day has literally been sitting in front of this talking to y'all. But that's what I wanted to do today. I wanted to do this. Dog, your mind will take you to some dark places, dude. I still deal with anxiety and stuff today. Depression every now and then, like, it ain't no joke, man. You gotta enjoy the good days as much as you can. Because guess what? You're gonna have bad days. Bad days are gonna come. You can't run from it. You're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy the good times while you can. But when you have those bad times, you also got to remember them, because that's what makes you enjoy those good times even more. So, oh no, I'm done talking now. I'm talking about that. Done talking about that, man. But like I said, man, the stream will be on here, bro. I doubt anybody click on a 6-hour stream, man, but I'm going to leave it up because I always leave up my live streams. I don't know why I would take it down. But go check that out, man. Those y'all that's just now getting in, if you want to hear the stuff about the new scans that came out, I did that at the beginning. I did that stuff at the beginning of the video. So you can go and check that out, me breaking down the new scans. Well, not the new scans. We got them in the V-Jump, but we got some HD images and stuff like that. But I did want to point that out too. But yeah. Then I wanted to show that CyberConnect 2 thing right here. You know, just hey, before that game ever came out, it was back in December. Before the game ever came out, your boy was spot on with it, man. It is what it is. But yeah, we'll see more in the next V-Jump issue, man. So y'all enjoy y'all's day. I'm going to enjoy the rest of mine. Till next time, y'all.